Welcome everybody to the typical Friday night free for all NFC North. We start off talking about the NFC North, and then we talk about whatever you want. Sorry for the late thumbnail. I had a busy day, so we can go ahead and we can get into it. I Some stuff that we need to talk about. So some of the signings, some of the how the people are reacting to Cousins going to Atlanta. I'll tell you.
It never stop, I'll get it if I want it. Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top.
Yo, no, I ain't the type to give up. If I do something, man, I do it till I get what I want. I turn a business out of nothing into something I love. I got a poker face, but honestly, I'm not one to bluff. I flip a switch, never miss, man, I always stay up. Don't let them see you, bitch, always have a plan to stay tough. This life ahead of you ain't easy, it was built to be rough. But
That's the new intro, everybody.
That's a new intro, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
it's better than the Fat Boys. That's all I got to say.
Well, considering I'm not so fat anymore.
Well, no, that song is, believe it or not, 40 years old. The Fat Boys are
Yeah,
back.
the Fat Boys were what, 82, 80? Yeah.
Yeah, that's 40 years old. Two of them have passed on. So,
Yeah, I think the thin one's the only one who's alive, right?
well,
Technically, neither one of them were thin, but
the light skinned one is gone. Marky D.
the really big guy's gone.
And the Human Beatbox is gone.
Yeah, the really big one.
The really big one. And
Yeah.
the only one left is the middle dude. I forget his name. What's
What
up,
up, Davey? What up, Davey? So, the new steam is that the Commanders are really high on Daniels.
Yeah, I'm hearing that. I'm hearing they're high on Daniels. From what I'm hearing, they're high on Daniels and McCarthy.
Right.
You know,
And
and
then East Coast Gridiron thinks the Bears are going to take
May?
Knicks with the first pick.
oh god, that would just up.
That'd be a typical Bear thing.
That would be typical Bear thing. I've heard a lot of other podcasts. Oh, shout out to Rap on his podcast tonight. I heard what they were talking about, and him and Zoe brought it up that the Bears could just screw this whole thing up and not take Caleb Williams. That would be such a Bear move to not take Caleb Williams. I could see that happening. I could see the Bears maybe taking, I'm going to say Drake May. I could see that. I could see Washington taking Caleb Williams, and I believe they've got Cliff Kingsbury as an offensive coordinator, right? Washington.
I believe he's a new offensive coordinator. Yeah.
Yeah, and actually, Caleb Williams is his type of quarterback. So, it could happen. But okay, so if it does shake up, are you the Vikings? Do you stay at 11, or do you make that move and trade up? Because from what I'm hearing, the Giants want a quarterback too, and they're all in on. There's a bunch of teams that are now in on JJ McCarthy.
Yeah, his stock is skyrocketing.
His stock has just skyrocketed. Jaden McDaniels is going to fall. He's not going to fall very far, though. Not going to fall very far. New England's the wild card. Are they going to basically, as they say, roll this year with Zappy or Tank, or are they going to draft a quarterback for the future? Because I don't know if Jared Mayo is the future head coach.
I think they have too many holes. They're just going to get a rookie quarterback. They're going to get a rookie quarterback killed.
Yeah, they've got way too many holes. So if the Vikings are going to trade up, it could possibly be with the Patriots or the Cardinals of 4, right? So,
Well, 4 is the steam, but some people think it's 5. I think it's more than likely. I think it all depends on who the Bears take. If the Bears take Bo Nix, which wouldn't surprise me, and then Washington takes Caleb Williams, there's going to be a fight for that 3rd overall.
okay, how did Williams just leapfrog everybody? How did Nix just leapfrog everybody?
I wish I could get East Coast Gridiron on. He's heard things.
He's
He
a
knows.
he's a traditional. If you want a pure pocket passing quarterback, I think he's the one you're looking for.
Yeah,
He's a pocket passer, which some NFL coaches are looking for, and I think the Bears might be looking for too after moving off of Fields. They've got a new offensive coordinator, so if you want a pocket passer, he works, but so does Penix, Drake May. McCarthy, for the most part, is a pocket passer, but he's mobile.
he's also a year away though.
And he's a year away. So, Jaden McDaniels, I didn't see any Jaden McDaniels games. I didn't see any LSU games this year, which was weird for me because I usually watch them. So
someone was saying that that they could see the Patriots trading their picks, trading pick 3,
Mhm.
getting 4 picks, and taking someone like Rattler or Pruitt.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah.
Oh, they weren't impressed with Daniel's pro day. Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
And if that's,
I saw people complaining about Drake May because he airmailed his first throw.
I saw that on Twitter. Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. Not every throw is going to be perfect. We're human.
But like I said before, when I saw him play, now keep in mind he played the Gophers. Gophers aren't that good of a defensive team,
right?
But May looked very average against a really bad defense in the Gophers.
He definitely had a better 22 than 23.
Yeah, and I saw him at 23, but he looked, oh my God, he looked really, really average. I mean, he didn't impress me, put it that way.
Yeah.
But then I saw Bo Nix play, and he didn't impress me either. Maybe it's because I watched them when they played Washington, and Penix was just having a field day on
I think
his team.
Penix did. I mean, he didn't have any help in the game against Michigan.
Mm-mm.
And I think people are holding that against him too much. He actually, yes, he did have injuries, but there's also quarterbacks who are in this draft who've been hurt more than he has.
Mm-hmm.
So I think NFL scouts are like, yeah, his game against the Michigan wasn't that great. He didn't have that much help, but that doesn't mean he's not good.
I thought when he played, was it Oregon? I thought he looked good.
Yeah,
he looked flawless against Oregon when I saw him play Oregon. Nix, on the other hand, looked like he had some mechanics issues, but he looked good too. So, oh wow, that's not good. But I mean, it's whoever the quarterback is for the Vikings. This is what people have to keep in mind. You got to bring them in, and they're going to have to learn an NFL scheme, which means the person to teach them that scheme is going to be KLC. KLC's got to develop this quarterback. If
he's also got to learn to run to help the young quarterback out.
Yes, he's got to put a running game there to help that young quarterback out. Even help out Darnold. I mean, Darnold's been in the league for seems like forever, but give him a running game too.
Well, I don't think Darnold's is going to be as bad as everybody thinks because this is the best team that he's ever played for.
I don't think he'll be that bad. He's just he's going to be serviceable, but
he can't be any worse than Nick Mullins.
No. But here's the thing also too. He's not being brought in here to win games. The pressure is not on him.
Right.
He's basically a bridge quarterback until the rookie is ready. Now, depending on how long it takes the rookie to get a grasp of the offense and develop and play, it could take 2 games, 6 games. It could take a whole year. Or if the game moves, I mean, it just how long he can grasp his head around it. And it's not about physical ability now. Once you're in the NFL, you've got to put a lot of mental into it, especially a quarterback. So he's got to learn whoever we draft will have a lot to learn. And hopefully KLC can get this kid to play up to the level of quarterback that he wants him to. It will be.
I think Paul Allen said that on when he was on with Florio.
It's not a secret.
Yeah.
It's not a secret. They kind of telegraphed it. They were looking for a quarterback, and then they kind of telegraphed it that they were all in on JJ or Drake May. There kind of is no wiggle room there. It's kind of like, it's almost like the way they put it to the fans. If you don't get McCarthy and you don't get Drake May, it's not a successful draft. That you can't think like that. This team's got a lot of holes. Quarterback is the biggest, but you could still find a rookie quarterback this year. And like I said, depends on KOC. KOC's got to take the time to develop this kid and get him adjusted to his type of offense. So it's and the draft is a crapshoot. So we'll see what happens. But this team's got a lot of holes. They still haven't addressed the defensive tackle position, which I think they will in the draft. There's some good ones in the draft. But yeah, this team has basically said that they're all in on a quarterback. They haven't made that a secret at all.
Yeah. So we got 10 people watching on Yogi's X. I have the page open, so if you guys can make comments on there, we could talk about that.
Okay.
And then we also have viewers in here as well. I will be, like I said, we're just talking NFC North right now. I will open the room up for people to join and just talk whatever they want.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then another thing is, I know their power. What's up, Zoe? I know their power. I know their power rankings. They don't really mean anything, but it kind of irks me that people are saying the Vikings did not have a good. That's pretty much for you, Zoe. Did not have a good offseason because they lost Cousins. And my question always is, the whole time Cousins played for quarterback, the whole time Cousins was quarterback for the Vikings, you guys said the Vikings will never win because Kirk Cousins is the quarterback. He can't win the big game. And now that they lost him, they are one of the worst teams in the league, or his loss is so great that they're not going to overcome it. Like literally, I've seen the Vikings listed as 32nd. You know, it's like the Cowboys didn't do anything, but yet you have them higher. It's just I don't understand it. It's like, is it because he played for the Vikings, or what is it? I don't understand.
Okay, first things first. Power rankings in pro sports are a joke. Okay.
I know.
You are professional. What the heck? This power ranking crap? That is high school and that is college. Why the hell would you do some power ranking BS in professional football? And you know what that is? It's because you've got analytic nerds running football teams and running football sites. That's all it is. Okay? Power rankings, you know what I have to say? F power rankings. I don't care. Power rankings, you can take them power rankings and shove them up your you-know-what. They don't mean a damn thing to me. Okay? It's a brand new season. Everybody's 0-0. What's up, Zoe? Everybody's building their team the best they can. Who the F gives a damn about a friggin' power ranking? Get the F out of here. You notice I'm not swearing. I'm already dropping F-bombs, but I'm not swearing because the whatchamacallit's not up. But, power rankings are for college and high school. You don't do that for professional football. You don't.
What up, though, Davey?
I just don't. I mean, but that's why I said. That's why I opened it up. We're saying, power rankings are dumb, but it does give you into.
Well, it was
what they're thinking.
What they're thinking, like you said.
Yeah.
Catch. All of a sudden, the Vikings are a terrible team without Kirk Cousins, but when we had Kirk Cousins, we weren't exactly a good team either.
Yeah.
Now we're terrible without Kirk Cousins, so the media needs to make up their mind.
And Atlanta's the NFC favorite now.
And now Atlanta's the NFC favorite. How that? Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I just don't understand the line of thinking. That's my biggest.
Way. When Atlanta loses to Carolina twice this year, I mean, they're in a weak division.
Yeah.
That's the only reason they're favored, because the division is so weak.
What up, Gil?
What
Uh-oh.
up, Gil? Ill,
You're right,
Ill,
Davey.
Ill.
Oh, hey, baby, what's up?
Oh, we didn't know you were here.
I didn't know she was here either. But she is. I mean, and she'll come on later. She won't do it right now. But
Yeah.
Only thing she said is all we can do is wait and see.
Well, she ain't got to show her face. She can do what Sarah does.
Yeah, and we got the parental advisory up here. So
yeah.
Waiting to see what?
Oh, my girl's in the chat, Trisha. So, but yeah,
we all get to see how far Tony up to, like, because Tony's here, so Trisha's got it. Trisha's probably up here somewhere. Hey, it's like me and my wife. Hey, I married up.
No, but I told she's like, we'll see what happens this year. I told her Falcons probably win the division with Kirk.
I doubt that.
And how far? Yeah, it's Kirk. Just, honey, be prepared. It's Kirk.
I got the Buccaneers winning that division.
Someone's making his debut. We got Brian.
Byron, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Brian, what up with you?
What's up,
What up,
Zoe?
Byron?
I was on with Rap earlier. Saw you on there, Zoe.
Oh, what up with you?
Well, whenever I go live, Zoe goes live. So, we're kind of at the hip. So
I missed you last night, though, Catch. Where you was at last night?
I was with my wife, and then my wife went to bed. I'm like, all right, good. I'm gonna watch some YouTube. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. Man, as soon as my wife went to bed, I came, sat on the couch, and I was like, and when you get old, it just hits you. It hits you like that when you get old, man.
Tell me about it.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
You feel like you're gonna. Oh yeah, I got a night of watching movies.
You feel like you can do it, then all of a sudden you're like, oh my, I'm out.
Yeah. Couch wins again.
Yeah, I'm out. That's why I'm drinking coffee right now.
Well, I thought that was a beer.
I gave up those days a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't drink beer either, but my wife had a painkiller at Cheddar's. That's another reason why she's passed out. So.
Oh, she's out like a light.
Oh yeah, yeah. So I saw your comments in the. What are you talking about? The QBs coming out of the draft? Or are you talking?
I mean, right now, man. I know you guys are talking about power rankings and stuff, but I could give a rat's ass about what anybody thinks of the Vikings right now. I love what they're doing right now, and all I care about is who we draft in the quarterback class. Because I mean, really, if we don't get this right, the rest of the stuff's really not going to matter for at least for a couple seasons. Because that's how I see it, anyways.
Well, if it doesn't work out, the Vikings miss this pickup. They'll do what they always do. They'll sign a free agent, like that. Not a top free agent, not a top free agent. A little bit, either a guy who's past his prime or a guy who, like Cousins, who is what he is. That's the Vikings' history. Yeah.
Well, and also here's the thing too: if this doesn't work, if the quarterback doesn't work out with KOC and Kwesi, they're probably gone. They've only got 2 more years left on their contract, especially KOC. So you kind of wonder now. After this year, Brian Flores could be gone. So are they going to extend him, or what are they going to do?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would put, even though I don't like him personally, I think he's a little immature, way immature. I think he's a little whiny. But Caleb Williams has got the best talents. Caleb Williams is probably 1. I would put Drake May 2nd. I would probably put JJ 3rd. And then
Daniels 4th.
I don't know. I'm not big on Daniels.
Wow.
So I'll probably put, but he is, but there is a gap. That there's a top 4, and then there's a gap. So Daniels is still in the top 4, but I like the other 3 guys better than Daniels. That's all. But if the Vikings take Daniels, I'll be like, hey, let's go, buddy.
Yeah.
I would have no problem with whoever the Vikings take as a quarterback. It's just now that you got the quarterback, here's the scary part. KOC's got to develop him. I don't trust KOC. I'm just being honest. I don't trust KOC.
So what? Let me ask you this question: what gives you that impression? And I hope it's not Josh Dobbs, because that guy didn't even know the offense. They had a mobile quarterback, man. I mean, they're around the league. The opinion is completely different.
But if you watch if you watch the Chicago game, he tried to make Josh Dobbs a pocket passer.
Yes, he did. He made that. He
didn't
wanted
let
Dobbs to be a
Dobbs-
pocket passer. He wanted Jalen Hall to be a pocket passer.
Yeah. So
And also, I'm going to tell you something. KLC's play calling leaves a lot to be desired too. His clock management, everything about it leaves to be desired.
The play calling, clock management.
The biggest reason he was on board with keeping Cousins was because Cousins made an offense look good. That's it.
Coaches want wins, and obviously, he knew right away that. And if you're a fan that really cares about where we're going, 2024 is really not a season that will be judged by anything. It's 2025.
The biggest
he won wins. But
the biggest mistake he did, as far as I'm concerned, was winning those 13 games. We should have been in 2022. We should have been in rebuild mode, but instead, we went competitive rebuild, won 13 games, and then you come back the next year and you're like a 6-game difference from the year before, and and you've got holes. You've got a lot of holes.
I don't believe last year. I know now, Jaron Hall and Dobbs. I'm sometimes I have a little different views. Conspiracy wise, I'm one of those guys. Now I'm hated on Twitter by everybody. I was hoping they tank every fucking.
You're doing it right if you're hated on Twitter.
Yeah, if you're hated on Twitter, you're doing right.
Yeah, well, I mean, Cousins. When he went down, I was like, what the fuck are they trying to trade for Josh Dobbs? He's only going to win games that we don't need to win. At that point, the season was really over. They have never invested in the backup quarterback position because he never gets hurt. He got hurt. It was over. Call it what it is. And right now, all these people are hating on me and don't hesitate. If we make the trade, I'm going to be destroying people on Twitter because they were like, you wanted to tank all these games? What do you think would happen if we were behind Denver and the Raiders right now? It would not be pretty. One win, a Packer win, would have killed us right now. We'd be picking like 15th or 16th, and we'd be fucked. So these guys can kiss my ass about they have nothing else in their lives going on for a stupid, meaningless Packer win. We beat the Packers plenty of times. We're not the Bears. And I live in Chicago, by the way. It's like I know all this crap around here, but the Bears, man, the Bears are a joke. They're gonna fuck this up. Don't worry.
I just re-put the link out there. So, Mike, if you want to join, Davey, if you want to join.
So, Byron, do you see the Bears taking Caleb, or do you see him taking Drake May?
It's 100% over. Caleb Williams is going to be a Bear. As much as I don't want to see it, last rap, Zoe, you were on the last one. They were talking. I love rap, but he's not dialed in like me here. They've already given him the playbook. He already had a playbook. He's ready to go for minicamp.
What?
He has a playbook. He's already been to Chicago. They've been out there. It's a done deal, man. This thing's done.
You do have the first pick. You are allowed to do that.
They can do whatever they want. The media, it's just rare that they've shown their hand this easily, but they have.
They've really telegraphed it then.
But when you're a franchise and Sid Luckman is still your leading quarterback.
Yeah.
And that he was played in the 30s and 40s. You got to try something. But Chicago's done this before. Chicago's where quarterbacks go to die.
Absolutely. They're going to do it. This is the third quarterback they're going to take where they've kept on a coach that is in the last year of their deal. And this guy is a defensive coach, which doesn't make any sense. They won a bunch of games against us with Josh Dobbs and some other shitty teams down the stretch.
I don't understand with the coaches that were available why they kept Eberflus.
They would have got Ben Johnson.
Well, I'm happy. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy. I think Eberflus is an idiot. But, the Bears haven't had a good coach since Sticka. So,
You're right. 100% right.
Yeah, I kind of wonder by keeping Eberflus if that was maybe McCaskey and now Poles.
But think about it. If they got rid of,
he doesn't like paying coaches. You're right. They're cheap.
If they got rid of Eberflus, Harbaugh could be their head coach right now.
I agree with you. In fact, we brought that up. Harbaugh was in the. But how about this? The Bears might have been the only team to get Ben Johnson out of Detroit because he would have gotten Caleb Williams. You're damn straight he's leaving there. Well, he was like, I don't want to go to Washington and deal with their shit, or anybody else that had a job opening that was there. There wasn't that many great jobs for somebody other than maybe the San Diego Charger game. Well, I guess LA Chargers, but they're in cap hell, man. They were $60 million over the cap.
Well, you know what? And the way things were, Poles might have, if he could have, he might have even talked to Flores. Because Flores is a head coach. He's got head coaching experience.
But no one wants to talk to Flores at this point. He's pretty much in the black.
He's got that lawsuit.
It sucks, but it's great for us. I hope I hope he doesn't get a job. I mean, just keep paying this guy more money, keep him around, and we can be all right. But the league at this point, if you don't have an offense, it's over anyways. You have to have.
I will say that is one thing.
That's what bothers me with this league. It's so offensive driven. It's a mistake. Now you can't tackle.
Well, that's why we're trading down. I mean,
I will say, the one thing the Wolves do is they don't mind paying their assistant coaches.
Nope.
No, they don't. They were still paying, even after they fired Spielman and Zimmerman, they were still paying them. Yeah. They still had 2 years on their contract that they paid out.
So they don't mind dishing out the money when they.
And Brad Childress was another one.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
You know, so I mean, they don't. I mean, they're on the hook for coaches. It's just
not even close.
Not even close. I mean, the best Bears. No.
Yeah.
No.
He's the most charismatic quarterback they've had.
Yeah, he's not the best quarterback. You know, you guys gonna laugh, but you know the best quarterback in the Bears history is Jay Cutler. I know people think it's crazy, but look at the numbers.
I would say Luckman.
He had no line. Zero.
I would say it's Luckman because Luckman actually won championships and he was a passer.
He was a passer,
back when there was not passing. But Cutler's definitely second.
Yeah, I mean I mean, I'm not telling you it's weird. Their line was so bad. It's gotten better. I will give them credit. Caleb Williams is not stepping into the worst situation, but we'll see what happens if they do the right thing. They went out and paid Keenan Allen, which is basically essentially a 1-year deal. After that, they'll take that deal and they need to draft somebody. They have to in this draft.
You know what though, Keenan Allen he ate us up for 200 yards and 17 catches last year in one game.
Yeah, I know. Wasn't that awesome when he did that to us?
Hey, we got Shaq Griffin now, baby.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that was wow. I'll never forget that guy. I feel like every time the ball was in the air, you knew Keenan Allen was going to grab it.
You knew he was going to get it.
Well, who was covering Evans, right?
It was either Evans or
Murphy.
Who was it though?
Murphy.
Bobby Douglas did not play long enough, and Bobby Douglas could not throw.
Bobby Douglas was a runner.
Yeah,
he was a runner. He could not. He was a left-handed quarterback that could not throw.
He was a cheaper version of Joe Cap.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, he was. And the only thing I remember about Bobby Douglas was him getting his ass kicked by the Purple People Eaters every time he played them. So, you know, he was.
I don't know those days that one, but I'm 49. That gives you guys any clarity about where I'm at in the game. I started watching in like 83 and 82 range. That's my.
Oh, the dome when they moved into the dome.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. I'm a year right after you. So I was like 4 and I saw the horn on the helmet and my dad said I just went nuts.
Yeah.
What is it with you guys making me feel old because I watched them play in the Super Bowls and watched them play outdoors?
They haven't even been to a Super Bowl. They've gotten their ass whooped in the championship games, except for the game I was at in '98 when they lost to Atlanta. I was at that game. God, that team sucked. And I looked here. I mean, to this day, but I'll tell you what, I don't know if you guys agree with me. I don't believe that was the best team we've had in my era. I still think that Favre team was better. They were better on both sides of the ball. That defense that year in '98 was not great. They had 2 guys, and they would have got trounced in the Super Bowl. They had no Ed McDaniel and no John Randall. Neither of them would have played in the Super Bowl. They got injured in that game, in the championship game against Atlanta. They would have been done. And Terrell Davis would have had 300 yards against us in that game. Now, we would have whooped the shit out of the Colts if we would have gotten there with Favre that year. That Saints fucked us over. But
yeah, much better defense in 09 than 98.
We could say that we could not stop the Broncos, but the Broncos would not have been able to stop that offense in '98.
Yeah, maybe not.
No one could stop that offense except for themselves.
They only scored that many points against Atlanta. That was in our building.
Well, you know what? We went into that Super Bowl. What's the name wasn't going to play. David Dixon wasn't going to play. Yeah. Leroy Ford wasn't going to play.
Right. Ed McDaniel.
But my question is, would Favre have played in that Super Bowl with how bad he was beat up?
Yeah, he would have forced himself to play. Favre would have been out there. He'd have took enough painkillers to knock out a horse, but he'd have played.
Yeah, the Colts. That was not a great Colt team really that year. It's a funny thing. That was not one of their better teams. The AFC was not good that year, which times have changed.
And here's the thing: if for all the people that are kind of into conspiracy theories,
what up, Mafia?
What's up, Mafia? If you think about it, the NFL wanted the Saints to win. It was after Katrina.
Yeah.
Everything else. So you kind of got that conspiracy there. But I mean, the Saints were playing, they hadn't played real defense all year, and then all of a sudden in the playoffs, they're taking cheap shots like you've never seen.
Dude, they turned it over 5 times in that game, and most of them were inside the Saints 20.
Yeah, Peterson had 3 fumbles.
AP fumbled 3 times.
I know. And Berrien fumbled.
They have one less fumble.
Percy Harvin fumbled.
They have one less pick or one less fumble. They win that game.
Yeah, right. Yeah, AP. I mean, jeez. I mean, so frustrating.
Yeah, and then they called that bogus pass interference, I think, on Lieber in overtime.
Dude, Longwell was going to drain that field goal. I'm sorry.
Lieber was not. That call was so bogus that they showed the replay. I remember they only showed the replay for like a half a second. Yeah. Because Lieber wasn't even in the screen.
Yeah.
So
they're like, "Oh, we can't show this."
I'll trade the Minneapolis Miracle for that any day of the week. I'm going to beat them.
But that, you know what? And that one, I mean, I'm old enough to remember 75. So for me, 75 will always be that game that we should have won.
Yeah. Well, 98's hard, man. 98's of games we definitely won. 98.
You know what? The way they went into that game in 98, I was like, okay, move on. Because I knew playing, if you go to the Super Bowl, you're playing Denver, Elway's last game, more emotion, but we just did not have the defense.
No, we didn't.
We did not. Our only consistent pass rusher was John Randall, and he was hurt.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
I hate to be talking about the old days, and that's one of the reasons we're having these podcasts.
Oh, no, as long as you don't go past 98.
Baby. We're getting a fucking quarterback this year.
As long as you don't go past 98, Zoe's good.
Yeah, as long as you don't go past 98, Zoe is okay.
Yeah, I don't know shit past 98. That's why I ain't saying nothing.
Hey, education, Zoe.
Yeah, he won't listen to me.
What up, though,
This comment from Gil right here. This comment from Gil right here. Gil, as long as they get one of the top 4 quarterbacks, you really can't be mad at them.
I won't be mad at them at all.
I agree.
I won't be mad. I'm not going to be mad at them really if they get Penix or I don't really want Knicks, but I'd be happy with Penix.
We already okay. Let's get to man. We had to listen to that whole stuff last podcast. What? Give me your top 5, Zoe. What's your 5? We already got your 5 rankings.
My top 5. I'd say Caleb, Jaden Daniels, Michael Penix, JJ McCarthy, and Bo Nix.
Wow. Okay. Awesome. See, this is gonna be good. All right, TV.
Oh, Caleb, Penix, McCarthy, Daniels, May.
Not one of us has the same order.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna come close. I got Caleb.
The Queen has arrived.
McCarthy, May, and Penix is 5 for me. There's no way I got Penix in the top 4, man. I can't get with all this stuff, man. And let me tell you why. Because no one here has anybody brought up Christian Darrisaw. He's the 2nd best left tackle in football. He's a left side. So you're gonna invest in a project right there, number 1 left-handed quarterback. That makes sense.
Yeah. But our right tackle
makes no fucking sense.
But our right tackle is considered one of the best, though.
It's O'Neal, right?
Yeah,
O'Neal's coming off. O'Neal didn't play lately. He's been injured. I love O'Neal. He had a good season, but he is not Darrisaw.
No.
This guy's a freak, right? And then you got a guy who has 2 ACLs. All the stuff I've been reading, a lot of the GMs are like, he's off our board. Those are not just because he passed a physical doesn't mean that the guy is not injury prone. I've had major knee injuries. 2 ACLs. The chance of that happening again is so likely, and then he's got each shoulder problems. My problem isn't necessarily the speed either. I didn't say he couldn't run. Kirk Cousins can run for 5 yards on a first down. But what Kirk Cousins could never do is get outside the numbers when the pocket was breaking down, just like Justin Herbert did to us in that Keenan Allen game. You know how many times he extended the play for a first down order just by getting sideways? Watch Penix's tape when he has to get sideways. You're gonna be like, holy shit, is that left-handed Kirk Cousins with a better arm? It's exactly the same. The Vikings are never doing this shit. He isn't even on their list. They're laughing when people bring it up. If he didn't run that time, he might not even be a first-round pick. Bo Nix won't be a first-round pick, and there's a great chance that Penix still won't be either.
Well, here's the big question: who here trusts KLC to develop whatever quarterback we get?
Me. I think he's a top 3 young mind in the NFL behind Sean McVay, and maybe give me another one because there isn't that many guys like that out there. Tell me one.
What has he done to tell you that? Because if you look at his history, he's rode McVay's coattails.
He's been with McVay. He's been with Shanahan. He's been around a lot of great. He's been around Belichick. He's been around guys that understand the game and do things. And a lot of people that I respect in the NFL, they look at some of the play calling that you may not like day to day. And I get every great play caller makes a few stupid play calls. Shanahan does it all the time, where he gets a little smart for his britches. There's a bunch of times where JJ will come off the field and be like, nice call, coach. I've seen it a million times because he's an elite play caller and he's got that personality to be able to develop. He can talk to anybody. If it's Jaden Daniels, if it's May, I think May has a lot of work to do, but I think he could be the best quarterback in the draft.
Which is why I think they signed Darnold, because if you get someone like JJ,
he's 21.
Someone like
They're
Drake
both
May,
21.
if you get one of those two guys, they pretty much, everybody says those two have to sit a year. So Sam Darnold, so what if we go 6-11 with Sam Darnold?
Who cares?
He's not
supposed to be 3 games. I don't give a shit
anyway.
Right.
Hold on, wait. I gotta get back on this KOC train.
Yeah.
I gotta get back on this KOC.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm not on it.
KOC this year. Like the first year, I don't count the first year because the first year NFL team don't know your offense, so it's you playing in the blind. The second year, last year the Vikings was horrible. We lost Kirk Cousins, and shit was a disaster.
We beat the Niners
but
with
some people would say
and no Jefferson.
From what I hear from the outside, saying why people like KOC is because look what he did with Josh Dobbs when Josh Dobbs came in.
What do you do with him?
What do you do?
He won 2 games with Josh Dobbs, stuff like
that. Was Josh
Dobbs. My counter to them is, look what he did to Josh Dobbs. Look what he did to Josh Dobbs in Chicago.
And let me ask y'all this, though.
Don't get me wrong. I don't hate
what he did to Josh Dobbs in Denver.
I don't hate KOC, but I think he can get better.
But
he's got a lot to prove to me.
Y'all say Brian said he's
the
top 3.
The myth, the legend has entered the building, y'all.
He is a top 3 young mind. Look at this coach
top
rankings
3
that came out in the NFL, man. He was top 5. And look at the names in there. Some defensive guys I mean, I'm talking about offensive minds. I think he's a top 3 offensive mind in the league. I really do.
So let me ask you this though, Brian. If he's a top 3 offensive mind guy, like you said, we just seen him do a tush push twice in a row with a backup quarterback with Brandon Powell pushing the pile.
You guys really think they were trying to win games late in the season last year?
And Garrett Bradbury.
Brian, if he's such an offensive genius, why don't we run the ball?
Exactly. I was about to get to that. We don't even run the football.
We have a nice guard play.
Well,
we have the worst right guard situation that we've had for a long time.
They did.
You still got to run the ball.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing with an offensive line.
Give me better play calls. No one's giving me a name besides Shanahan and McVay.
Andy Reid.
He's not better than my man.
Andy Reid is not a young mind. He's 105.
He's not better than the offensive court.
Brian, how come KLC is constantly getting out coached every freaking game? He got to adjust. He's a great. We have great scripted drives beginning of the game, and then the guy cannot adjust. We get our asses kicked after halftime when the other coaches adjust, and he is incapable of adjusting. I don't think he's
talking about. Give me a game. Give me a game that's stout enough, and that's nonsense. Give me a game.
Pick one.
I'm asking you to give me one. You can't. You're just talking out your ass.
Oh sure. Who'd they play last year? Last game said pick one. He constantly
the game they were tanking. like they said, they tanked the last 4 games. Maybe doesn't realize they're fools.
I don't see how you say this guy is such a freaking offensive genius.
He's not
Yeah,
better than the Green Bay
excellent play
Packers.
caller. He's one of the best play callers in the league, hands down. And I'd say he's the 3rd best young play caller in the league.
He's not third, but look at Green Bay Packers. The Green Bay Packers head coach, the Detroit Lions offensive coordinator.
He's not a head coach, actually, but that's okay. You're right. He has a good mind. He's a head coach. We don't know. They have the best offensive line in football. Detroit does.
I think the comment from Dale.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
I'm not saying
how about the worst the league realize how much he sucks? How about that? Dobbs.
I bet you this. Hey, Brian. I bet all y'all this.
Byron,
hear me
oh,
out.
there you go. There's some names
Byron,
for you.
by the way, dude.
Byron, there's some names for you.
He's not better than dude in Miami. McDaniels.
I just gave you those names. Those are my names. Mike McDaniels. They've lost 8 games the last 2 years in the regular season. How is he?
They
so
made the
great?
playoff 2 years in a row.
Huh?
They made the playoff 2 years in a row.
Fair enough. I get it. But they lose their quarterback this time.
And catch. And listen to what Brian said. Last year, 2 years ago, the Dolphins lost their starting quarterback and had 3rd string quarterback in and won football games.
They didn't win that many football games. We whooped their ass in their building. So they didn't win that many games on the stretch. They lost a lot of games down the stretch both seasons. They limped into the playoffs both years and got punked in the first round.
We got punked too in the first round.
I'm not saying the guy's in a good mind, but you guys are way hard on this guy.
How?
You know what? We're gonna remember this conversation this evening when we draft.
As
long as we don't take Penix.
So what's your basis that he's an so what
I watch a lot of football.
So if you're a big KOC supporter, what did he exactly do in Los Angeles?
Another
as an offensive coordinator.
They won the Super Bowl. He was an offensive coordinator.
What did he do? He didn't call plays.
No, he didn't. He didn't call the plays.
What did he do? What did he do as offensive coordinator?
KLC has never called plays till he got to Minnesota. He never called plays till he got to Minnesota.
Fair enough. Dude, they won 13 games with Kirk
Man, no fluke-ass games. No games was fluke.
Those games were flukes. You didn't win by more than 10 points in any of them. Except the first game and the last game.
Huh? Doesn't help you win those games?
Man,
with that defense, they were 31st in the NFL in defense. His play calling didn't matter. He's a top 5 offense in the league. The first year his offense got rolled out, dude, they whooped the fucking Niners' ass without Jefferson and with his play call. They even made quarterback look.
Wait. Okay, so let's fire his ass and hire him as offensive coordinator because he sure in hell ain't a good head coach. Because you know what? I'm sick of hearing about that 13-win season, and the only reason was because our defense sucks. You're a head coach. You're responsible for all aspects of football. Get Ed Donatell in a goddamn room and tell him to change shit up. Period. It's on you. It's on the head coach. He's fucking Richie Cunningham.
And we lost to the fucking Daniel Jones in the playoffs.
Daniel Jones got a contract extension because of that game.
Yeah, he's Richie Cunningham. League guys, we got our asses.
They stopped Daniel Jones' offense. How many times? 0. I mean, this is 0. They scored every fucking possession.
Yeah, but see, Byron,
we're talking about play calling. Now you're getting into coaching, so I'm defending that aspect. Stay in your lane.
How many plays did we score?
5-on-1, man. You guys got no vision, bro.
But Byron,
how many plays did we score?
What they're saying though is he should have fired Donatell at the bye week. Donatell should have been fired at the bye week.
You said, hold on, wait. When you say,
I agree,
Brian?
he should have been fired at the bye week. But
hold on, wait.
They weren't winning shit, man. I don't care who they were. Okay, whatever. Go ahead.
But no, I think there are times when I think I think coming up with plays, developing plays, coming up with stuff like that. Yes, KOC is fantastic at that.
That was the whole point we started. Now it's got benched out.
But what I would say is that there's times there's lulls in the game. Every NFL game has lulls. I get that, but there's times where everybody armchair quarterback. I get that. Everybody.
Okay, let me stop right there. Do we have a better offense than the Chiefs this year, all season long to the playoffs?
Yeah, but who won the Super Bowl?
I understand that. And
Okay, that's all that matters.
Okay,
that matters.
Yeah.
Stop talking. That's all that matters.
If Mahomes had,
they won the Super Bowl.
If Mahomes
it made the playoffs. They won the Super Bowl. That's all that matters.
If Mahomes had Jordan Anderson, T.J. Hawkinson, Justin Jefferson, they would not lose a game.
Come on, man! It's the NFL. Everybody loses a game. Give me someone that hasn't. The Dolphins are 12-0. That was before your time. So relax.
No, it wasn't. I was born when it happened. It was 17, and it was 15-0.
Talking to you.
It's a figure of speech. Obviously, they'll lose games. It's the NFL. It's a
You're
figure.
not the one that made the statement about not going undefeated. No one went undefeated. So
the Dolphins did.
The Patriots
did it. The Vikings almost did it. I'm just saying it's a figure of speech. It's not a literal. They're not gonna lose a game. It's just a figure of speech. But
my point is what I'm making is offenses struggle throughout the season, and our offense looked better. So I don't understand. I'm not saying they're even close to the Chiefs. In fact, these people are saying we should have kept Cousins. I never wanted to keep Cousins. I was irritated that we just had to keep signing him back. I mean, I'm not saying he's a bad quarterback, but don't we want some greatness? And listen, TB, you and I are the oldest in this bunch, and by a minute, we are sick of this shit. I mean, that's why we're trying to trade up for greatness. And I feel like O'Connell's a young guy. I just think the NFL's changed, man. I think some of the older bullshit just doesn't work anymore. I mean, Andy Reid's
you know why it doesn't work anymore, Byron? Because the league has shifted to basically Madden football.
Well, I can't change that, but you gotta be what it is. You can't run up and try to win it.
Well, put it this way: when you've got defenses now that can't make tackles, why do you even have a defense out there?
I agree with you, but what bitching about it ain't gonna do anything. You just have to get on board and be the best at the offense you can, and make your defense adequate at a little bit better than that. And I think
basically you have teams that are track stars. You're basically playing 100-yard arena football.
Like 7-on-7.
If you're gonna play football,
I agree, but I don't make the rules, man. I don't know why you get mad at me about it.
Okay, Byron, I'm gonna bring this up to you. When's the last time you played football?
When's the last time? About 3 weeks ago in a stupid event, which I shouldn't have. I'm old. For my son's high school. I'm the quarterback club for our varsity. There you go. You really want to know? Yeah.
When's the last time you played?
4 picks.
He had that sports cream working overtime after that game.
I'm still sore from it, right?
Okay, did you play high school ball?
Yes.
Okay, did you play any college ball?
No.
Did you play any semi-pro ball?
No, hell no.
Okay.
I'm a corner. I was a slow corner.
Well, we would have moved you to safety on my semi-pro team, but hey. But I coached and played, and up until I was in my 40s.
I know, not in this area you didn't.
Yes, I did. I did.
In the last 5 years?
I didn't retire until like 2014.
Well, this is 2024, and I think the league in the last 5 years has changed a lot.
The league in the last 5 years has become a joke.
Right, but it is what it is. So why are you going to try to fight it? We got to do what we got to do.
I'm not fighting it, but here's what'll happen. It'll become such a joke where people won't watch it.
Dude, that's crazy. The ratings are up even more because of bullshit. Because they don't care anymore. It's all business.
It's all business, and you've got a generation that don't give a fuck.
I agree.
DraftKings
fantasy football is so strong that they have that audience, and now they got Taylor Swift bringing my wife in the game, and she's never watched a game in her life till last year. I'm just saying, it's like it's different. I don't like it as much as you do. I hate it, but it is what it is, and we have to do what we got to do.
I hate it. I don't like it at all. I'm a defensive guy. You can't even play defense now.
Hey,
I play D. My son's a defensive player. I hate it too. It sucks.
But yeah, Sarah, go ahead and make a comment. Then I'm going to comment on Too Evil's comment right here.
Oh yeah, Too Evil.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Oh, I would say, my thing that irritates me of you guys is you guys give KOC so much shit, and then here you are praising Shanahan and McDaniel.
I can't hear.
We can't hear you.
She said we're giving KOC shit, but we're praising Shanahan and McDaniel because Shanahan's messing up.
Shanahan gets to the Super Bowl. Shit.
They got to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but their rosters have been good. He's not the one putting that roster.
I mean, Does he not choke?
Can't hear it.
Not choke?
And we can't hear
He
you.
does, because he run the ball like you say. He doesn't run the ball like you.
Sarah, you gotta get out that swimming pool.
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah, Sarah. Yeah. Hey, Sarah. Hey, Sarah, you're lagging in and out. You're lagging in and out again, girl. But to Joe's this comment right here for Too Evil, the Vikings almost did sign Dan Marino, but he retired instead of signing with him.
Yeah, Denny Green wanted him.
Hey, y'all know what though? I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Y'all ain't gonna like what I'm about to say, but I'm gonna be real, man. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I'm scared if I can take Drake May. I'm not gonna hold y'all up. I don't like his pocket presence. He is horrible in the pocket. I'm gonna be real. He is horrible in the pocket. Y'all can say what you want to say. I'm just telling you facts. He is horrible in the pocket, and he throw crazy interception.
First of all, so why do you put me in that category?
No, I ain't say no name. I'm talking about in general.
Hey, Zoe, here's what I'm afraid of. No matter who they get, they're going to overreach. They'll essentially trade away 3 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks to overreach. Whoever they get, if they stay at 11, I'm fine with it. But that is way, way too much to move up to get somebody. It hasn't. That's just concerns. You know what I'm sick of hearing people say, well, the draft pick's a crapshoot anyway. You know why they value first-round picks so much? You know, 50% of the Hall of Famers in the Football Hall of Fame are former first-round draft picks. 50%. Well, 47% are first-round draft picks. That means you have. That's why first-round picks are held in such value, and we're just going to give away the farm.
Well,
we got 2 first-round picks.
If you ever listen to Rick Spielman, he'll tell you that just because a guy's taken in the first round doesn't necessarily mean he's first-round talent. He said there are years where there's truly only maybe 13 guys who are first-round talents. They just have to take him in the first round.
Yeah, but you're not moving up the board so much to go get somebody that might be projected 20th on the list, and you're going to move up to 4 or 5 and give up that much for somebody.
What up, AJ?
If you think Mate is that dude, how is Mate that dude? Tell me how.
Because he's got a lot of the raw material. I think he's the farthest away of the top 4 guys. But honestly, man, I mean, he can do things that some of those guys can't do at all. I mean, he's got the size.
Like what? What's
like
that?
What?
What is that?
What is it?
Yeah.
I mean, if you guys watched this guy for 2 seasons, I know he's had some bad plays and that he's carrying a team that's been lousy. You know how many guys are going in the draft this year? How many? 1.
Oh, no.
I saw him play one game last year. He didn't impress me.
The receiver who wasn't the receiver who the NCAA screwed will probably get drafted.
You can say the same thing about Spencer Rattler, Byron. He's playing for a team that's lousy.
Spencer Rattler is I'm not a hater of Spencer Rattler, but he's 6 foot, and that's my next point. This guy's 6'4", 230. And
I love me some Spencer Rattler, but I'm biased.
Spencer Rattler's 6. I like Rattler, but he's 6 foot, and that's
he's 6. What Drake May? 6'4" what?
6'4", 230.
6'4", 230, a big ass bust. That was the fucking.
I mean, that's your opinion.
He's gonna be a big ass bust.
I mean, I'm not telling. I think if we get him, I don't think he's going to be a bust. I don't think any of these guys are going to be a bust if we get him. That's how I feel.
No, they're going to be good here.
Situation. I like JJ McCarthy. I'd take him over him. I mean, I'm sorry. A lot of people don't like him. They don't see the vision, though. They don't watch enough games. Oh, he didn't do anything in Michigan. They won a title. What do they have to do? Now, I like Jaden Daniels more than a lot of people. I know Zoe's on this shit. In fact, it's borderline with me and Caleb. If Caleb would have came in an inch shorter or not or whatever, he's had nice plays. There's a lot of bullshit with him, man. I mean, a lot of things could, you're bringing on some shit. And I know Daniel's really frame concerns me. I'm concerned about his frame.
Caleb Williams is really immature.
He might, he seems like it.
He's that guy who
he's young.
He kind of reminds me of LeBron James a little bit. I'm not saying LeBron James is a baby, but what I'm saying is LeBron James, since he's been 8, he's the basketball prodigy. No one's ever told him no. He's always given, all the AA. Everybody's always given, always catered to him. Yeah. Caleb is the same way. Caleb is the same way.
Hey guys, give me 1 second. There's a real interesting article. I'm going to read it real quick. Just this quick point. 29 times NFL teams have moved up to get a quarterback.
It has no bearing.
I think they talk about it does. Look what. So if you have any questions about these guys, let's look at. No. Nobody other than the 49ers have given up so much to move up to get a guy. Nobody. So it's Packers with Jordan Love, Jets with Sam Darnold, Bills with Josh Allen, Cardinals with Josh Rosen, Ravens with Lamar Jackson, Bears on Trubinsky, Chiefs with Mahomes, Texans with Watson, Rams with Jared Goff, Eagles with Carson Wentz, Broncos with Paxton Lynch, Browns with Johnny Manziel, Vikings with Bridgewater, Washington with Robert Griffin, Jaguars with Gabbert, Broncos with Tim Tebow. Yeah, go ahead.
That list don't really mean nothing. Who the fuck
doesn't mean shit? It means nothing.
So what? Why you're looking at history? You guys don't believe history repeats itself?
So mediocrity completes itself.
Well,
what are you?
I brought it up.
Like being mediocre.
This stat is more.
I'm not trading. We're not trading 3 first-round picks.
No, what I'm saying.
For what?
For Michael Penix. We're not trading 3 first-round picks for him.
No. Well,
but I brought this stat up on another show.
Take him in the first round.
I'm saying, Brian, that would be a crazy trade, right?
Joe. The point is, look at that list of those 29 quarterbacks. Other than San Francisco with Trey Lance, nobody has given up anything close to what the Vikings are willing to do. Nobody. And most of those times, they moved up to get one of the first or second best QBs, not the fourth.
We don't have it. That doesn't have any bear. Okay, Josh Allen was the fourth quarterback off that board that year.
I brought this stat up on another. I brought this.
Who was Josh Allen, Brian?
Hold on. I brought this stat up on another show that we did. The first round quarterbacks only hit at a 43% rate.
Exactly.
The rest of the quarterbacks, like second to like 7th, they're around like 30%. That includes even top picks because so you don't. I mean, it is definitely a crapshoot. You don't know. And the thing about
it's not a crapshoot. They're doing some work on these guys.
Well, you can do all the work you want, but
you do all the work you want until you don't know how good they are until they get on the field.
1998, Peyton Manning and Ryan Leaf. Nobody knew who was going to go first because both of them were equal coming out of college. And hindsight's obviously 2020. Leaf, we all know what a disaster Leaf was. But going into that draft day, the Colts did the same amount of work on Peyton Manning that they did on Ryan Leaf. They didn't know who they were going to pick.
So where Ryan Leaf play at?
Ryan Leaf went to the Chargers.
He went to Chargers.
But you can't say
college.
Oh, Washington State. You can't. You can do all the work. You can do all the work you want on these guys. But the thing about first round picks, most of them don't succeed because of physical ability. It's mental.
Yeah, right. I hear you, but you don't think it's a lot easier to get more information these days on these kids? You're insane. It's way different.
Yeah, it is, but
you can have all the information you want, but it's still
we're human beings.
You still have to. You still got to prove it on the field.
Yeah, we're human beings. We don't know.
So what's your plan? If you TB just sit there and ride with nobody? I mean, what are you gonna do here?
I never said that.
Well, then why is everybody against going down and giving up? It's a cost for doing business. They have $130 million in cap business next year.
Because here's the thing: this is what you got to realize. If you don't get it right, you got to do it again, and people are going to lose their jobs.
Not really. The other coach
So
might
you're
develop
basically
the
saying they have
quarterback.
no balls. They have
Huh?
no balls, and you're mad at the team going for it. I don't.
No, I want him to go for it. I do.
Then why are you going?
I don't.
You can't have
No,
your
I don't
opinion
want
too. You got to pay the price.
No,
You're jumping in
it's
with
just
these
the fact.
Browns. I don't know
No,
why you're
it's,
doing that if you're not with them. So
no,
look at
we're
you,
not.
You're the semi-pro guy.
No, we want. I'm not saying that we don't want the Vikings to go for it. We're not saying that.
I never said
like
it
it.
at
But
all.
we're just saying they could miss.
Well, so what? Of course they could. We don't, that's
They
the
could
obvious.
hit.
That's Captain Obvious. Of course they
Well,
could. Anybody
it's a lot. It's a lot easier if we just stay at 11, pick a guy, and if
Really?
we miss,
Who are you getting?
so
at
what?
11? Who are you getting
Go
at
into
11?
next year.
Oh, so who
Go
are you
into
getting
next
at
year
11?
and draft another one.
I
Oh,
think
really?
if they,
Have you seen
I
the
think
class
if they
next year?
stay
Have
at
you seen these
11,
guys?
If you
Come
stay
on,
at
man.
11, Penix
People
is
knew about
probably
this
there.
class.
I don't think
20
they
years
take
ago.
Penix at 11. I think if they stay at 11, they take another position, and with the 23rd pick is when they take the quarterback.
If
Oh,
they-
that's
Who's
fine.
that?
That's
Who's that?
that's
Who's
fine.
that?
And if it doesn't work out, you're not crippled for the next 3 years.
Yeah, you're dead last and you keep losing. Okay.
It's either going to be Penix. It's probably going to be Penix and Nix, and those are probably the two that'll be there.
Are you excited about
Fine.
those prospects?
I'm
I
fine
would
with that.
rather have Penix than Nix.
Nix is a backup in the NFL.
Yeah.
What?
I don't give a fuck who they draft.
Oh,
Well, you should because that's what we're trying to win.
Mama
man.
has entered the building. Love you, Mama.
All right, Mama Cash.
I want to, whoever is
Please do phone.
target wants them to do the workup on that person. That's the person they decide that.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Then go up and get him. I don't care, but I don't want to set him.
Sarah, hold on a second. Hold on one second. We're trying to hear you. We want to hear you.
No,
We all like to hear you.
she was saying that that she doesn't. Obviously, whoever the Vikings move up to take, they've done their work on. So she's not going to be upset that they take that person because that's the quarterback that they did the work.
I agree. There's reports that they were looking at Jaden Daniels right after the last year's draft when they couldn't trade up to get Richardson. They've already been doing work that long. There a lot of people in the NFL are saying they've been on these guys longer than anybody because they knew this plan was going on. I don't believe this Cousins thing was ever going down that easily. I think they knew it was a good chance they were only going to offer him X and he wasn't going to take it. So they've been working these quarterbacks. If they can't get it right at all these people, I can live with it, man. I mean, let them go. Let them do what they're doing. I mean, one of these four guys, I think the guys in their system look good. I think they're going to look really good in this system. I mean, he had a couple of quarterbacks looking decent. I mean, who's the backup again? Like, it's Mullins. Mullins threw for 400 yards twice against the Lions. And I'm not saying the Lions have an amazing defense, but 400 yards from a shit quarterback? Come on, man.
So you don't think Penix would look good in the Viking system?
I don't like T-Mobile either, Bob.
Tebow's got a ragdoll arm just like Mullins does. I mean,
Byron, you don't think Penix would be successful in the Viking system?
no, I don't. No, because listen, man, it's not even. I'm not saying he couldn't be okay with it, but he's never going to win what we want him to win.
Somebody wants to make a deal with you.
Yep.
What's the deal, Al Smith? I don't know. I'm not down on Penix like that. Penix can play football.
Yeah, right. You saw
I
the
don't know.
championship game in a match.
I don't know
You
if
saw
you're
when
Taylor-
the real NFL defense came back.
You say what happened, Brian?
Hey,
What
hey
happened
Sarah.
in the championship
Hey,
game,
Sarah.
right? He
you
was
think-
missing guys right and left. He's never seen defenses like that. The Pac-12 is like a high school fucking league, man. No one's ever thought about defense. When they thought about
Pac-12 is so bad. It's no longer a league.
So Brian, listen.
And you're talking up the Big Ten, Byron? The Big Ten
Brian.
isn't exactly.
So Brian, can I ask?
The
So
Big
Brian,
Ten's
can I
got
ask you a
more
question?
Hold on.
Michigan won the title. What are you talking about?
Hold on.
We're the best team in the league in college football. this year.
Yeah, hold on.
Pretty
Rizzo,
easy.
go ahead and ask your question.
I just want to know this. Michael Penix played against Michigan, right?
Yeah.
With no running game, and you say he was horrible.
Why didn't he have a running game?
They running back was injured.
He was injured.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was injured throughout the season too.
Well,
Yeah, he had
I
a
don't
foot
know.
injury.
He
He
was
had a
injured
foot
a lot.
But look,
Yeah.
but what I'm saying is,
Dylan Johnson, he was hurt a lot. What do you-
Yeah.
But-
you got?
He's good when he's not hurt, though.
that really
Yeah, well,
ain't no
so
knock
what? He's not. He
on
wasn't
Michael
available.
Penix.
That's who else?
I said that really ain't no knock on Michael Penix because you say he played bad against Michigan.
Here, okay. Let me ask you something. Were you a Kirk Cousins guy?
No.
What was the worst thing that you hated about him when you play in games?
Kirk Cousins?
His decision making.
Decision making.
What about the lack of side mobility to get out and extend a play? He never could do it. And,
Right.
I mean, and that is very frustrating. go watch more of Penix's tape. You're going to see it. He'll make a few here and there, but a lot of them aren't. He's just not. Oh. He can't seem to get out sideways out of that pocket fast enough for this NFL. And I feel like that's going to be a problem. We want a guy at the end of the day that can make those plays when everything. Let's say you guys don't like Cox play calling. Well, maybe it's a shitty play call. Maybe the left tackle missed the block. You're fucked if you have a guy like him. You need somebody that can at least run out and make a play, and all four of those guys can. The jury's out on May a little bit, but he did run.
My biggest issue going back to Cousins was JJ McCarthy did this in the championship game, so I know he can do it. When it's 3rd and 3, they're playing man defense. All your receivers are covered. JJ said, "You know what? I got this, boys. I'm going to run my ass and get the first down." Cousins never did that. That was my biggest frustration with Cousins.
Right. And defensive tackle, you guys are all talking about we need one. Of course we need one because those are game changers in this NFL. 5 years ago, we talked about TV. These guys are insane that they're drafted in the middle, in the interior defensive linemen. You need guys that can move at quarterback. And I'm not saying we need Jaden Daniels, really. I love that Daniels.
Well, you don't technically need a quarterback who can move. But if the quarterback can't move, he needs to have pocket presence. Like we all know, Brady was not a mobile quarterback, but he could sense when someone was around him.
When the pocket, you gotta be watching more Penix, man. When it gets a little nasty in that pocket, his delivery gets a little bit longer, and his completion percentage dropped. On 3rd down, McCarthy had the best percentage in college in those quarterbacks that are coming out this year on 3rd down. In scrambling when the play broke down, he was number 1. Penix was last, and he was last in completions percentage in general. Everybody's like he's the most accurate quarterback. He's last.
Well, no, he's not. He can't do. Was it the intermediate throw? He's really bad at it.
He's last in completion percentage out of all 5 of these guys.
Who? Michael Penix?
Yes.
Right. Okay. I mean, okay.
You got to compliment Byron.
It's not even that bad. It's not like it's bad, but everybody acts like he's the most accurate player. It's like no, he's not. It's not.
No, but I think everybody's acting like JJ's like this next coming of Tom Brady. When I just think really a lot of YouTube content creators figured out there's a hell of a lot of Michigan fans and they're click whores and they just posted out all this shit about JJ and now everybody's just hot button. But actual analysts still have them ranked between 20 and 30.
What analysts? Who are your analysts? I want to know. Daniel Jeremiah, who liked Bryce Young last year when I didn't. I like fucking
Daniel Jeremiah has him at 21st.
I know a lot of who has him there.
Daniel Jeremiah has him at 21st.
Yeah, he also had him behind Bo Nix until the last move, so he doesn't know what the fuck.
Oh yeah.
So what?
He's
so are you going to? So you're listening to this Thor guy on YouTube?
No, I'm not listening to Thor. I know who he is. I listen to everybody.
Yeah, is. It's just it's a lot of you.
Thor, man. I don't care about Thor.
Better click for it.
Huh?
Let's fuck JJ up and a bunch of people.
Hey, I will be the first person to say that those people who do this shit for a living, they know more than me. So I am not. I'm not talking about the Daniel Jeremiahs. I'm talking like the GMs and coaches.
Yeah, right.
You know,
exactly.
So,
Daniel Jeremiah is an ex-scout for a reason.
So what y'all knocks on Bo Nix?
I saw him play in the SEC against competition. He was not good in the SEC. That
was a while ago. He got better in Oregon, but dude, you know how many screen
passes? But Oregon's offense was set for him. Was and the competition. Going back to your argument about Penix, the Pac-10, the Pac-12 competition is awful.
60% of his completions were behind the line of scrimmage for Bo Nix. There's your quote, Zoe. You like that?
Yeah.
That's why he's a backup. He's a great system guy. He might be all right in Shanahan's game or what's his name in Denver with Peyton, but that's about it for me. I don't want any of those guys. I would rather punt the fucking season and draft some Milton and fucking hope in 3 years he's good.
But Byron, what was Nix's completion percentage?
It was really high. He was like
okay. So I can argue throwing behind the line of scrimmage is just like handing the ball off. What JJ did about 60% of the time. Correct?
I like that, Sarah, out there.
Correct or not? Handing the ball off, throwing the ball behind.
Someone get your real opinion. What's his floor? Give me a player, and what's his ceiling? Give me a player. This is why we're gonna. I'm not gonna go back and forth with you all night. No listeners care. I mean, we'll see what happens if they end up drafting him. If he goes somewhere else, there's no bets, my friend. It's because I want him in our system. I believe in Kel Connell and McCown and anybody else that got in the organization a lot, and I think they can develop him.
But T-Bass, going back to push back a little bit on your completion percentage. Just because the quarterback has a good completion percentage, you have to see why he had a good completion percentage.
Exactly.
Was he throwing
That's why I asked what his completion percentage is.
Yeah, right.
Because throwing the ball behind the line of scrimmage is just like handing it off, which JJ did a hell of a lot.
But if it's slants, if it's stuff like that, that's also says completion percentage isn't the end all be all. Because if you have a quarterback who takes shots and throws it deep, his completion percentage is not going to be as good because we all know the deep pass is harder to complete.
Yeah.
So I like I said, I don't like Bo Nix because I saw him play at Auburn against great competition, and he just was not the guy. That's why he left Auburn.
I don't even have him in the top 7, so that's why I shouldn't be the guy talking
so
about it.
But if the Vikings take Bo Nix, I'm going to support him.
Yeah. But you're going to waste 2 or 3 years figuring out that he's not the guy, and that's why I don't want guys like him. I'd rather find out for great because, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, man, we're trying to win a Super Bowl. We don't care about anything else. I mean, so that getting back to T. Who's your?
Hold on. Dylan
We're not done with
Dylan has a question for Tony.
What?
Tony.
What?
Dylan has a question for you.
No, I'll talk eventually.
Right.
I don't know, man.
I don't know if Mateo is still in here, but Mateo doesn't like Bo Nix either. So I wonder if it's the same thing. The reason why Mateo doesn't like him, that I don't like him, because my team's in the SEC, and his team's in the SEC. So I wonder if it's the same reason why we don't like Bo Nix.
Mateo says that he loves. Yeah, Mateo says that he doesn't Bo Nix because he loves the SEC to go to the Pac-12. So he loves confidence to go to a weaker conference to be able to hide.
If he would have stayed in the SEC, he would not even be considered a top quarterback.
Yeah, I'll defer to you on that. I have no idea.
Hey, Catch, put up a Georgia question.
Which one?
The one where my favorite one is Ace Frehley. Yeah, Ace Frehley was my favorite. Gene was second.
Quick question, guys. So, the Vikings offense is perfect for any young quarterback to step in and be successful, why are we not thinking Sam Darnold, a recent number 1 pick, can't be successful?
I think Sam Darnold's going to be more successful than people think.
He damaged good.
I do. I mean, he can't say, oh well, he was with the Jets, he was with Carolina. They suck. I mean,
those two franchises are dumpster fires.
Yeah,
exactly. He's gone to a situation where he could. Remember, he was a former very high first round draft pick.
Right.
So why are we just
Sam Darnold
2 years ago
with
the
Sam Darnold but damaged goods?
But he is only a bridge quarterback.
Yeah, right. Who cares? I mean, he's a pretty good bridge quarterback. He works out, so be it. If not, big deal. I mean,
he might be better than a bridge quarterback.
Yeah, right. He might be, and then they can trade him if it's good enough to trade him. You like the young guy. If you don't like the young guy, you got him. It's a win-win. I mean,
I see nothing wrong with the Sam Darnold signing. I'd rather have him be the quarterback than Nick Mullins.
Bottom line is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who we got at quarterback. KLC's got to run the damn football.
Agreed.
He's got to run the damn football.
He got Jones, and Chandler looked good when he could stay healthy, but we don't know if that's a big if, right, Chandler?
Well, here's another problem we got to do. You can't have Bradbury at center.
I agree.
It can't be worse than Alexander Madison. I mean, the only starter in the NFL.
I don't know why they brought Madison back, man. That was terrible.
He's the only running back in the Vikings history to be the starting running back and not score a goddamn touchdown.
Isn't that crazy? How many times he had? How many times he fumbled it?
Yeah,
More
that's
fumble
just,
than touchdown.
I love the guy as an individual. He's a fantastic dude. We love the guy.
He
His
was
dad-
probably
His
he
dad's
probably set a
awesome.
record for
But
least amount of carries by a starting running back.
he's a running back. He's a backup running back at best. He can't be your feature back.
see, I understand what you're saying, sports, but we don't know because he's only played for dumpster fire franchises.
Man,
It's
Sam
bad.
Darnold is damaged goods, man. He over with. He over with, man.
No one's saying he's amazing. I mean, but so
I
I mean,
Yeah,
Sarah,
Sarah-
I'd love to hear what you're saying. I
Yeah,
never-
Sarah, are you indoors or outdoors?
Sarah, are you driving?
Not like you in the swimming pool. Are you swimming?
No, I'm not driving.
Yeah, hey, Sarah, you like go to a different spot
I
or
don't
something.
know how
'Cause
to
you're
swim.
You keep
up.
breaking up, Sarah.
Yeah, you keep breaking up.
Oh, it's y'all Wi-Fi in Minnesota.
I don't know.
Do not blame the Wi-Fi.
I'm not
No,
on
the Wi-Fi is
Wi-Fi.
correct.
I'm on regular.
Howard Johnson is a great pick, but they're not taking him. They won't have that pick. It's going to
No.
be traded.
But I am actually excited for this offseason. This is the most excited I've been probably
Ever at this point for me.
since 2018.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
It's been a very long time.
I'm excited because like they've talked about drafting a quarterback before, but it's always been in years where the draft quarterback class was not good. I mean, you get stuck with Christian Ponder. I love Teddy, but Teddy ain't got the talent that none of these guys have. So
Nope.
this is
It's
I mean, here's the thing with Teddy. I'm not even going to rip on Teddy because we'll never know what could have been because his leg exploded.
Right.
We'll never know.
But going in the draft.
But Tony and I
trades.
know who caused that injury, and oh my god,
Worst day of golf I ever had in my life. Heard it on the golf course.
Hey Sarah, George says stop doing Morse codes. Are you okay, Sarah?
Only knock on Teddy was he didn't have a strong arm.
Yeah.
No, he didn't have a strong arm, but he fit what's his name wanted to do on offense. That's the whole thing.
Exactly.
Look at 2 years ago when the Dolphins kicking the
Who picked
Vikings
up Madison? Who did Madison get picked up by? I forgot.
The
Raiders.
Oh, that's right. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they'll run him.
Raiders want a quarterback too.
Yeah, but I heard today Vic Tuffer had a report that just said they're kind of realizing that it's pretty much an uphill battle for them at 13.
And Gil, that could happen again.
Not really, because who would that draft? Let's be for real. Who had faith in the fucking Zach Wilson?
A lot of people.
Brazzers, Pornhub,
Joe Burrow
X videos.
Your mom.
Somebody's mom.
No, but that quarterback class was considered. I mean, Trevor Lawrence is really the only one who's done anything, and he's still questionable.
He about to be a fucking bust.
He's about to be a bust. Yeah.
Look at the.
If you can't win with Doug Peterson, then
yeah, Peterson can't. I mean, he's going to cost Peterson his job.
I kept on saying, look at the year Culpepper was drafted. That was the year everybody. It was kind of before the internet exploded. But that was supposed to be this awesome draft class for quarterback, and there was 5 taken in the first 11 picks, and pretty much all of them, other than Donovan McNabb.
Or it might be.
What about Burrow's class?
Career.
What about Joe Burrow's class?
because he got hurt.
Or it might be like Eli Manning draft class.
But Culpepper didn't play his rookie year either.
Tim Couch, Achilles Smith, and where'd the Bears say? Cade McNown or whatever?
Yeah.
What about Eli Manning, Big Ben, in that draft class?
That was Eli was that 04? Eli was 04.
That draft. Look at that draft class.
Well, the 84 class was the best. What the hell was that?
No, that was 83.
Yeah, Blackledge,
Marino and Kelly and Blackledge and
Eason.
Ken O'Brien and Tony Eason. Yeah, that was the best one.
I like 04.
83 was the greatest draft ever. How many Hall of Famers were in that draft in the first round? I think it said there were 14 Hall of Famers.
Actually, what's his name was drafted too, Steve Young, but he chose to sign with the USFL.
My boy on that Hornitos tonight.
Yeah, he was either 83 or Young was either 83 or 84, and he
think-
signed with the USFL.
They did a
2020. What about 2020, man? That's a great one.
Who was 2020?
It's Burrow, Herbert, Tua, Jalen Hurts, and Jordan Love. It's looking
Oh, yeah,
pretty
that
good.
was good class.
Yeah.
That was a good class.
Although Miami sounds like they want to move on from.
Hey, you know what's crazy, Brian?
I'd move on from them, but who knows?
Man, you know what's crazy? I wanted the Vikings, man, to draft Jalen Hurts so bad.
He was a second round pick that year.
Yeah.
I think who we took? We took an offensive lineman in the second round.
Yeah.
What year? 2020?
2020. We had Jefferson that year, so that's not.
What year did we draft Gladney?
I think
No, that wasn't him. We took an offensive lineman in the second round that year.
I don't know for sure. I don't have it in front of me, but we took Jefferson at 22, and then I forgot what else we took. Let's see. This stops. Let's see here.
They took they did take Jeff Gladney 31.
It was Gladney.
Ezra Cleveland.
Yeah.
Ezra Cleveland.
It was Cleveland.
Cameron Dantzler. DJ Wanham. James Lynch. Troy Dye.
Yeah, it was Ezra Cleveland we took in the second round.
And Ezra got paid in Jacksonville.
Harrison Hand. KJ Osborne.
What do you think about him, TB? Did you like him? Did you like him come out? I didn't know much about him when he came out.
Who?
Ezra Cleveland.
I didn't know nothing about him.
I didn't either.
I didn't know anything about him.
Wasn't he?
Yeah, Boise State. That was a good draft because they got Blake Brander, who's still on team. They got Metellus in that draft. They got JJ in that draft. So,
did you guys notice that Dalton Reisner changed agents?
Yeah,
I saw that today.
Yeah, he's got Drew Rosenhaus, who's got a bunch of clients on the Vikings, so he wants to be back on the Vikings.
Well,
I've been hearing that they don't want to do it yet because if they do it, they want to be sure his run blocking grade was absolutely horrible. He's like one of the worst in the league.
He can't run block. He cannot run block.
No, and that you guys asked the reason why I can run it too, but they also they're in that compensatory draft pick situation, and right now they're looking like they're going to have 3 thirds next year, and they're going to need one of those thirds in this deal if they come down. So they're not doing shit until after draft to sign him if they are going to sign him. So it's a lot of shit.
They don't have to sign him till they can sign him. They wait till after the first to sign him. July.
Right, but my point is that they might need it before the
Dante,
draft.
what's the deal?
Dante, you need to come on, buddy.
We did pass on the.
Yeah. There we go. We can hear you now, Sarah.
We can hear you now.
Sarah, yes, I can hear you.
I went around the corner.
Nice.
Damn, that's fucked up.
Okay, what are you doing?
My dragon lady awaits. George, you're on fire tonight, man.
I like George.
George,
So-
I'm at the corner of
you guys-
Broadway and
All right, good night, Mama. Love you.
all right, Mama Catch.
Good night, Mama.
Have you guys read the articles? Have you guys read the articles at all? Does it make sense that they said Arizona may be more apt to trade with the Giants, even for less, because they can still get the wide receiver they want, to where if they trade with the Vikings, he might not be there at 11.
Defense.
I'm hearing that with the Giants. The Giants, they don't know what they want to do.
Shit, get a quarterback.
The reason why the Cardinals will trade with the Giants is because the Giants, they only have to move down 2. They only have to move down to 6.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. But if the Vikings
they
give
would-
them 11 and a 23 and a pick next year, the Cardinals would be dumb not to take that. Because if you look at the draft chart, just giving them an 11 and 23 is overpaying for the 4 pick.
Dalen
They're gonna have to
Dawson.
give him more than that.
My God. Hey Dawson, what size shirt you wear?
All right, so we have a question. So if the Vikings get the number 4 or 3 pick, then they get me a game system of your choice, but it's next year. Now, if the Vikings pick the guy you want on the defense, then I buy you a jersey of your pick. So are you saying that if the Vikings take a defensive guy as opposed the guy that we want on defense, you buy the jersey. Is that what you're saying, Al?
They not going defense first pick.
It sounds like
if they stay at 11, they might go. If they stay at 11, they might go defense.
Yeah, if they can't, like, I'm okay with them trading down if they weren't able to make a deal. Then I won't have a problem with them doing whatever. But I want them to at least try to make a deal first to get a quarterback.
Yeah,
I think they got a deal. I think they got a deal in place with the Patriots.
Bingo. They got a place with somebody down there.
Yeah, I think they got a deal.
Hey, Brian.
Oh God, Mike Hughes. Yo, why you bring him up?
What's the Patriots?
Number 3.
After number 3?
Patriots are 3, yeah.
It's either
why is
Patriots
it done yet then?
Arizona or San Diego.
Well, and Patriots.
Why isn't it done yet then? Why?
Huh?
Why isn't it done yet?
I think they have a deal with 4.
I think the deal is not done yet, T-Bass, because they want to see who gets taken 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Okay, bet. Good looking, definitely.
They'll announce on
wanna,
draft night.
They probably want to look at all the pro days of the quarterbacks before they make that decision.
They're all done
I don't
now.
like the pro days.
All pro days are gone now.
Yeah, the pro days are done.
Yeah, they're all done.
If you're a quarterback and you do bad at your pro day, you're pretty bad.
I'll
Remember
call you
Bridgewater's
Sunday.
pro day? Remember that TV? Bridgewater's pro day? It was terrible.
Who, Bridgewater?
Yeah, remember?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, he took
the gloves off.
He took the gloves off. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what
I mean,
I'm asking.
pro days are set up for you to succeed.
Yeah.
Period. I mean, that's that.
I mean, if you can't throw with no defender in your face, I mean, that's pretty bad.
Well, the NFL's getting that way now anyway. Hell, you can't tackle. Pretty soon you won't be able to rush the passer.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Put quarterbacks in.
I did hear some clarification on that new hip drop rule. I'm not as pissed about it as I was.
Yeah, after they clarified it, they said it.
Yeah, it's like one tackle a game, maybe.
Yeah, but
if
all
it's
the refs
just-
aren't going to be.
Man, no referee gonna fuck that up.
You're not going to blow that.
They said they're not supposed to call the penalty unless the player who does the tackling twists and lands on the legs of the offensive player. So
Yeah,
if they just do the regular, tackle, it's not supposed to be a penalty. But
So-
if they land on the
Some
leg,
ref is going to screw that up.
So
are they
what happens?
going to challenge that though? Then
no, you can't challenge.
You
it.
can't challenge it. You can't challenge roughing the passer calls now, I guess.
but
You
then
How many
you
times?
don't.
How many times do you tackle a guy and not end up laying on top of him?
Good question.
That's
never.
I'm just saying that's how the
Okay.
that's how the rules written. I'm just saying that's how the rules written. I'm not saying I agree with it, disagree.
No. I'm just saying they're trying to prevent all this landing on top of a guy. You know, the quarterback sacks now. You can't put your weight on the quarterback and stuff. That's tackling.
Because then
Here
they
is-
only protect certain quarterbacks anyways. So
Here's why they're doing it.
Hits like no tomorrow, no flag. You know, so it's all subjective to begin with.
Here's why they're doing it. Because the NFL, towards the end of the year, want to make sure that their star players are on the field.
Oh yeah, it's all about money.
It's all
The
about
owners don't
money.
want to be paying somebody
Right.
$35 billion a year and have them on the sideline with a concussion.
Trust me, Denver did not want that Sunday night matchup of Russell Wilson and Josh Dobbs. They wanted Russell Wilson and Kirk Cousins. They
But I
did.
mean, the owners don't want to be paying a guy that's sitting on the sidelines with a concussion.
No, and now with the flexing and everything, it's all about the money. It's all about the marquee matchup. That's why, as they say, offense sells. But at what point are you selling out the game for those dollars? Which is what the owners are doing it right now. If you ever hear an NFL owner tell you they're losing money, that's pure D bullshit.
Bullshit.
These owners will never lose a dime. Never. No. They will never lose a dime. It's all about the money. I mean, and now since they're in bed with gambling, we just got to get used to it.
So, what NFL team's going to be the first to blink and sign their wide receiver for big money, you think?
Minnesota.
Vikings, Dallas.
Minnesota.
Minnesota will.
The Wilfs will do it because you know what? Jefferson sells, keeps butts in the seats.
Jefferson brings guys into the league that aren't even they become Viking fans that weren't even into really football.
Yeah, and he's already kind of like the advertisement for the Vikings. He's in commercials. He's in print. He's all over the place. I mean, now
again, why ain't it done yet? Then
Because
everybody said, "Oh, we gotta wait." Why isn't it done?
Because they can wait.
They can
They
wait.
can.
Those kind of deals. It'll be done by camp.
Yeah. The only ones that put it out there that they want it done now would be his people, but they can do it whenever.
That boy
There
wants
were
to see
two
that
things
bank
why
account
didn't
grow.
sign it.
Yeah, he wants to make more than Tyreek Hill, which
He's gonna make more than Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, but Dallas is waiting. Lamb probably
I think
wants.
Jerry Jones. I think
Make
Jerry
more.
Jones is gonna wait till after JJ signs and give CeeDee Lamb more money. He's not worth it.
I mean, yeah. Then next year there's
Hey, I sent the invite out for you, Dante. If you need to join.
here's the thing: CeeDee Lamb going to get paid and ain't going to have a quarterback.
Right.
I got them taking the quarterback in this year's draft.
Who you got him taking?
Either Bo Nix or Michael Penix or
There you
Spencer
go,
Rattler.
There you go, Dante. There's the invite.
That might work. Yeah, that might work. Yeah.
If they pay Lamb and Parsons and Dak, I mean, they're not going to have anybody on their team except for those three. They better learn how to play defense, too.
They're not going to pay Dak.
They're not going to pay Dak.
They're not paying Dak. He's gone.
Yeah.
It's the same thing as Kirk Cousins, man. They're doing the same exact thing.
Well, he was called the Black Kirk Cousins, so.
They were saying that once Dak becomes a free agent, Minnesota should sign Dak, and I'm just
Hell
like,
no.
who the fuck are these people who keep saying stupid shit like this?
Who are the
Like,
ones
we
that
just
keep saying we should trade for Kyler Murray? That's the ones I want to
We
slap.
just got rid of our
Rap is on that shit.
overpaid quarterback, and we're going to go sign another one who can't win big games either. Like, what the fuck are these people on? I hope you got that parent advisory thing on.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, trust me, it's up there.
You're late, sir. I was dropping F-bombs
But
earlier.
here's the thing about it. The thing about it is I think, as Viking fans, the ones who want to trade JJ, I get they want draft picks, they want this, they don't think, But to me, when people outside of Minnesota want JJ traded off of Minnesota, it's because he plays for Minnesota.
Yeah. Same with Kirk.
Yeah.
Same with
now that Kirk isn't the Vikings anymore, he's a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, ESPN is just stroking his nutsack. My God.
Hey,
It's
it's
ridiculous.
good. It's good. Nothing to see over here. I'm so happy he's gone right now. It's like,
Yeah, I ain't
I
got
hope
no
he's good.
comment.
I hope he does good over there.
I would say right now that's probably 65 to 70% of the Vikings fans are happy he's gone.
I'm sick of him.
I would probably say there's probably 5% that are like, well, we could, let's wait and see.
It's like
And then
lightning
there's the
about.
other 15% that are like, God damn it, Kirk Cousins is the best quarterback the Vikings have ever had. The Vikings are going to.
There's a bunch of them here in Minnesota that say that.
Yeah.
You know what my big knock is with
Fans who are like, I want Kirk to win a Super Bowl before the Vikings. That shit pisses me off.
Well, people.
Well, he won't do that.
There's actually
He ain't gonna do that. Shit.
There's
Don't worry
actually
about that.
people.
No,
There's
because
actually
it's like
people.
you're not
winning
even
one.
a Vikings fan anymore. If
Right.
you're
He was never a
saying that
Viking
you would
fan.
rather
He was a
have
Cousins
Kirk-
fan.
He was a Cousins fan.
Yeah.
He was a
I
Cousins
just-
fan.
my most hated thing about Kirk is we're still talking about him. We've talked about him for the last 5 years. Let's move on from him.
Well,
He's not
technically, we're still paying him.
Until he retires, the Vikings are
I-
going to talk about him
I'm not
because
gonna talk about him. I don't
because-
care about him.
I know, but it's going to be a topic of conversation because he went to Atlanta, and all of a sudden he's one of the best quarterbacks ever. To
It
live.
My
won't
girl
be
is
if we get the right
a
quarterback.
Falcons fan, so I'm going to hear about it regardless. She's not happy they signed him, but whatever happens, happens. But
I'm just sick of hearing about it. Hearing about him.
I'm already told her I'm here for support. I will be here on Sundays when he does Kirk-like things.
Don't tell her not to watch any Falcons podcast because they are all in.
The first time he screws up, they're going to be all out.
The Crusaders have already taken over Atlanta Falcons podcast.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's
There's
So who do you
Viking
think got?
fans.
Who do you guys got the Bears taking at their number 9 pick?
They're gonna trade down unless Neighbors is there or maybe Alt.
I think Neighbors is there, so they probably stick.
No, he's gone. There's people saying he's going ahead of Harrison.
It depends on what the Cardinals do, because if the Cardinals trade with Minnesota, the Cardinals could usually actually use that 11 pick to trade up or whatever. So we don't know. I think the Chargers. I think if Harrison is there with the Chargers pick, he's gone.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
You guys think that in a
what about the Giants?
Denver,
They have no wide receivers. They have nothing.
They have no wide receivers, running game, or quarterback.
Right. So they may take.
Denver or the Raiders will be able to outbid us to move up.
Denver doesn't have any collateral.
Denver doesn't have any.
Thank you, TV. I've been telling all these Bronco fans they think they're going to trade up over us. No, they're not.
No, they don't have the collateral.
They have nothing. They can't. They're still paying picks to Seattle.
Do the Bears do the Bears have collateral in like the second and third round?
No, they have is they have 2 first rounders, a third rounder, and a fourth rounder. That's all they got.
They don't have stuff to use at 9 to move up then.
No, they're going the other way. In fact, that's the rumor around here. I live in Chicago, so I think that's what they're
other picks they had to trade for what? Keenan Allen and
DJ Moore.
DJ Moore.
No. That guy from Buffalo, that guard or that O-line guy that they got from Buffalo.
Oh, they got they did. They got a lineman.
The fifth rounder they gave up. They didn't get much for that. 4th or 5th. I can't remember, but yeah, he's gonna play center for them.
The Broncos are in the same position as Minnesota. They have a first round pick. They do not have a second round pick.
Right.
They have a third.
Yeah, but we have 2 first round picks.
Right,
they have 1.
And they have a third and a fourth, but they have 2 fifth round picks, but their 4th round pick is lower than Minnesota's pick already. So,
but they said that they would trade Surtain as part of it.
Surtain's not worth shit. He's worth like a 3rd round pick right now because you got to pay him.
Yeah, he's just coming up on payday.
He's gonna get paid. Yeah. He's gonna be the highest paid corner in the league, so that ain't fun. You got to give a 3rd rounder, and you got to pay him like.
Well, you know what? The Titans signed Snead. The Titans paid Snead.
So let's.
They paid Snead.
Yeah, they paid him.
Yeah, they had to pay him.
Yeah, somebody else joining right now. People want to hear his opinion. So,
by the way, Duke just won.
Dante, East Coast Gridiron. What's up, buddy?
What's happening, Al?
People want to know your thoughts, man. People want to know your thoughts.
What's the topic? Sorry.
Oh, it's just anything and everything.
Oh, well, basically,
we're talking.
Well, the first thing was top 5. Your top 5 draft quarterbacks? What's your order? And I think Too Evil had a question for you as well.
Hey, my ride's almost here. You got to tell me quick.
My top 5 has been changing.
Hey, Dante, would you, when you rank your top 5 quarterback, could you also put them on your position board rank?
What do you mean?
Like, I think he means overall.
Like, where do they fall on your board?
If you say Williams, is he your number 1 overall?
I don't know that yet, and I don't give that until like a week before the draft. I'm still doing all my research right now, but I can give you my top 5 quarterbacks as of right now, and that's subject to change. I really don't like giving top 5 because it's I'm not there all the way yet. So Bo Nix right now is my number 1.
They hate Bo Nix.
Yeah, I know. I don't understand why. Nobody can ever give me a good reason why.
Wow.
My number 2 is Sam Hartman. My number 3 is Michael Penix Jr. right now. My number 4 is still probably Spencer Rattler.
I knew you were going to say that.
And then my number 5 is Michael Pratt. That's where I have him ranked.
So where's May and where's JJ and Daniels and Caleb?
I don't like Jaden Daniels' intermediate game. Jaden Daniels' intermediate game still scares me. That pro day was so ugly. I don't know why people are praising it. He can't throw consistently over the middle of the field and on outside the numbers within 15 yards. I don't know what every single time they line up on offense is always 4 verts or either he's running. Like he's scared to stay in the pocket. That doesn't scream NFL quarterback to me. That screams I'm a great athlete. Drake May, pocket presence sucks. He's inconsistent. Almost every other throw is different. Like if you watch the film, every other throw is different. And then I think I counted like every 10 throws, he makes like an NFL throw. Don't trust him. And there shouldn't have been a fall off from his first year with Phil Longo. Phil Longo left and he became worse. So if you're this talented quarterback, you should at least have some consistency there, regardless of who your OC is, because the offenses were virtually identical. JJ McCarthy, I've said it once, I'll say it again. Inconsistent. Almost every other throw, just like Drake May. I thought he was better actually last year than he was this year. Too dependent on the run game. I love his athletic ability. I love his upside. I love his pocket presence. All of that is great. But the deep ball is the one thing that gives me the most concern. I counted this year, I watched every single game of JJ McCarthy. There was 15 times that he short-armed a pass to Roman Wilson, and he had to come back and adjust for it. That doesn't scream NFL quarterback to me. So that's kind of where I have everybody ranked.
You forgot.
What about Williams?
What about Caleb Williams?
Yeah.
Caleb Williams is like 5, like Michael Pratt's like 5A. He's like 5B to me still. I think the thing with Caleb Williams working inside of Lincoln Riley's offense, he's ran the same offense for every single year, had to account for a bad defense. I think some of the throws that he makes, the spectacular throws that he makes and stuff like that, screams too much of Patrick Mahomes to me, and you can't be Patrick Mahomes. You have to stand your ground, be able to make the correct pass. He relies a lot on over-the-middle passes, those 5-yard slants a lot, and then those 9 routes down the field. I don't really see a lot of consistency out of his throws either, but I think his arm talent-wise, the throws that he does make can be the best in the class. Also, his inconsistency can be the worst in the class too. So that's kind of where I have Caleb Williams. His upside is very, very high, but that floor is very, very low as well. So that's kind of where I have him.
And then I had another question for you.
I mean, Gil, you could say it's an XFL draft board all you want to, but this is where I rank my quarterbacks, and I can explain exactly why I like all of them.
So Byron lives in Chicago, and you said you know someone who's in tune with the Bears organization. That's all. When we did our mock draft, you had them taking a certain quarterback one. Byron saying that the word is out in Chicago that they've already given Caleb Williams the playbook and everything like that. But you're saying that they're taking Bo Nix one.
If they admitted that is tampering, and they should be losing the draft pick. That's no way that's possible that they're giving him the draft.
But I thought if they were their first pick, they were allowed to do that because they had the first pick.
You can't give. I don't think you can give them a playbook.
You can't give them a playbook
until they're under contract.
You can't introduce them to your facility outside of a private workout. You can't do any of that. You can't promise them anything, regardless if they're the first pick or not. That is considered tampering in the NFL. They could lose their first pick because of that. I just don't think if the Bears organization is solely set on Caleb Williams, I think that's going to be the bomb that gets dropped early. I don't know why. This is the little bird that I heard in my ear that they are really looking at Bo Nix as the number 1 pick. I think that's the bomb that could get dropped, and then it's going to screw up everybody.
That's going to screw up the whole
but
draft.
You would agree, but you agree with that though, right? With them taking Bo Nix.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah, hey, Dante.
Absolutely. I think he's the best quarterback in his draft, bar
He's
none.
a backup quarterback in my opinion,
but why? Why is he a backup quarterback?
He said he checked down a lot all day.
Checked it down almost all the time.
Do you know Will Stein's offense? That's what it's predicated around.
Yeah, right. I understand what it's predicated around.
But I mean, that's not okay. So Bo Nix being able to check down to the running back or the tight end is not a Bo Nix issue. That is a Will Stein design offense. The times that the safeties cheat down and he does that, whenever he throws over the top, it's right in front of the receiver. It's on the money. I've never seen him miss a pass at all this year. the receivers dropped a lot of passes. Troy Franklin had a 10% drop rate this year, but he's supposed to be a number one, like first round wide receiver. So, I mean, the 77.4 completion percentage, 4,500 yards, 42 touchdowns. That's not check down to me. 400 yards from his running back, 400 yards from his tight end, 1,300 yard receiver, 1,100 yard receiver. Is that a check down? I don't think so.
Me. I said I like Bo Nix. They called me crazy.
No, that's what I seen on tape. The numbers say that he's not a check down either.
Well, who's
I do my homework, man.
You fucked the party up. You fucked the party up.
I can't believe
who's the other quarterback you mentioned, Dante? Who's the other quarterback you mentioned? Horton?
My number 2 is Sam Hartman.
Get the fuck out of here. I can throw the ball farther than this guy at this point, man. Have you seen his arm?
Hey, my wife thinks Sam Hartman's the number one pick.
He's gonna be a hell of a
Sam Hartman's the most pro-ready quarterback here.
My wife said she'd leave me over Sam Hartman.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Sam Hartman's the most pro-ready quarterback. Brandon Prostall offense his whole career.
He was terrible at Notre Dame, and he was
terrible at Notre Dame.
Dude, they weren't that good. He could hand the ball off.
It's his first year in that offense and is under a second-year head coach. You know, Sam Hartman's like number 5 in like yardage at all time in college football. I mean, I don't care what he did at Notre Dame. If you go look at that Clemson game where he threw 6 touchdowns and they still lost, and it wasn't his fault, and Clemson was good.
That pissed me off. They lost that game to Clemson. So,
and what was he doing, Catch? He was absolutely destroying them.
And then who else?
Yeah, he was torturing them.
Michael Penix Jr. is my number 3.
Okay.
Yeah, see what I said earlier about Michael Penix.
But you guys can't. Why don't you like this? Is what I'm saying. Why don't you like them? No, everybody just saying, "Oh, he sucks," but then you don't give me any context.
Dante, what I said earlier about Michael Penix was NFL draft scouts and NFL coaches and GMs. They're not going to let his bad performance in the championship game overshadow everything else that he has done. The only concern with
Michael Penix,
yeah.
He's a bug.
The injuries is the biggest thing with him. But there's other quarterbacks that are more injury prone than he is. But scouts and stuff aren't like fans or YouTube contenters where he has a bad game, so therefore he sucks. They look at the whole body of work.
Correct.
And
you have
Didn't Penix just run a 4.46 at his pro day?
He did.
That kind of shocked me.
But people say that he can't run either, but they didn't watch the second half of Washington's games. He started running the ball more and making up plays at the second half of the season. That's not what Kalen DeBoer's offense wanted him to do. He ran the ball a lot at Indiana, and they kind of slowed it down when he came into Washington.
Yeah, the only thing that scares me about Penix is his knee, and obviously,
why he hasn't been injured in 2 years.
Not a chance to look at it.
He hasn't been injured since 2021.
Yeah, and pro doctors have gotten a chance to look at it now.
They say he's good to go.
And well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the other misinformation about Michael Penix Jr. They said that he had 4 injuries. Here's the thing. He had an ACL injury, and he also had a shoulder injury that happened, in 2019, 2020, and he re-aggravated both of them. So really, it's just the same injury that he re-aggravated while he was at Indiana. So there wasn't 4 different injuries, So why do people keep talking about his injuries from 2 years ago? It doesn't make any sense when he's been totally healthy and hasn't missed a game.
But Dante, they gave him a clean bill of health, right? At the combine.
Yeah.
They
that knee brace that he wore was out of precaution. That's all it was. His knee's been totally healthy the last 2 years.
Man, you done came in, fucked the party up with your quarterback list. Brian got the fuck on. Hey, you said,
I told you.
Hey, Dante, you checked him on that. Oh, there you go. I said you left the party, Brian.
I couldn't hear what he said. There's no way I'm losing that for that guy's rankings, man. Let me tell you, Dante. You're knowledgeable, man, but I think there's a chance Sam Hartman goes UDFA, bro.
He might. I'm not denying that. He's the oldest quarterback in this draft.
Okay, what about who was your 4th guy? Because that's when I couldn't hear.
26, I think.
He's almost 25 years old.
Yeah, he's pretty old.
Yeah.
Well, he played 6
so here's the thing.
6 years in college. That's why.
These are my rankings. Last year, I picked 50 top 10 top 5 players at their position. I got 30 out of 50 right that were in at least the top 10 at their position in their draft class. I trust my analysis a little bit.
Who was your quarterback list last year like?
Let me pull it up. I got the spreadsheet. I can send it right over to you.
See, I told him I told him this though, Dante. They telling me about Drake May. I said Drake May like gonna be a big ass bust for somebody.
I just don't see it.
So I had Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, Hendon Hooker, who hasn't started yet because he's still healing up. Max Duggan, who's backing up Justin Herbert, and Dorian Thompson-Robinson, who's backing up.
He's still in Cleveland,
Watson.
isn't he?
I wanted DTR so bad.
I did too. I did too.
So I'm not going to say I was wrong about those last 3 because they're not starters and they're filling up for bona fide starters.
It's hard for me to like a Tennessee quarterback because of the offense that they run in Tennessee.
Yeah, that one luck read shit.
It's a no read offense. Your first guy open, you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's hard for me to. I mean, I'm not saying they can't succeed in the NFL. I'm not saying they don't have the ability to read. I'm just saying that that's not the offense that they run.
It doesn't. You know what though? It helps what they ran in college, but when they get to the pros, those coaches are going to have to sit down with them and work with them to refine their game. And the coaches got to take the time.
Well, like you have to. Some of these college quarterbacks have to spend the whole OTAs and all that just taking snaps from under center.
Yeah, because if they don't do it in college, that's going to be.
Hey, Dante. So, which quarterback you think be a good fit for the Vikings?
I said Bo Nix at first, but I totally changed my tune on that, and I think Michael Penix Jr. should be your guys' pick right now.
By the way, Dante is not a Vikings fan. For those who don't.
Yeah, I'm not an Eagles fan either. I'm just wearing a Jalen Hurts jersey because he's one of my favorite players. My jersey collection is crazy.
Aren't you a Jags fan, Dante?
I'm a Jags fan.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be seeing that travel.
And he's also a UF fan for him. So for him saying a Tennessee quarterback and all this, so yeah.
Did you say a UF
State,
fan?
Florida State fan.
FSU fan. Yep.
Yeah.
It's
so. My question about so what about the Florida State quarterback, Jordan Travis?
I forgot about him.
I forgot, but nobody's mentioning him.
But he's more injury prone than Penix, though, isn't he?
Yeah, so that's the thing. For people to say that they like Jordan Travis more than they like Michael Penix is like it drives me crazy because as an FSU fan, I've seen this dude get injured almost every single year. This was like the first bad one that he's had. One positive thing I can tell you guys, because I'm on the Florida State forums, I watched press conferences, I watched their whole pro day with all their players. This dude stood on a 50 and threw a bomb in the end zone just to show that he still got an arm. So I'm not the biggest Jordan Travis fan, but what he did last year was pretty remarkable. Putting the team on his back. He was like the only one to score points for us on offense, to be realistic. But I still, even if he was healthy, I would still say he's a third-round quarterback. I honestly think Talia Tagovailoa from Maryland is a better version of what Jordan Travis can do.
Some people think he's better than his brother.
Yeah, I'm here. I've had too.
Talia, yeah, I wouldn't say that he's better than Tua because Tua was awesome. He just had injury issues.
Byron's leaving because of technical difficulties.
Yeah, he's out.
Yeah.
I bet it.
Where do you think Rattler's gonna go?
I don't think Dante scared Byron off. He doesn't seem that type of dude to be scared off.
I'm talking shit.
Hey Dante, what do you still have Rattler as probably a third round pick, or you think his draft stock is rose?
So Rattler is going to be the victim of recency bias.
Yeah,
I think that's what's going to be his downfall, and I think he might fall to the third round. But here's the thing: he's so good that I think somebody will take a chance on him. If the right team and the right trades happen, he might go at the end of the first round, but I'm thinking he falls somewhere like in the middle of the second from a team. I think that's where he's at.
But if people really watched his tape, though, my squad does not win 5 games if he's not the quarterback.
Shane Beamer's an awful coach.
So
great recruiter, but he's awful.
But we would not win 5 games if he was not the quarterback. They would have been a 2-win team without Spencer. Because here's the thing about another thing is that they only had 3 scholarship offensive linemen at the end of the season. He lost his top running backs, and he lost his top 2 receivers, and he lost his tight ends. They all
the backup Doty was a wide receiver.
Florida State sold all of South Carolina's good offensive player.
Yeah, exactly. That's so. How can you judge something like pocket present for a guy that probably
he has pocket. He has pocket presence because he would stay in the pocket even though he had no protection.
Probably never had a pocket with only 3 scholarship linemen.
Yeah,
I would say he's probably the most prototypical pocket quarterback in this draft for sure.
He has the lowest floor of all the quarterbacks. His ceiling's not as high, but his floor is not as low.
Yeah, I think
all the quarterbacks, they could all bust out. I don't think Spencer Rattler is a bustable quarterback.
No, out of anything, he's probably like a Nick Foles type in his career.
At the worst.
So what's Spencer Rattler's strong point? His
arm talent is probably the best in the class, to be completely honest with you.
How's his accuracy?
And he ran 3 different offenses in college, I think.
How's his accuracy?
Because the Vikings, South Carolina changed offensive coordinators. The 2 years that he had 2 different offensive coordinators, and they ran 2 different offenses.
I think when you looked at his heat map of throws, he was the most dynamic all over the field too. Because the thing with JJ McCarthy, he doesn't throw to the left side as much as he throws to the right. Right-handed quarterbacks throwing to the left, it's kind of hard. Always tell people.
Spencer,
I try to see at least like a split percentage between your left and right-handed, or your left side and your right side throws, because that tells me that you can make a difficult throw. Backside throws are hard. I mean, they are. You're throwing crossbody, outside the numbers, just the trajectory of the ball. Just from me coaching quarterbacks, that's the most difficult thing to teach. Spencer Rattler throwing to Xavier Legette on the left side was money all year. I don't have a problem about his accuracy. And he likes throwing to the left side.
He changed Xavier's life.
Yeah, because Xavier Legette, towards the end of 2022, he was starting to get there. Nobody was talking about him. And then those last 3 games, he was really good.
Yeah, we knew.
I was shocked. I read an article. He was in the top 10 for NIT money or NIL money or whatever.
He got $3 million.
Yep,
because he hit the transport and came back to South Carolina.
Yeah,
because he was gonna go to,
and a car dealership gave him a car. Yeah,
because I heard that he was gonna go to Ohio State, and that would have changed the trajectory of their team. They would have. That game between them and Michigan would have been awesome to watch, down to the wire, if he was their quarterback. You can't tell me Kyle McCord was a good quarterback, so he was buns.
Kid Zoe's like, they got Kyle McCord over at Ohio State.
I try to tell Ohio State fans he wasn't shit.
Yeah, he was buns, man.
Just like Penn State quarterback ain't shit.
I don't know about Drew. That was Drew Allen's first year. He was a true freshman.
Hey, we all.
Oh, he a true freshman.
Wasn't that one guy supposed to be really good at Penn State? He wasn't even good in the AFF. Well,
why they got him coming out next year?
Christian Hackenberg or something like that.
Oh wait, no. It wasn't Drew Aller. No, Drew Aller was a red shirt. He was a red shirt freshman this year.
Right? Yeah, I'm about to say because they had him coming out next year.
Yeah, I forgot he was backing up Sean Clifford.
Yeah, Spencer does have a hell of a last name, man.
George, I have a Adam Thielen jersey. I don't have a Chris Carter jersey.
Damn.
Yeah, man. Hey, what's your Jag gonna do with Trevor Lawrence? He gonna get a contract?
That's what it's looking like.
They are gonna pay him.
That's what it's looking like.
You think he's bustable though, don't you?
I've been saying since day one, if anybody want to question the way I evaluate quarterbacks, I was ding, ding, ding right on Trevor Lawrence. I did not want him.
Well, there was a question from Too Evil for you. Would you want Fields or Dak over Trevor Lawrence?
I would take both of them over Trevor Lawrence. I think Dak gets a lot of hate.
You know why? You see that playoff game?
They said he's the black Kirk Cousins.
But then again,
Amari Cooper called him that.
But then again, it's been so inconsistent on the Cowboys for years too.
Yeah.
I mean, how many number one receivers have they had over the years? How many times have they not given the right guy a chance? Tony Pollard probably should have been a running back 2 years ago instead of Ezekiel Elliott. Now they trade him away after franchise tagging him last year.
Well, that's because because you still got Jerry Jones calling the shots, and Jerry Jones overpaid for Zeke.
As long as the Cowboys,
He's an idiot.
He's an idiot.
As long as the Cowboys are bad, I'm almost happy.
Dante, give us your top 3 can't miss in the draft this year.
Top 3 candidates?
Top 3
can't miss play.
Top 3 can't miss prospects.
I'll give you the 3 players that I think can change the trajectory of a team right now. Doesn't matter what team drafts them. Brock Bowers is my number 1, and it's not even close. He does way too many good things as a tight end. Dude can block like a tackle, can catch like a receiver, and has a speed of a running back. I mean, it's ridiculous. I've never, all my years of watching football, I'm 34. I've never seen a tight end like that. Ever.
I was just making a comment that a player said about Dak Prescott.
Yeah, that's what a player said about Dak Prescott, Tycoon.
Yeah. Number 2
publicized.
Number 2 is the linebacker out of Texas A&M, Edgerrin Cooper. I love that dude. I think he's Patrick Willis with more versatility. And I know that's high praise, but
he's faster too.
He's absolutely incredible. The dude played 3 technique. He played edge. He played middle linebacker. He lined up at corner. He played nickel. He played head on the center and one. Like, he's ridiculous. That's one of them. If you guys get the luxury of watching any of those games from Texas A&M and him on defense, he's so fun to watch.
I'm glad he's gone because that was South Carolina's cross division rivals, Texas A&M.
Yeah, Texas A&M is.
I'm so glad he's gone. Oh my God, you talk about someone who can wreck a game. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, that's the perfect word. He's a game wrecker. Number 3, and I just got familiar with this game a couple weeks ago. Grant Barton from Duke, the offensive lineman, and I'm gonna call him an offensive lineman because the dude can play tackle, he can play guard, he can play center, and he can play all 3 of them really, really well. Super athletic, kind of a slimmer kind of guy too, but he's super, super strong, sets a great anchor. Whatever offensive lineman position that you need for your team, he can plug in real quick. Those are my top 3. I don't know his measurables off the top of my head though, but I'm telling you, it don't matter. He's really damn good. The Florida State film against Jared Verse. Now everybody knows how Jared Verse is. He's a monster. He completely shut him down. He was non-existent. Non-existent. And Braden Fisk, non-existent in that game. Dang. I mean, I've never seen a tackle put 2 hands on 2 guys, Braden Fisk and Jared Verse, and they didn't get to the quarterback.
Wow.
Somebody's allergies and kicked in.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's interesting.
And Fisk was high on my list too.
Braden's good. I mean, it's just he wasn't good against Grant Barton.
Okay. And he's a tackle, right? Inside.
Yeah, he's like a 3 technique tackle. Yeah. He can line up on edge.
Play center. He can play center.
He could play center, guard, and tackle all the same. He started his freshman year at Duke when his guard got injured, and he came in and he never let the starting position go. And he was just transferring all over that offensive line. I mean, all 5 offensive linemen too. Like, he can do right tackle, left guard, right guard, center. He can do it all, and he's incredible.
Because Vikings need interior help big time too on the defensive side.
He won't be there for us because we about to trade them 2 picks.
He's probably untouchable.
I think he's a 2nd round pick at least. He might go in the 1st round. I think some people had them as their 3rd round, and then like I've seen big boards now have him like going at the end of the 1st round, and then I've seen somebody have him like going like in the middle of the 1st round now. So I don't know. It depends on what you're looking for, I guess.
So
okay.
I tell you what, I don't like Joe Alt as much as everybody else does. I think he gets exposed a lot.
They have Alt going in the top 10, don't they?
He's not a top 10 tackle.
Dante, so if I ask you 2 people, Chris Jenkins, the tackle from Michigan, and the tackle from Texas, not Sweat, but the other
Byron
kid.
Murphy.
Yeah, those two compared, is there much of a difference?
You are looking at two totally different defensive tackles, in my opinion. Chris Jenkins is athletic, and he's more of that Russian style defensive tackle. Byron Murphy is really a gap plugger. That's what he is. Stop the run type of guy. Kind of like what Jordan Davis was drafted for the Eagles for. It's the same type. So it really depends on what you're looking for as a defensive tackle. Now, if you want somebody,
you think Jenkins will struggle in the run game, stopping the run game on the NFL level?
More than Byron Murphy would, yeah. I mean, if you had to put him on that trajectory. Now, if you want somebody that does both really well, whoever gets Jerzon Newton from Illinois,
why is
he's good?
Why is
he's
he
really
falling?
good.
That's my because why is he falling? Because like 3-4 months ago, he was like best tackle on the board.
Like
Now
top five in the draft.
Yeah.
Now he's dropping. What's the reason behind that?
I don't know. I think what's happening, in my opinion, in the trajectory of the NFL,
guys.
I think what's happening is like people are looking for just a traditional big guy in the middle and letting their edge do all the work. Like I think they're looking for athleticism on the edges and linebackers and more big guys in the middle. So if you value that, yeah, like Tavondre Sweat, Byron Murphy,
Then, right?
Yeah, those are the two guys.
Yeah,
Chris Jenkins and the rest of them, Jerzon Newton, they're more like an athletic defensive tackle.
The one knock right from the beginning I heard about Newton, I don't know if this is true. That's why I'm asking. They said Newton is not suited for a 3-4 defense. Have you ever heard that?
I haven't heard that, but that makes sense. He doesn't play head up on the center a lot. And he transitions a lot, on the offensive line or that defensive line. So
that's the one thing I heard on a knock on him is he's better suited for a 4-3, not a 3-4. So.
Yeah, I would say lining up next to somebody that's a gap plugger, and that's what those athletic defensive tackles need, anyways. I mean, if you're not going to find Jalen Carters everywhere. You're not. That are just so dynamic in both and big. You're not going to find those guys. So, and this draft is definitely doesn't have a Jalen Carter type.
So glad the Lions didn't draft him.
I just really like Chris Jenkins. I think he's going to be a hell of a pass rusher from the tackle spot.
I think he's underrated. He's super athletic, though. He's super athletic. That's what I like about him.
Yes.
He generates some good power too, right? I mean, I think he's going to be a really good pass rusher.
He's probably the strongest defensive tackle in the draft for sure. He's really good at bull rushing.
Just everybody's so enamored right now with the two Texas kids, and it's a lot of internet hype. Everybody's,
So here's the thing with Texas too is like their defensive not defensive tackles. Their offensive backs were not as good, and that kind of got them in trouble. And when you saw that in the college football playoff this year, they got exposed on the outsides. But their front seven was really good. So I'll almost compare this to like when you look at the tape from Georgia a couple years ago, when everybody on that defense was good, and then you guys draft Lewis Seen and he's not really that good, and then the Eagles get Nakobe Dean and he's not really that good, and then the one kid that played defensive tackle goes to the Packers and he wasn't really that good. But then Quay Walker's good, and Jalen Carter's good. And that's like the only two that were really good. Maybe Keely Ringo, who knows? But like not everybody's going to stand out.
As a unit.
Yeah, exactly. So it's hard to evaluate because like their linebackers were really damn good too. So maybe they were just a really good defense. It's either going to be one of them. I don't think both of them are going to be great, but I think who has the most upside is probably Byron Murphy because he's just a traditional defensive tackle that's just nasty in the middle.
Another guy I'm real high on, but he's going to go in probably the 3rd or 4th round. The safety from Miami.
Cam Kinchins or James James.
No,
James. I forget his name. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, James Williams. I just love his size. He's 4', 230. Seems like he's got decent coverage skills, and he's just Brian Flores would love a type of player like that. That's
I gotta watch. I gotta watch more tape on him because I'm not super familiar with him yet. He's on my list to do, but I do know about Cam Kitchens, and I still think that he's the best safety in his class. I would stay far away from Tyler Nubin. I do not see the hype around him at all.
Well, that's because he went to UM in Minnesota. People like to,
Well, it's not even that. People have been hyping him because he had like 7 interceptions or something last year. And it's like, okay, that's great, but a lot of his interceptions were a bad pass by Drake May. Yeah. It's like, okay, I would expect you to pick that off. But Cam Kitchens is like a nuclear missile at times. And he's really good. He's a really good tackler too.
You should see that. You should see his teammate hit. He hits like a train. I mean, that's a big guy, 6'4", 30. I just think a guy like that, Brian Flores, could put him at outside linebacker to rush that. I see him being like Von Miller type guy, or they compared him to Kurtz. But I just love that guy. I think he's going to have a hell of a broker. His size is
Yeah, I have to watch him some more. I mean, from when I watched Cam Kitchens, he didn't really stand out on film because usually I'll point out a player like Terrence Taylor from Toledo. When I watched Quinion Mitchell's film, I was like, dang. And then you figure out that he's going to be like an undrafted guy. And I'm like, I interviewed him a couple of days ago. I'm like, dude, you're one of my favorite edge rushers in this class. You destroy tight ends all over the place. Why are you not being chosen high? I don't understand. But James Williams just didn't stick out on film for me, but maybe I just need to hone in on him a little more because I keep hearing the same thing from everybody.
Yeah. So George, if this happens, I think they do interior defensive.
It's D line at 11 if they stick at 11.
Yeah.
And the way Dante talks, I'd like to see Byron Murphy then, because he's your traditional.
It's probably going to be Murphy. It's probably going to be Murphy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they solved their edge rusher problem.
For the most part, yeah. Yeah, for the most part.
I would love to see Adrian Cooper and Ivan Pace on the same team. I would love to see them just being a combo backers back there like that. Like it would be incredible because they're both fast.
Nice. Yeah.
Is there any defensive backs you're real high on this year at corner?
So I'll give you the 2 that I think are the best. I think Quinion Mitchell is okay. I don't think he is hyped up as what everybody's giving him credit for. Nate Wiggins from Clemson, he's super fast, but his tape is really good. For him being such a small kid, he can do everything. So he really impressed me when I watched his film because I was not high on him because of that Sam Hartman game I was telling you about. He was getting torched by him, but last year he was really good. Terry and Arnold from Alabama is
how tall
incredible. Yep.
How tall is he?
Nate Wiggins.
Uh-huh.
I believe he's 5'11". He may be a little taller than that.
I have Clemson cornerback sticker shock. So,
yeah.
Nate
Wiggins.
As much as their liabilities and the much horrific players the Vikings have drafted from Clemson, it's really hard, even for me, because how much I hate Clemson, for me to say draft the player, not the helmet. You have to. You can't draft the helmet, even though Vikings have not had good success with Clemson players.
Who's the guy that you guys drafted? Why am I drawing a blank on his name?
Who we drafted?
Andrew Booth. Yeah.
Booth.
I did not see the hype on Andrew Booth.
And before it was what's his name?
Booth and Evans.
They drafted another cornerback from Clemson a couple years ago as well.
The
second round pick.
Mackenzie Alexander.
Yeah, Alexander was another guy they took from Clemson.
What do you give the kid from Oregon?
Who, Kyrie Jackson?
Yeah, is that the tall, lanky kid?
Yeah, the guy that everybody says is so physical, but then on film he's just okay.
Yeah. He's just okay.
How about Cam Hart?
Oh, that is my sleeper cornerback. I love Cam Hart. I had the pleasure to interview him at the Senior Bowl. Super intelligent guy.
Well, he went to Notre Dame, so I hope so.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's super intelligent. Like, one of the things that he had mentioned was, I'd asked him like what was his favorite matchup as of last year, and he was talking about how Brendan Rice was giving him troubles.
What up,
G?
Hey, Gary.
And he got to practice against him.
What up, Zach?
That whole practice. But yeah, Cam Hart is like my favorite corner in this draft. I know he's not the best, but he's my favorite because I think he has the most upside, and he's huge.
The thing about Cam Hart is Cam Hart doesn't get talked about a lot because of the guy who played across from him is like a super sophomore. So I can't remember his name. I keep drawing blank on his name, but no one talks about Cam Hart because the guy who played across from him is awesome.
Cam Hart only played like 50% of the snaps too.
Yeah, it's because the guy who played across from him was so damn good. No one's talking about Hart. But it was hard. It was hard to throw on Notre Dame. It was hard to throw on Notre Dame in general.
Cooper.
Does Cooper DeJean stay at cornerback or does he go to safety?
He's not going to go to safety, I don't think. Because he played the last year and a half at corner. I love Cooper DeJean. I would throw him up there in my top 3 for sure. He'd probably be number 3 right now. I did a whole breakdown on him. He's an incredible corner. The only thing that I see him having problems with, and you're probably going to see the practice clips if he does get drafted to you guys. I think Justin Jefferson is going to give him that work off the first move, and that's where he has trouble. But on the other side of that, he is the most explosive to get to a tackle for corner in this class. The dude hits like a safety.
Can he play man or is he better in zone?
He is definitely better at zone, but the flip side of that, he's probably the best at the top of the route in man. Like if a guy's hanging on him, going down the field 15 plus yards, he's gonna stick on you like glue. It's just those, like those jab steps that like JJ would do to get on a slant.
Those first 2 moves.
Yeah, you'll see him get burnt, but then you'll also see Cooper DeJean not give up a yard after that either because he comes in like a missile. So I mean, it's a give and take with him, but it's what you're looking for. I would say he's more of a zone corner at this point in time.
Okay.
I mean, he broke his leg, so he's still recovering from that.
Flores wants to play more man this year.
Benjamin Morrison is the other corner that played opposite of Hart.
How about centers? We need a center.
I would stay away from Jackson Powers Johnson.
Why?
This is his first year playing center. He was getting worked as a guard for like 2 years straight, and nobody ever talks about that. Came to center and did fine, but if you understand how Bo Nix works, that offensive line in general, if you go back and watch the film, there should have been a lot of sacks that should have happened on Bo Nix that he was able to escape from and make a play.
Yeah.
And that happened the last 2 years. He was the least sacked quarterback in college football. I think he only had 5 sacks this year, and the previous year was like 7.
I think Frazier and Pran are the 2 best true centers in the draft.
I have to watch more Zach Frazier. Van Pran is really good.
Yeah.
But I still think, even in that he's not a true center, from what I've seen on film, Graham Barton is still the best center. Like,
what route do you think they're gonna go?
For the Vikings,
Frazier is late first, early second.
Just like to be drafted. I'm asking because, like, after our 2 first-round picks, we ain't drafting again until the 4th round.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about centers, I think Jackson Powers Johnson is going to be the first one out. Man, somebody's going to be
somebody's going to reach on him then.
Yeah, somebody's going to definitely reach, and we're all going to be looking back on it like, okay. So, Zach Frazier has the best upside at center, though, I think.
My crush is a tight end. Daly and Hawker. That dude, he has the willingness to block. That's why he's not a first or second round pick, is because his block. It's not because he doesn't want to block. It's just that he's never been taught to block because the offense at Colorado State didn't need him to block.
They threw a lot.
But oh my God. Yogi actually got his channel actually got taken down because he was playing.
We were on stream together watching it.
Yeah. So, but this guy is TJ Hawkins. This guy is he's a TJ Hawkinson, but he doesn't block as well. Obviously, he's TJ because TJ's been in the league a couple years. But I think he'd be a great placement for TJ until TJ's fully healthy. I think he'd come in and be I think he would be the number one receiving threat on Minnesota if they took him in the 4th round.
Yeah, he's interested in. And real quick, Young Cringe Gamer, Trey Taylor is not a corner. He's a safety. Like, he's a true safety. I interviewed him a couple weeks ago too. But at Air Force, he was a true safety. He never played corner. That's a big dude if you want him to play corner. But to your point, if you want a TJ Hawkinson protege, I would only say that there's really one guy outside of Brock Bowers, but whoever gets Brock Bowers is getting a stud, whatever. He's great at everything.
Yeah.
But if you want the next best guy, Cade Stover from Ohio State is the next best blocking tight end that I've seen on film in a long time. He got worked last year. I don't know what happened, the flip of a switch that happened with him, but he reminds me the most of a TJ Hawkinson type.
Is there anybody coming out from tight end U this year? Iowa?
Yes.
Coming out
not Alt, but
Ollie.
Eric something.
I thought it was Ollie.
Eric.
They've had a high success. They've had a high success rate lately in the pros.
He's not like a beast like these other guys, though.
No,
I would say Brock Bowers, Cade Stover's number 2. This guy was number 2 for the longest time, and I just love his game. But I think he's better at catching than he is at blocking. But he makes some spectacular catches. Ben Sinnott from Kansas State is awesome too.
Who would you compare Bowers to in the pros? Right?
I don't think there's anybody in the pros like him. He's probably more of a Tony Gonzalez type as far as game changer.
Brock Bowers is his own thing. I've never seen a tight end like him.
He's the size of Kyle Rudolph, but he's athletic. Like,
I would say this. I think Brock Bowers, and I know this is kind of a stupid comparison because of what he did, but you remember how good Aaron Hernandez was?
Boy, you really went there, didn't you?
Yeah. But I'm talking about just the player. Like, Aaron Hernandez was a son of a bitch to deal with in blocking and catching. And I think Brock Bowers is him 2.0. Not personally, but he's him at tight end 2.0, but a better blocker than Aaron Hernandez was. I mean, he's ridiculous. Eric All, that's who it is. Yep.
That's his name, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Bowers play. I've seen Bowers play.
I'm gonna sign off, you guys. StreamYard is like draining my battery.
All right.
Okay, Sarah.
All right. Yeah. I've seen Bowers. Unfortunately, South Carolina had to play him every year because it's Georgia.
That dude had an ankle injury last year that he was supposed to be out for the season, and he sat out 3 weeks and came back.
He still roasted us.
What a bad ankle.
Yeah. Well, of course, South Carolina's linebackers weren't very good though. He's just like, he's a different dude, man. There's just something. That's why when you're saying there's no comparison, there really isn't.
There is
whoever gets him is he's going to change that offense.
I think he can go to any team. Like, that's how good Brock Bowers is. Like, I know
the Bears could take him at 9.
I don't think he makes it to 9.
I don't think he'll make it to 9.
Somebody's going to reach for him, and it's going to be probably the best reach of all time. Like, on paper, it's going to be like, damn, why'd they go with a tight end? Watch it be somebody like the Eagles trade up and get him or something. Like, they don't really need him, but if they go up and get Brock Bowers, it's going to change their whole trajectory of that offense.
So the Chargers could potentially take him at
if they don't, that's a disaster.
I think the only way the Chargers do not take Bowers is if they trade out of the pick and if Harrison's there. I think
exactly. I agree with that. If Malik Neighbors gets chosen, which is a high possibility with the pro day that he had, and everything that I said this in a video, everything that Marvin Harrison Jr. didn't want to do, Malik Neighbors has capitalized on.
Yeah.
And I think his dad said we called around the league and asked if he really needed to do his pro day, and they said no, we already seen what we need to see. That probably was a smokescreen to see if he was actually going to participate or not. If he want to compete, Malik Neighbors went out there and competed and ran a 4.35 or whatever it was.
Which is why I think the Cardinals are going to take Neighbors now.
See the way you guys are saying, Bowers could drop to number 9 to the Bears,
or the Cardinals could take Bowers at 4.
I think the Jets gonna take.
I don't think they would, because they have Trey McBride and that other kid out there.
Yeah,
they're good. They're good at tight end.
Yeah,
but
Bowers
again, it could happen. He's the best reach. He's the best reach in the draft.
I mean, put it this way: if the quarterback class was not as strong, Bowers would probably be a top 3 pick.
Yeah, but he could very well drop to number 9 the way you guys are saying the draft could go. I mean, the Bears could end up getting him at number 9.
I would probably put it at 5%.
If it happens, every pick up to that number 9 pick would have to be absolutely understood. Like, all of us sitting up here watching draft would have to be like, all right, that made sense. That made sense. That made sense. That made sense. Until they got to number 9, and then the Bears picked him up, and then we'd be like, that made sense.
So the four quarterbacks would obviously be taken in front of him. Probably the top 2 receivers would be taken, and probably tackles would probably be the players taken in front of him.
Yeah, and that could very well happen. I think
there's gonna be something that's gonna shake up the draft in the first 4 rounds. I don't know what it is, but it could be Bo Nix. I'm like, he fits the Bears system what they want to do.
And why haven't the Bears said that that's who they're exactly going to pick? Like, remember the Jaguars for 2 years straight? There was like, we're getting Trevor Lawrence. We're getting Trevor Lawrence. We're getting Trevor Lawrence. We're getting.
They didn't hide it. They did not.
They didn't. No, they didn't. And then the Bears they knew they were going to have the number 1 pick, and they haven't said anything.
Yeah,
well,
I was reading the chat, so I don't know if you mentioned the Bengals, but Joe Burrow. The
Bengals were the same way. They were like, man, we're getting Joe Burrow.
Yeah. Here might be the reason. Maybe the Bears do really like Nix. Maybe they trade out at number 1.
If they really want Bo Nix, I think they could probably trade out of number 1.
Yeah.
You're just running the risk of like. You're just running a huge risk of Bo Nix not being there later, because nobody knows. Nobody has been talking.
You don't like pre-draft talk?
Unfortunately, Minnesota's already put it out there that they're interested in either McCarthy or May.
I don't believe that.
We don't know if that's true or not. So this time of year, you're talking out their ass.
It's pretty much been telegraphed, because why else would you get McCown on your staff? He's got a connection to Drake May.
Yeah, it's just like, what's his name? Who's the Raiders coach again? What's his name?
Pierce.
Yeah, Antonio Pierce. Antonio Pierce has not been quiet about that. They want Jayden Daniels.
Yeah,
I mean, he coached him. He coached him at Arizona State. He's not been quiet about that.
He's been very vocal. I mean, we've made it a choice between either May or McCarthy, just by who they're talking to the most, and they're putting out there. We'll talk to May, and
I don't think KOC wants a mobile quarterback.
He wants a pure pocket passer, which actually Bo Nix fits that thing. That's what
I found.
Bo Nix doesn't care about
interesting.
Right.
I found it interesting at the owners' meeting when they were interviewing KOC, and he was talking about bringing in a rookie quarterback. He said, our offense is set up for a kid to flourish in. We got Justin Jefferson, Addison, TJ Hawkins, and he said Brian O'Neill and not Darisaw. And I'm like, I'm wondering if he has his mind on a left-handed quarterback named Penix that you mentioned, O'Neill and not Darisaw. That just kind of, I found kind of weird that he would mention Brian O'Neill and not Darisaw.
Darisaw is also not signed for a long time too, so that could be another reason.
Yeah.
That could be another reason, but
he's the better tackle.
Oh, by far and away, it's not even close.
I just think this whole draft is the biggest smokescreen of all time. I think teams are going to choose somebody that you don't expect. I have this sneaking suspicion that any quarterback can go number 1, any quarterback can go number 2, any quarterback can go number 3.
Well, the Bears especially, because we've seen them do it before, where they should have took the right quarterback and they basically trade for Trubisky, and they should have took Mahomes. So now they got the number 1 pick, and I'm lost now. It's I think it's still going to be Caleb Williams, but I could be wrong.
So here's what I'll say to that, Tony. Like here's the reason why I think the Bears are more in prime position to get Bo Nix. If you listen to what Ryan Poles said, and amen to that brother for doing what he did with Justin Fields. He made the wrongs right with that trade. Had him go somewhere, and he's been preaching, I want him to have success because we did not do right by him while he was here.
Right.
Why would you go and reach for Caleb Williams, who's almost the same type of quarterback that Justin Fields is? But you could get that kind of quarterback like Justin Fields, but is more of a pro style, run any type of scheme type of quarterback. He's seen it throughout the years, and he's got more age on him than Caleb Williams, which would be Bo Nix. And you're already setting up around him, and it's like we could win right now with him, and now we have all the weapons here. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like it just makes too much. I think that direction makes too much sense. I don't think they're gonna go like a Michael Penix or something like that. I don't see that happening, but it might be JJ McCarthy. I mean,
that's another thing too. Yeah.
I gotta tap out, guys. I gotta work tomorrow. I'll see you guys later.
Okay, T-Bass. Take care.
I gotta do this video real quick, man.
All right, Zoe.
I'll see y'all.
All right, take care, man.
Appreciate you, man.
For sure.
So Dante, what are the red flags with Williams?
The biggest red flags, I don't think it's anything personal. I think a lot of that stuff that's been happening with the painted fingernails and him being at the game and doing all this other stuff, like that stuff doesn't concern me. The dude is 21 years old. He's still trying to figure out who he is and all that other stuff. Right. Let's all think back to when we were 21. We did stupid stuff too, whatever. So I'm not going to hold that against him. It's his family. It's his dad. It's his agent or who's around him that's setting all these rumors out. But he hasn't come out himself and said any of the stuff. The biggest red flags on the field to me is, and I've said this before to people, when you have an anomaly that is Patrick Mahomes and you have somebody that's almost a carbon copy on what you've seen of that, Patrick Mahomes doesn't come every single year or over the decade. Like, he has molded his own way to play quarterback, and it works. He's won Super Bowls. We're putting too much pressure on him, and I think, I mean, you can even look at like when he had almost the same type of hair as him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he tries to mold himself to be that guy. And I think that's just from so much pressure being on him. And I think that's like his biggest flaw. Like, he's in his own head about this. Instead of, we've seen the times where he can stand in the pocket and sling the rock better than anybody. The traditional way to play quarterback is still the best way to play quarterback, in my opinion. People just want a little bit of mobility out of you because you can't depend on offensive lines now. That's his biggest flaw. And I think at times when the game is feeling the most pressure, and I've seen this time and time again, when his defense has failed him, I think he put so much pressure to put the team on his back to make those deep throws that he's just so inconsistent with it. Like, it's almost there. And you keep trying. And then by the time you get 3 throws downfield and then it's turnover on downs, and then your offense is trying to figure out what you can do. So I think that's really his biggest issue, is more of his mental. I have no second thoughts or, any second guesses about the way that he plays the quarterback position. Just don't be Patrick Mahomes. Just be yourself. That's what I would tell him as a quarterback coach. I hope he gets with somebody like Jordan Palmer. Because really and truly, Tony, let me tell you, the most underrated quarterback right now who is training with the Jordan Palmer is Joe
Right.
Milton.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And that's the only thing that he needed to fix was that accuracy in the
Yeah.
intermediate game. And he's working with the guy that can get him there. I mean, you're talking about Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, all these quarterbacks that trained under Jordan Palmer. He's training out there. He made the right decision. So, I mean, Joe Milton might be the best quarterback in this year's draft just because of that.
They're not even the same type of quarterback there.
What'd you say, Sarah?
No, I said I draft 2 quarterbacks.
You need to go back to that corner of the house.
Go back to that corner. Whatever corner you were on, go back to it. We'll be able to hear you.
So, I don't know if you saw this, Dante, but I don't even think they're the same quarterback.
They're not.
Rattler and Josh Dobbs are completely different. Yeah, they're completely different. I mean, I think Josh Dobbs is a little bit more athletic than Spencer Rattler, but that arm talent is it's miles apart. You put them in those old school Pro Bowl quarterback competitions hitting the target.
Yeah.
Spencer Rattler's winning that 10 out of 10 times against Josh Dobbs.
That's a highlight of at South Carolina practice. Seeing how they throw the ball in the bucket.
Mm-hmm.
All the quarterbacks for South Carolina were trying to throw the ball in the bucket. Spencer Rattler hit it 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
He's awesome.
Wow.
He is awesome.
Yeah.
I saw Milton. He looks very good. Yeah.
So basically, somebody like a Rattler would fit what KLC wants to do on offense.
Yeah.
maybe.
See.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah. I try not to say too much about Spencer Rattler because I'm so biased because he pretty much changed South Carolina's trajectory. So, like Shane Bieber would not be the head coach of South Carolina if he was.
But you know what, Catch? I'm hearing more good things about Rattler as time has went on and as we get closer to the draft. I'm hearing more than just you and Dante and Steve when he's on say good things about him.
Yeah.
We didn't hear nothing about him nationally. They just they're focused on Caleb, Drake, JJ, Jaden.
If there was a black sheep of the SEC, South Carolina would be that black sheep.
I'll tell you the trajectory, Tony. I told my guys this when we went down to the Senior Bowl. And once we saw that list of quarterbacks that were going,
yeah,
I said Spencer Rattler can change his whole trajectory around in this draft if he goes out there and balls out, is not toxic, because we've all seen the clips of him being toxic. If he's a great learner from those coaches and wins Senior Bowl MVP, guess what? Check all of those boxes. And that's when his stock started rising even more. And then I told the guys when we went to the combine, I said, if he kills it at the combine, or at least just has a really good day compared to his peers, he'll be talked about again. Had a really good combine, interviewed very, very well. He was one of the only people that wanted to go and do interviews with everybody too, which kind of changed the trajectory of that. And I heard that he was the best quarterback in interviews as well, outside of JJ McCarthy.
The thing about Spencer Rattler is a lot of people still have that documentary when he was a high school quarterback in their mind about how he was, his attitude and all that. He got humbled at Oklahoma with Caleb Williams being there, and how he got benched. That his getting benched in Oklahoma really changed his whole attitude. He actually got humbled by that, and from all indications, from everything I've heard from South Carolina, the people who are in the program, the people who know, he was nothing but a leader, a team guy, no attitude, no nothing.
Shane Beamer, when he transferred there, he said, "You're not guaranteed to be the starter."
Yeah.
He told him that straight up. And I think that changed his whole attitude with everything.
Yeah.
He wanted, and Spencer said he wanted the challenge of going somewhere new too.
Yeah. And Luke Doty was the head.
How come he didn't enter? He didn't want to enter. He wanted to enter the transfer portal, or?
And then he came back because he got like $3 million.
Yeah. And they gave him $3 million, and he got a car. So
hey, money talks.
Yeah.
SEC isn't a top. South Carolina. South Carolina's not a top SEC program, but they still got SEC money.
What are you saying, sir?
How do you feel about Marvin and not doing his work at a pro day and all that?
How do we feel about Marvin Harrison Jr. not doing his pro day?
Oh, he didn't do his pro day, did he?
No, he didn't do. He has not worked out at all. He hasn't done anything.
Yeah, I made a video on it. I mean, I'm a big Marvin Harrison Jr. fan. I mean, everybody's seen the talent. Like bigger, faster, stronger, everything. He's his dad 2.0 and better. He has that ceiling. But I don't like the fact that you didn't do anything at the combine other than do your interviews. Then you didn't even come out in the field with your teammates at the combine. We didn't see him on the field one time. Then you didn't do your pro day. You didn't want to do any of the off-season activities like the Senior Bowl or anything. It's like, dude, do you want to compete? And then Malik Neighbors comes in and says, hold my beer. I'm about to do everything.
And to me, if I was a personnel person, I'd be like, what is Harrison Jr. hiding? Why doesn't he want to do anything? What's he afraid of?
Doesn't matter. Arizona's going to draft him.
I don't know. They may take Neighbors now.
Well, that's the thing too. I mean, on the other side of that, yes. What is he hiding?
Yeah, it's
whatever.
Or he's hiding something.
Yeah.
You can go and say you can see what's on tape all day long, whatever. You weren't. Let's just put it like this: he wasn't always his best every single rep. So saying that just go watch my tape, you can always find flaws in everybody's tape, right?
That's a mistake right there. Just watch my tape. They'll find a flaw.
Yeah. But on the other side of that,
there's always looking for somebody. There's always somebody looking at your tape who doesn't want to draft you, and they'll find the reason why they don't want to draft you.
Exactly, and they're going to be able to justify it. I'm telling you, I think some of this stuff is smoke and mirrors. Like people are just throwing out a rope to see if you're actually going to take it. It's like, the guy that didn't read the playbook and they had $100 bill on the end of it. And he said they read it, and then they're like, "Well, did you know there was $100 bill in your playbook?" Oh no, I didn't know. Wasn't that
That was draft day.
Was that draft day? Okay.
Yeah. That was draft.
I know Jamarcus Russell did something similar to that too.
Yeah, no kidding. My God,
that was one of the worst picks ever.
It was a DVD. DVD to watch of something that had like nothing on there, and since you watched it.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot of that.
Yeah,
throw out a line and see if somebody actually takes the bait.
I hear you on that
one. George, I hear you on that one. We were all in the wrong business. We should have been agents.
Especially if you're Kirk's agent.
Yep.
Yeah.
We should have been agents.
If I was coming out of college, I'm calling Kirk's agent.
Hell yeah.
I'll put this on the other end about Marvin Harrison Jr. too. Maybe he doesn't want to get drafted to any of these high pick teams and wants to go to maybe a contender. Like, if he drops down to the Chargers, you know how life changing that is for Justin Herbert.
And plus, he's in LA.
And then all of us would be like, if he comes out and says, "Yeah, that's why I didn't do all of that stuff. I wanted to be chosen later than Malik Neighbors and them, and now I got the team that I actually wanted to go to." It might be a smokescreen to everybody else, and his dad knows the most perfect way to do it too. I did like what Marvin Harrison Sr. did say on ESPN, though. And this is one thing that I was like, I'm conflicted on how I feel about it. He said, I told my son, we can either do the pro days and do what everybody else is doing, or we can heal up and do everything else that the pros are doing in their off season, which is doing these type of trainings. And I'm the best person to tell them how to get there. So I'm like, I can't really argue with that. You know what I'm saying? The dude's a Hall of Famer.
You can't.
But it's just, however you feel. Do you feel like it was a mistake, like most of us, or do you feel like it's a good thing?
Was he injured though? Did Harrison Jr. get hurt?
Yeah, he hurt his ankle.
He was dinged up.
Yeah, he hurt his ankle. He was playing through a lot of that last season too.
Like that too, like with Caleb Williams, like all the stunts he's pulling, is like trying to avoid to get the draft there.
I don't know.
That's the take I'm seeing, or the side of it.
I don't know if Caleb Williams actually said that he didn't want to play for the Bears. Did he actually want to be a part owner?
It might have been his dad.
Yeah, it's everybody on the outsides has been saying that stuff. Like, I know the biggest thing that he didn't do that can be proven was, remember at the combine they said he didn't disclose his medicals to everybody.
Yeah, I do remember that.
But here's my thing: why would, if you were the number one quarterback in this draft, And we've already seen what happened to Nakobe Dean. Nakobe Dean was a bona fide first rounder and went to the third rounder to the Philadelphia Eagles, right? Because of the whole medical issue that everybody was talking about. They probably saw something, and it wasn't really a smokescreen. It was a concern from every team.
Right.
I think Caleb Williams was kind of smart in that, because why would I show my medicals to a friend of a team that's going to draft me? It could be somebody on the Chiefs. Why would I disclose my medicals to the Chiefs? They're not drafting me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's, you pick your battle. So that one,
I get that. I don't have a problem with that.
But he did give the medicals to the teams that he thought actually had a chance of drafting.
Yeah, like the top 10 teams got the medicals. Yeah, people like the Chiefs didn't.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you think you're going to be gone before the Chiefs pick, why would you waste your time?
I mean, yeah, it's like, why would you go to a team that's got their starter? Like, or why'd you give your medicals to a team that's got their starter? They're not picking you.
Yeah.
I mean, the less information that you can give to people to like,
it's like a job interview. Don't answer more than what they ask in the job interview.
Yeah, don't volunteer info.
Yeah,
people can collude against you all the time. So
they are looking for any reason not to draft you. If they have 2 or 3 guys they really like, there's got to be a way to separate those 3 guys that they really like. So they're looking for reasons to do that.
Well, that's like if the Vikings got his medicals, but then know that the Bears got the number 1 pick, or if let's say the Lions trade up and try to get Caleb Williams or something, or the Packers, like any 3 of those teams could realistically try to go get Caleb. I mean, if they don't believe in their quarterbacks. As the Vikings be like, we saw something on there, he didn't disclose it to you guys, don't pick him up. So he purposely doesn't go to the Bears and causes terror for the rest, the rest of his career. Yeah, it happens all the time.
Zoe actually lives in Detroit, so he's going. I'm sure, Dante, you're going, right? To the draft.
I was so close to going. We did get credentials for it, but I won't be able to make it. So
okay. I live in Texas, and I either have to go to Skullfest or go to the draft. I'm going to Skullfest.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm in Minneapolis, and I'm staying right here.
Yeah, I took a lot.
I do want to go to the draft one year, but I definitely ain't going next year when it's in Green Bay.
I'll put it this: I'm sure they're going to have it up here eventually. That's when I'll go.
Yeah. I think they're eventually going to make their rounds to everybody instead of having it like they had over the years in Music City Hall and all that stuff in New York. So, but I'll definitely be there next year in Green Bay. So
it's going to be a pain to Green Bay, though. I mean, there aren't even like hotels for people.
Yeah, you have to stay in Appleton.
You'll have to stay in Appleton. There are no hotels in Green Bay.
Really?
Yeah,
really?
That's crazy.
No, Green Bay is, when you say Green Bay is small town America, it's not a joke.
It's houses, and then the stadium.
The stadium is in a residential area.
That's what I thought. Isn't it like on a hill or something like that?
Yeah, the hills, there's houses across the street from the damn stadium.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's wild. That's wild.
I mean, that's where like that's like the,
George, I love you tonight, man. You're you're on fire.
Probably
tonight.
gonna have to like get in Milwaukee and then drive up to.
Yeah. I think that's what a lot of people are going to be doing, staying in Milwaukee, probably.
No,
they should move the draft to Milwaukee instead of having it in Green Bay. But
well, they say that they're having it in Green Bay, but it could probably just be like, that's our host city, but we're having all our activities in Milwaukee.
Well, how far is Milwaukee from Green Bay?
I have no idea.
Just down the road.
Okay,
like,
so it's close.
It's like almost like an hour and a half or 2.
Yeah. So
because the Packers used to play in Milwaukee.
I'm thinking that's more what it's going to be like. Is Green Bay's a quote unquote host city, but it's going to be in Milwaukee.
And Milwaukee's close to Chicago.
Milwaukee has the infrastructure. Green Bay doesn't.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
it has. If they don't, I don't know.
It'll be a disaster.
Yeah.
It'll be a disaster if they don't have it in a major city where people can stay.
Right.
It's going to be a disaster.
170 miles from Milwaukee.
Yeah, there's probably like 2 hotels in Bay.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm thinking that most of their
2 hotels in like.
I mean, What do you do for a good time in Green Bay?
Go to Walmart.
You go to Applebee's to have dinner, then go to Walmart and look at the stuff for sale.
Yeah, their 5-star restaurant is Olive Garden.
Yeah,
I guess whatever their premier hotel is that has, where they can set up a radio music, not a radio music.
Radio Row or whatever.
Radio Row.
Yeah.
That's where they're going to be at, because usually, like when we do media, that's what it's like. It's yeah, they have like their hotel that has all that stuff already set up, and they do most of that there, and then they hit up a have like a big convention center where they go to actually have the draft. So I'm thinking that's probably what they're going to do.
Yeah, but Green Bay doesn't have any convention centers, so
no. They got plenty of bars though.
The only convention center they have would probably be the basketball auditorium that Wisconsin Green Bay plays at.
I want to see if I can. I'm gonna go to our media website and see if they actually announce the locations. Let me look it up real quick.
Because if it's gonna be, they've got to move it to Milwaukee then, or you know what? Just skip Green Bay altogether and bring it to Minneapolis. Plenty of hotels here.
Yeah, we got.
Yeah, Appleton is when the players with visiting teams go play Green Bay. Appleton's where they stay.
Yeah, they stay in Appleton. So they probably will end up in Appleton.
There ain't
shit in Appleton, just hotels.
Yeah.
I mean, Appleton is just as big as Green Bay. Like, it took me 20 minutes to walk from one side of downtown to the other side.
Yeah, Appleton's not much bigger than Green Bay, but at least Appleton has hotels.
Good one, Trisha.
So it says that most likely most of the media will happen in Milwaukee, and all the draft activities will happen in or around Lambeau Field on Titletown. So
in the parking lot?
I guess so. I guess they're gonna do? Set up some teepees and stuff around.
So basically, the green room is probably going to be like a suite at Lambeau Field.
Yeah. What if it rains? Because it ain't exactly great weather come draft time. It's usually raining.
Yeah, it's springtime.
Yeah, it's springtime, and they get the same weather we do. So,
yeah, I wonder how they're going to have it set up.
And they get that lake up there by.
Oh my God, George, where are you coming up with this?
I don't know. George is on fire tonight, man.
He's on a roll.
So my guess is to probably have it kind of set up like they had it. Yeah, you broke up, Sarah.
Sarah, you're breaking up.
My guess is to probably have it like they had it in Cleveland, where all the picks were at one part, like at the stadium or whatever, and then across the river, across the lake, or whatever they had it, all the other stuff was happening over there.
Oh, and they had to take that big long walk.
Yeah. So I'm thinking. I think the players and all the draft, like all the tables for the teams, all that's going to be set up at Lambeau Field, and then everything else is happening in Milwaukee.
Yeah, because it says that media will start that Tuesday, and it's going to happen all in Milwaukee. So Tuesday to Wednesday, they'll be in Milwaukee, and then for the draft for those next couple of days will happen in Green Bay. So. If anything, they're probably going to set up some custom awning or something out there where fans can stand up even if it rains, because I don't see them having people stand out in the rain. But who knows? Green Bay people are insane too.
What a pain in the ass.
Yeah. Just for a couple days.
I think what this is that the NFL is like Green Bay is a traditional long franchise in the NFL. It's the second oldest franchise in the NFL. They ain't ever getting the Super Bowl, so we got to give them a bone. I think that's what this is.
So you give them the consolation of a damn draft party. Wow. Okay.
I mean, it's literally and truly, I guess when you get to Green Bay on draft day, it's only going to be cool for like the first hour, and then it's going to get real boring after that, because it's like, all right, so now I got to drive an hour and a half back to Milwaukee where I had my hotel.
Yeah,
exactly.
And especially if your team has a bad draft.
Well, just think if you're there for your team and they trade out of the first round.
Oh, man.
That would be the worst.
and you only had the 1 day admission ticket for the first day.
Right,
And it's
you
like,
only had 1 day, and your
There we
team
go.
trades out.
So do you actually need a ticket for all 3 days? One ticket
Yeah.
doesn't cover all
You
3
can
days?
get a pat. You can get one, for all 3 days.
yeah. Usually tell them how many days you're going to be there. And then
So
they'll
put it this
have
way:
your admission
if
for
the
that.
Vikings trade out of the first round, Zoe gonna be pissed because I think he's only got it for 1 day.
Yeah, but he lives in Detroit though, so it's not that big for him.
Yeah,
to
that's
go back.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's okay. I don't mind it being in Detroit. At least, like I said, they have the infrastructure. Detroit's it's a major city, so
Green Bay is not a major city.
No.
Green Bay, they call Minneapolis flyover country. Green Bay is just we didn't even see it when we passed over a country.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you can always have a backup plan in Ford Field because it's a dome. So
Yeah.
worst comes to worst with anything, you can just go there.
That's why they did doing it when the draft was in Dallas. That's why they did it at the stadium because they could close the roof if they had to.
Well, but Jerry made all that room. He planned for big things like that.
Yeah.
He planned for it.
I mean, you can even have
players
you can even have it at the practice facility. It's so big.
The Frisco practice facility, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Teams actually play there. So if you really wanted to, you could have the draft right there and not even have to touch the main stadium. He would do something like that too. Don't touch my precious grass.
What kind of party we having over here?
Oh, concerts.
Oh yeah.
Concerts.
They're actually, by the way,
That'd be funny.
for people who have ever watched a concert video and they've seen body surfing, there is etiquette in the crowd when people body surf. Most people, especially at rock concerts, they follow the rules. I don't know what they do at other concerts, but rock concerts, they actually follow the rules as far as when people body surf.
Yeah, there's unwritten rules.
No groping at all. Even male, female, no groping at all. And if you watch a rock concert, there's no groping. I don't, like I said, rap concert. I don't know how it is. Also, the mosh pit. If someone falls down in the mosh pit, they stop. They pick them up, and then they continue. There'll be no trampling at like a metal concert. That stuff doesn't happen.
No, they pick you up.
Yeah. People are genuinely there to have fun. Like me and my wife went to, I don't know, this band called Polyphia. They're kind of a heavy metal band. This is a couple months ago, and it was pretty respectful the whole time.
Yeah,
the pit. But the pits are all different in America. The pits are.
You guys have.
You're breaking up real
bad. In America, the pits are real. Like they help you and everything. European pits. Oh my god, it's like warfare.
Oh, they just charge at each other like it's Lord of the Rings, the two towers. Like,
you shall not pass.
Damn.
They are. It is just, and it's two sides, and they just collide. It's like, oh my god!
It's like that movie Braveheart, when the Scots are on one side and the British are on one side, and
exactly. Exactly. George, I saw Suicidal Tendencies with Exodus years ago, and I jumped in the pit during Suicidal Tendencies, and a dude stage dive. I got a fucking Doc Martin in the side of the head. That was the last pit I was ever in after I got that Doc Martin in the side of the head.
Because it's not my thing.
I've never done them either, but I've seen people the battle scars after. I'm like, damn.
Oh yeah, it's it's either only thing probably close to that, not even, is playing football on the line. But when I got that kick in the side of the head, I'm like, I need to retire from the pits. I think I jumped in again when I saw Pantera, but I don't know. As I got older, I just was like, I just want to listen to the band.
That's how I am too, because that was my first love. I was a musician for a long time, so
right.
I just like to sit back and listen and just enjoy the music. Now, I've never been one that's like to jump inside the pits. I've gotten myself involved in one, not voluntarily. I'm like, how the hell did I end up here?
It starts up when you least expect it. It just is like, oh, you're swept up.
Yeah, I'm like, can somebody give me a stop sign or something that I can hold up? Like, I'm not the guy, man. I'm good.
Well, because it usually starts off as one, and then like two, and then there's like three of them that develop.
Yeah, it's like 3 hurricanes going on in the same.
3
area.
hurricanes going at the same time.
Yeah,
you know, between the pit and then you got people stage diving and everything else.
It's still breaking up bad.
Still breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up really bad, Sarah.
Yeah, I actually.
I gotta go different corner.
What corner are you at that you got to keep moving around?
Is the building you in have a 10 roof?
Yeah.
Broadway.
You're on Broadway?
Broadway.
Outdoors on Broadway?
Yeah.
Sir.
North Minneapolis?
Sarah making some money tonight.
At near 1 in the morning?
I sure am.
Oh my God, woman. Oh. Oh, damn.
That must be a really bad area.
You don't want to be there now.
Sarah, go back inside. We'll see you in the comments.
Yeah. Get home safe.
Oh no, Sarah's probably the person that they stay away from. Stay away from her. She's crazy.
She's walking around with brass knuckles on right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, she might be ready to whoop somebody's ass.
Yeah.
Either that or somebody owe her money.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
All right, fellas, it was fun hanging out with you, man.
Yeah, we do this every other Friday.
Yeah, we're every other Friday.
We talk.
Yeah,
football,
I try to pop in when I can for sure.
We talk football, but then we just talk other shit.
We're all over the place
on Fridays. Yeah.
If I'm not in the comments, I'm definitely listening to you guys. So I'll try to pop in when I can.
Yeah. Hey Trisha. Hey Sarah. Trisha's got a question for you. Trisha wants to know what street corner you're on.
Go home.
Yeah, yeah, Sarah, go home. Pack your brass knuckles up. It's okay. We'll see you in the comments.
Sarah, there's always tomorrow. You catch them tomorrow. Preferably daylight when they least expect you.
No, I'm down the river. West River, right? West River and Broadway.
Did you say you're putting somebody in the river?
She's putting someone in the river on Broadway tonight. Carol, 11
damn.
body found in river.
It's okay, Sarah. Go park that 66 Mustang. It's okay. Take the body out the back.
Oh my God.
But guys, I appreciate it, man. Y'all have a good night.
Derek, I would say she probably throw herself in the river if the Vikings re-signed Cousins.
Oh God. Oh.
Thank you, Dante. It was a pleasure.
Thanks for coming on, Dante.
Yeah.
Clarified a lot with the draft. It really did because,
yeah,
you know, right now we're only hearing about, especially here in Minnesota, we're hearing about the top guys.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just, so all I'm hearing about is either.
I'm Bo Nick. Sorry.
Well, I mean, my opinion on Bo Nix is what I saw at Auburn. I didn't think he was that good, but I mean, that's just my opinion. You know, it doesn't mean it's right. It doesn't mean it's wrong, but
I did read reports that.
My opinion is because I'm sorry.
I did read reports that Bo Nix did fit the Viking scheme for quarterback. I did read that somewhere.
Yeah.
Him and Drake May. But I don't know, May. I'm cautious on May. But it sounds like the team is going to be all in. It sounds like the team is all in on May. And that's kind of the sad part.
Yeah.
You know?
Like I said, Dante is a good dude, man. It's always a pleasure to have him on.
I love that.
He knows his stuff. So,
because I'm going to be honest, I don't know much. I watch college ball, but I don't dissect it like a lot of people do. So when it comes draft time, I really don't pay attention to quarterbacks. I'm always paying attention to line. That's just me. I'm old school. So I always look at the defensive lines and the offensive lines. So quarterback, I could care less. I think they're all overrated anyway.
I don't know. I just whoever Sean Taylor was. whoever Sean Payton want to take that guy so that he can't have it. Because
Peyton wants Knicks. He wants Bo Nix.
Then I'll be on board for us to get Knicks.
Anybody got a?
And see,
I just cannot. Whoever he wants.
I don't know. Sean Payton has proven that he's not a good head coach without Drew Brees.
yeah, well, so here's the thing now. Belichick is not a good coach without
I
Brady.
think he's way over.
And Peyton's not a good coach without Breeze. You know? It's like yeah,
Well, I mean,
yours
like,
next year.
Peyton so much credit, and what does he have? Wonderful. What does he have? Overrated.
Oh,
Yeah, and he kind of cheated to get that.
yeah.
You know, he kind of cheated to get that. So, I've never been a Sean
Yeah,
Payton
and
guy.
if he hadn't, he's not a Super Bowl winner.
I need 300K one. I need 3001.
Don't be greedy, Catch. Take the 300. Don't be greedy. That extra one could get you not out of a job. Because I'll definitely take the 3. Yeah, he did. He was a replacement player. He played quarterback in '87 for the Bears in the replacement games.
So
Sean Payton.
my nephew is playing his first 2 football games tomorrow. He plays
For
defensive
who?
tackle
Oh, what's
for
the
his
difference?
youth league. 11 and 12-year-old team. He's only 10.
And they're playing football already?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's Texas.
Oh, it's Texas. Never mind.
So and they're actually playing 2 games. They're playing at 12 and then at 7.
Is this 11 on 11?
Yep.
Regular football?
Yep.
Oh, and he's got back-to-back games?
Yep.
I remember we used to do that in semi-pro.
Yeah.
God, that was years ago.
They were supposed to play last week, but something came up, so they had to do it this week.
So they're going to make up for it.
Yeah. So and then Sunday, I am going to the San Antonio Brahmins game.
Yeah, that's right. The UFL starts tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah. So I got a lot of football this.
Yeah, there is football back. I mean,
Teams are there.
Yeah.
Do we have a
I don't think you guys have a.
no, we didn't get it. We didn't get a team.
You got 2. You got 2 indoor teams though.
Yeah, the Myth and then the Duluth Harbor Monsters.
Yeah, Yogi's team.
Yogi's team.
Yeah, there's only 4 teams in that.
There's only 4 teams in that league, but it's a startup league.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. But yeah, the Myth. They
how
just brought,
much do arena do guys in those kind of leagues?
Yeah.
we didn't hear a word you said.
Yeah. I heard those guys in that league with that.
Yeah,
out of that.
I heard that. I mean, the head coach of the Myth.
I said, how much do guys in those leagues make? Like, are we talking 4 figures?
Oh no, they
make maybe.
I think my wife probably makes more than most of those guys make.
Yeah, they don't make a lot in that league. They don't make a lot. Nobody makes over.
Oh.
It's
Well, I'm not saying my wife is like my wife isn't like a top earner, but she has been a nurse for 20 years. You can kind of imagine around what she makes, and they don't make that much money.
Yeah, it's and both leagues are just starting up, so they're not going to pay a lot.
Yeah.
And the AF, the Arena League, is just starting up again.
She's going one of those.
I mean,
Peterson should go to one of those leagues. Like, no?
So the United. Let me see here.
You looking up the
I don't
UFL?
know what's wrong with my phone. Every time.
Yeah, you're getting really bad feedback. It's okay. there's 8 teams in the UFL.
So the UFL players, it will be 5,500 and 2,500 for inactive players. A 150 week toward a 401k, 400 a week house stipend, and 55 a day for per diem for spending.
Oh, really?
So if they make, so actually they do make quite a bit of money. Then
they're making pretty decent.
They make
money.
$5,500 per week.
Yeah, so they're making pretty decent money.
Yeah. So what is that? 20 grand a month?
20 grand. Yeah. Yep,
That's the UFL for this year. So
and they're going, and they have to rely a lot on ticket sales and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So are the tickets reasonable?
I don't know. Mine were free.
Oh, okay.
My sister-in-law is an attorney, so she gets free stuff all the time.
Oh, okay.
But I know the AFL players don't make a lot of money.
AFL players don't make a lot of money at all.
Yeah.
Especially with it starting up again, they don't make anything.
The top earner, and we're talking about like the quarterbacks, the 5,300. So they make in a month what UFL players make in a week.
Okay.
I mean, it's still pretty. I mean, you're not poor. I mean, the top earners are around 64. So those would be the top players, the quarterbacks. But the average player only makes $2,750. So 27,500 a year. That's pretty much it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's not bad. It's know what? They're getting paid to play a sport they love.
Yeah.
You know, who knows if they're good enough.
And depending on what part of the country you're in, $2,700 is, like if you're in the middle of Iowa or in the middle of Kentucky somewhere, that's not that bad. Now, if you're in a big city like New York, you're screwed.
I think the biggest city they're going to be in is DC.
Yeah.
So, and you can live in the suburbs in DC.
Yeah.
Then what? They're in Houston.
Yeah. Well, Houston's cheap.
Is Houston cheap?
Yep. For a major city, Houston is one of the cheapest cities. San Antonio is cheap. Okay. San Antonio actually costs more to live in than Houston.
Okay, and then Detroit.
Yeah.
Where else do they got teams?
You're talking about the UFL?
Yeah.
St. Louis.
St. Louis.
So it's St. Louis, San Antonio, Austin, DC, Detroit.
It's a southern team, isn't there?
I don't think there's a team in Florida.
No, they didn't go to Florida.
Yeah, there's only 8 teams. Yeah,
okay, so Birmingham.
So Arlington, which is Dallas, Birmingham, DC, Houston, Memphis, Michigan, San Antonio, and St. Louis.
Okay.
So DC is probably the most expensive place to live in.
Yep.
And then Dallas. And probably.
I know a lot of people were wondering why they didn't put teams in New York or California.
Well, they tried that. It didn't.
Yeah. At least one team in each, and it just bigger markets. But it's like if it's not going to support a team.
So a 5-game package for tickets is $475.
That's it?
That's the most expensive.
It's pretty cheap.
Price per game is $95.
$95.
General admission is $20.
$20 to see a damn football game?
Yep.
Shit. Vikings haven't had $20 tickets in 40 years.
Yeah.
God.
My seats are pretty good too, from what I understand.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, Houston is not bad. But if you guys have never been to a city like Houston, say like Minneapolis is the biggest city you've ever been to, Minneapolis is not a big city when you compare it to a place like Houston.
No, Houston's bigger.
Houston is huge. Oh my God. I was like, when I went to Houston for the first time, I'm like, I used to live in Houston. I'm like, my God, this place is huge.
Sarah, the Viking nosebleed seats are up there too. They've got to be at least they're over 70, I believe. Over $70. Yeah, they're over $70. So it looks like tomorrow's game is going to be Birmingham and Arlington.
Yeah, San Antonio and DC is the game I'm going to.
Yep. So you got 2 games tomorrow and then 2 games on Sunday. It's not bad. Yeah, keep the schedule short and see what happens, and then look at advancing, adding more teams. The Rock is still a part of this, which I think he's trying to get TKO involved because TKO has a ton of money, so they could help finance the league. But then TKO will have UFC, WWE, and the UFL. So, well, should we get ready to head out of here, Catch?
Yeah.
Okay.
TKO. Sarah wants to know who TKO is.
TKO is a sports company. They own UFC and WWE. TKO Enterprises, I believe it's called.
But they also own that. They also own a network channel too, the one that has all the fights on it.
Fight Network, isn't it? Yeah, they do.
It's the one that the one that's like online and it's free. You don't have to pay for it.
Yeah.
To watch all the boxing matches on. I think they own that too.
Right. Trisha, I love you, baby, but why are you coming here with that shit?
Here's the thing. How long was Cousins the quarterback of the Vikings? I think they know his weaknesses.
Too long. He was too long. And I'll put it this way. If we play the Falcons at noon on a Sunday, possibility they beat us. But if we play the Falcons in prime time or Monday night, I'd go with the Vikings because Kirk is terrible in prime time. So, and it's a road game too. So he's got to come back here. And then after what he said when he left here.
Does he get booed?
Oh, he's getting mercilessly booed. He's getting mercilessly booed. Yeah, he's getting merciless.
You get some cheers.
No, if he's the cheers he gets, the people won't be at the game because they're not supporting the Vikings since Kirk left. So they're not going to spend money on the team.
Yeah.
You know, they're not even going to watch the game. They'll watch the game and cheer for the Falcons, put it that way. So, but yeah, there's talk. It's just a rumor, but there is talk that we will open season with the Falcons, and they're talking prime time. So it's either Sunday night or Monday night. So that is a big.
Oh, we appreciate you, George.
Thanks, George.
Yeah, you're here every week. We appreciate everybody who's here every week.
Yeah, we do.
We're just a bunch of yokels talking on YouTube. You know, you don't have to watch our show. We appreciate it.
Yeah. They gave an idiot like me a platform. So,
yeah.
It's
funny when we started this. Tony's like, "Don't tell me to host. I don't want to host, but you lead me where to go, and I'll talk. But I'm not hosting." I'm like, "That's fine. I'll be the host."
Yeah. Once you send me on a path, then I can talk. It's talk. But if you're asking me to host, forget it. It's not happening.
I don't claim to be. I kind of am a sort of expert, but when it comes to the history, I'm kind of a little bit. But I never claimed to be the historian that Tony is.
I'm an idiot savant.
Yeah.
I am. I don't know how I remember the stuff. I just do. Right. Like certain years, they just pop into my head. I'm lucky that I still got my memory.
And then the show that we did Wednesday, just seeing the name of the person, my memory like clicked in.
Okay, put up what Trisha said. I will talk to you during the game, honey. Of course I will. The question is, will you talk to me during the game? Will my name still be Tony, or will I have another name?
I mean, it may be, start with an A and an E.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So
yeah, I'll probably get that.
We do have a show coming up for you guys who are wrestling fans. I talked to my brother-in-law. He said he will do the show, but he only has Monday night available. Yep. So the show is going to be on a Monday night. We don't know. I think it's going to be 2 Mondays from now. I got to get with my brother-in-law to confirm it. But as soon as my brother-in-law confirms what night he's available to do it on Monday, then we will do it. It's probably going to be 8:30 Central Time,
right?
Because he gets up early, so it's probably going to be 8:30 Central Time. He has about an hour and a half. So we are going to be doing a wrestling show here on a Monday. We just don't know the exact day yet, but I will let everybody know when it's confirmed, either at the end of the Vikings Vintage show or the Friday night show. I'll give the date out and everything like that, so y'all can pay attention and tune in.
Yep.
Because Tony's got some questions for him. He's already told me stories. They're awesome.
Yeah.
There are certain things. There are certain things I believe he won't talk about, but we don't know. Yeah.
Put it this way: I will ask him because he was in WWF/E. So one of the things I will ask him is, of course, what was said about Vince McMahon. I'm going to ask him about Vince. I'm going to ask him about the culture. That's one thing I want to put out there. I'm going to ask him about the culture. Because I've heard, because I used to, on one of my semi-pro teams, I had a teammate named Tim Hunt who wrestled in WCW. He was in the tag team Maximum Overdrive. And so he kind of told me a little bit about what's going on in WCW. So I heard one side of what was going on, but I never really heard from anybody firsthand what was going on in WWF at that same time. So this will be kind of cool for me. So, yeah. So I'm actually looking forward. Good Lord, Trisha, we ain't even had the schedule come out yet. You're already starting.
Well, the Falcons may even have their first round pick this year. They may lose it.
Oh yeah, for tampering.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get their first pick, and you'll have Kirk. Remember, honey, all the times I complained about Kirk Cousins? It's your turn.
You should get her like a cake. It says, Kirk, I trust. Yeah.
Oh, so she can throw it in my face?
It's funny how my wife is a Texans fan. She loves the Viking player that she got.
Yeah, you got Daniil.
So, hey, happy wife, happy life. Hey.
Yeah, that's true. Right now, Trisha's we're on the boat of, okay, we'll see what happens. The season hasn't started yet.
Yeah.
The man's coming off an Achilles, so you just take it as is. But I mean, if he's really bad, I'm gonna hear. If he's really good, she's gonna razz me big time.
Well, if he's really good, you just tell her, yeah, he was good for the Vikings at some point as well.
Yeah. Well, no, I'll just say you ain't in playoffs yet. He's gonna suck.
1 o'clock Kirk is one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah. Primetime Kirk is, which unfortunately now he's going to get more primetime games. That could cost you. He will play balls out in certain games.
Yeah.
But then it's those games like a sorry team like Carolina, he'll look horseshit. He will.
I think he'll bring his A game against Minnesota.
Yeah.
But the Vikings will bring their A game though.
Right. But I mean, he's got good personnel. If they're used right, he's got good young personnel. I like Bijan Robinson. Drake London, he could, I mean, he could turn Drake London into at least, I don't know, Stephon Diggs, Kyle Pitts. You know, you never know. Yeah, honey, it might be prime time. It might be prime time.
From everything I'm hearing, and that it's either going to be the first Vikings home opener is going to be a Sunday night game, or it's going to be the London game.
They're going to play in London?
The Vikings are playing a home game in London this year, and the Falcons are one of the opponents. They're not going to put a Viking Green Bay game in London.
Okay, London games here, they usually start here like 8:30 in the morning, right?
Yeah, but it's prime time over there.
In California, they're at 6:30 in the morning.
Right. And in London, it's prime time.
And it's prime time in London. So I'm like, oh my God. Oh. Yeah, 6:30. That's 8:30 is even for me on game day. I usually don't wake up till about 10:30. Hour and a half before kickoff. You know. We are playing in London this year, aren't we?
Yeah.
Great.
And when you look at the Vikings opponents who they play at home, they're not going to put a division game, so that leaves the Lions and the Packers out. And then I think the schedule's not out yet, but
yeah, the schedule comes out, I think, a week after. It used to come out before the draft. Now it comes out after the draft.
Yeah.
Jeez. Well, put it this way: do you think we end the season with Detroit again?
So the home opponents are Chicago. That's not going to be a home game. That's not going to be in London.
No.
Detroit, it's not going to be in London. Green Bay is not going to be in London. So they have the Cardinals, the 49ers, the Texans, the Colts, the Falcons, and the Jets.
The Jets were just over there, weren't they?
So, yeah.
We were just over there 2 years ago.
3 years. I think it was 3 years. I think it has to be 3 years, except for the Jacksonville.
No, because O'Connell was over there in 22. That was the game where we won.
So it was 2 years. Was it 2 years ago?
Yeah, 2 years ago.
I think you can't go back to back unless you're Jacksonville.
Because Chad Kahn still wants to move that team over to LA.
Yeah.
But now they go over to England now for the gambling money.
So I'm assuming. Okay, so the Vikings are supposed to have 9 home games this year, but one of them is in London. So the 3 divisional opponents are out. I don't think I don't think it'd be Arizona or San Fran.
You're looking at the home schedule?
Yeah, the Vikings home opponents are Chicago, of course, the 3 divisional teams, and then Arizona, the 49ers from the West, the Houston Texans and the Colts from the AFC South, the Falcons from the NFC South, and then the Jets.
Okay, are we going to London as the road team or the home team?
No, it's a home game. The NFL announced the Vikings will play one of their home games in London.
I bet it's the Jets.
See, because if they were playing Jacksonville, they're playing Jacksonville, but they're playing Jacksonville.
Jacksonville's supposed to be a home game for us.
Right. Well, no, Jacksonville's a road game.
Jacksonville's a road game.
So I think if Jacksonville was playing Minnesota, that would be the game.
You know which one it might be? It might be the extra home game, the extra home opponent that we play in London. Jets. Which would be who is it?
Jets.
It's probably the Jets.
Because they play a division from the AFC every year, and this year it's the AFC South.
This year it's the South, and then the NFC is
the Jets. The additional one home game.
We're playing both Souths, AFC South and NFC South, aren't we?
Yep. Oh no, AFC West and NFC West, AFC South. We're playing the Falcons because they're the cross division. They finished in the same place that we did.
So we're going to LA this year for the Rams.
Yes. Play Seattle and LA on the road.
We're going to Seattle. We're always in Seattle.
Yeah, I know. And always they're playing Jacksonville and Tennessee on the road, and then you go to the Giants for the NFC East opponent.
Oh yeah, the Giants ain't got nobody.
They always play in Philadelphia, and they always play in Seattle.
God, what a joke! Well, that's already the predetermined formula too. It all depends on how you.
Yeah, it just all depends on how the previous year went and why they play there. Yeah,
yeah, it's a lot of mediocrity in the league.
I don't know. Danielle Hunter, yeah, we do play Danielle Hunter, but both tackles know all his moves. Of course, he knows their moves too,
he's going to be lining up on O'Neal.
Yeah.
O'Neal's probably the weaker of the two, especially with his footwork.
I didn't think Greg Joseph was as bad as everybody else did. He said, but
you know what? Greg Joseph was going to cost him a game or two in Green Bay.
Yeah, because he's not kicking indoors.
He's not kicking indoors. He's going to cost him a game or two. Yeah, he's going to cost him. Well, Trisha's going to Vegas because the Falcons are playing the Raiders this year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so she's going to Vegas. I wouldn't mind going to Vegas too. Put down some money and sit at one of the sports books and watch football all day. Hell, can't beat that.
Tony would become a degenerate if he lived in Vegas.
Oh God. Oh, that would just be every stream
living off the hotel buffets.
Yep. Every stream. Yeah, I'm here to hotel. I like Vegas, you know.
I've never been.
It's fun. I don't know what it's been like since the pandemic, but
we're closer to New Orleans, so we go to New Orleans a lot.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
So. There you go. Yeah, my best friend, he still has family down in Louisiana.
Yeah.
Actually, my grandfather was from Louisiana, so I got Southern ties.
So, like I said, we'll let you updated on the wrestling show for those interested, and then we'll also do our Vikings Weekly show that we do Wednesday. This show, I don't know, people seem to be showing up. We still got 40 people watching us, so people seem to watch. So I don't know if this Friday night thing could be an every week thing as opposed to bi-week. I don't know. We've been doing it every week, and people keep showing up, so you might as well just keep doing it. So, you know, unless I have something coming up on Friday nights, I think this will probably be a weekly thing now, unless something comes up.
You want to make it weekly? We used to do bi-weekly.
We used to do bi-weekly, but we still got 40 people watching us.
I know. Well, you know what? Let's do another bi-weekly. And then after the draft, we may go every week.
Yeah, we can do that.
As the season hooks up, you know, as the season gets, Sarah wants
me. Well, Sarah, you're going to have to get a better connection.
Sarah, you're going to have to get a better connection. We want you on, but you keep breaking up, or just, or handle your business during the day.
Yeah. Hey, day walkers make just as much as night walkers.
Yeah, I mean, we'd love to have you on. We'd love to have everybody on.
Yeah, I mean, hell, Byron came on tonight. We didn't even know who he was.
Yeah,
he got roasted, but
I know this was like the first night where I was like completely quiet. It's like, well, everybody else was talking. I just let them talk.
Yeah.
You know? Oh, no wonder you're a vampire.
Oh, she's sleeping during the day.
God, but yeah. So we'll do another show in 2 weeks. Let's do that.
Yeah.
And we do our weekly show, The Vintage, which is Vikings history. That's basically where we pick a Viking topic and
run any ideas. You know?
Yeah.
Trisha and Sarah stand on the street corner.
Boy, oh, for God's sake.
How many people would they chase away? What you looking at, mofo? We short, but we'll tear your ass up.
Short girls with attitudes.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Instead of sisters with voices, sisters with attitudes.
Oh, my God. And Trisha will be quick to call him motherfucker out. I'm serious. She will.
I don't think Sarah has that issue either.
No, if she's got Trisha with her, she ain't got to worry about it.
like I said, it ain't the tall women that scare me. It's the short, like especially like the Filipino women. Like my wife works with a lot of Filipino women. They scare the hell out of me.
Oh yeah, we didn't talk about it. Sarah, that stuff with P. Diddy, it's been known for years. It's really nothing new if you've followed and listened to people.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was on Epstein's list.
That rumor's been out there for years. It's been out there for the longest time. So is it true? Yeah, because he's settled many court cases because of it.
Every time we get ready to
there's
leave,
always a topic. Every time we get
Sarah
ready,
always throws a question out.
Yeah, he could. He could go down. And right now, he doesn't have the backing anymore to the music industry.
Yeah, he's been out there for a while.
Yeah, he doesn't have his protectors.
Yeah, Jay-Z replaced him.
Yeah, and Jay-Z now is going to come under some scrutiny. So, I mean, Jay-Z, now they're coming after 50. They're going after everybody. I mean, but with Diddy goes all the way back to right, he has no protection. But Diddy goes all the way back to Tupac because Keefe D, who is now in jail for the Tupac thing, has mentioned that they were getting paid by Diddy. Which you're gonna have if you're gonna bring that up with Tupac, you got to bring up Biggie. He probably has something to do with Biggie. Yeah, Ice Cube is right now untouchable. And he's been saying a lot too. He's been talking more than usual. So yeah, it's turning upside down. But with Diddy, it's been known for years. And honestly, Diddy hasn't made a lot of money for the record companies anyway, but they've still protected him. But he's got a lot of dirt on him, all the way back to Uptown Records with Heavy D, Kim Porter. Yes, he did. It's yeah, he's on the down low. He is on the down low. He's those.
Come on, he has that song. I'm coming out. I want the world to know.
Yeah, he would have to sample that one. God, he would have to sample that one. But yeah, that's been there for years. I mean,
I never thought, by the way, that they would catch Tupac's killer.
Well, they wouldn't have until he ran his mouth. Here's the thing. The thing with Keefe D was he started talking. He went on like Vlad TV, and then he went on a couple of other things. He started talking about the murder. For years, they said the killer was Orlando Anderson. His nephew is the one that killed Tupac. Well, Orlando's gone. So everybody else that was in the car that night with them is also gone. Oh, Trisha's a big Too Short guy.
I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a taller. I wish I had a hood. I'd call her.
Diddy has done so much dirt over the years. Oh my God, George! Did you really just bring up Digital Underground?
I once got busy in the Burger King bathroom.
Oh my God!
And there was this big, fat girl. Yeah, I called you fat. Come over here. Look at me. I'm ugly. I got a big nose.
Oh my God! Yeah, Justin Bieber called him out too. Diddy's been called out.
Yeah.
There's a lot of videos on YouTube.
But even didn't Faith Evans call him out too? Biggie's wife or a girl?
Faith. She's really not said much about him. He did start with Digital Underground. She married Stevie J, who was a producer and DJ back then. He worked with Biggie and Diddy, and there's rumors about him being gay.
Speaking of Oakland,
and so she never said anything about him, but there's others. I mean, like if you go on YouTube, the ones that talk about him the most are Jaguar Wright. She talks about him all the time. She talks about him and Jay-Z.
Yeah. When I was in the 90s, my two groups were Bones, Thugs and Harmony, and Wu-Tang.
And that was, Bone Thugs was Easy's group.
Hey, wake up, it's the first of the month, wake up.
Yeah. Oh my, who the hell makes a song the first of them? Oh my God. I heard that, I was dying.
Method Man is my all-time favorite rapper.
Oh my God. Cat Williams, you know what, Sarah? Cat Williams kind of let it out the bag. I mean, there's many people in Hollywood now that are talking.
It started with Corey Feldman.
Yeah, and it's just, but with rap, you've got this macho image for everybody. So for one of them to be on the down low, it's different. And Diddy's not real liked anyway. I don't like.
He's riding off of Biggie's coattails.
He's riding. He's been making money off of Biggie's beats for the last 20 some odd years. Like you said, Sarah, rich people problems. And then come to find out today, Diddy doesn't own any of his property.
Come on, Bo.
Diddy owns none of his property. He mortgaged it to the hilt. So he's actually broke. And he's not getting help from Clive Davis, who gave him a ton of cover, and from his other rich friends. So that's why he's on the run, or was on the run. But yeah, it's all going to come out. Was I shocked? No, I wasn't shocked. It comes out eventually. You remember, what's that saying? What's done in the dark eventually comes out in the light. That's what happened with Diddy. Diddy will be the fall guy, Sarah, but he's going to bring a bunch of people with him. Yeah, I don't want rich people. I don't care for rich people problems. I got enough problems being poor. But yeah, it's probably P. Diddy,
Get up, go.
Puff Daddy. He's had a bunch of names. Yeah, Machine Gun. Yeah, I don't know. And that's the same Machine Gun Kelly that was in the movie The Dirt playing Tommy Lee, which he actually fit the role. But yeah, now he's all of a sudden a damn. Oh, I know you are, babe. So I mean, it was only a matter of time. Before it all came out. And so the lawsuit he had with an ex-girlfriend is probably what brought a lot of it to fruition. So he settled with her. It was pretty bad. Her case was about as bad as Vince McMahon's case is in WWE.
I gotta say, since my sister-in-law has become an attorney, she deals with a lot of people who are have a lot of money.
Yeah.
Rich people are fucking weird.
What was your first clue?
I'm just saying, man. They got quirks, man. They got quirks.
Well, plus they're in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Hollyweird, as it used to be called. It's if you've got the money, it's like if you've got any kind of financial clout, you're going to have people that are going to protect you.
Yeah.
You know, Diddy had Clive Davis because he made him a lot of money, but they also say Clive Davis groomed him too. And when we say, you know what we mean by grooming, folks.
No, I don't.
You know, and Usher's mentioned it, and you know, when Cat Williams went on there and
Oh, Trisha, how much you want for that oceanfront property? I've been looking for some.
oh my God, Sarah. But yeah, I mean they got their little games, and you know it's a different world. You know,
I mean, I hope to be rich that one day. I'm not going to be weird, but
yeah. And it's not just in the rap game; it's in the rock game too.
Yeah.
It's in the music business in general. I've heard a ton of stories. I think the last one I heard was what happened to the old Warrant singer Jenny Lane. And he went through some stuff. Many women have come out and said it. But yeah, it's Holly weird, as they call it.
Well, look at the Marilyn Manson thing.
Oh God, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, Manson.
Yeah.
You know, Trent Reznor.
Yeah.
The whole thing with the end. Yeah, Jenny Lane. He hated. There were certain bands that he hated. He talked about before he died. But he told his ex-wife, who was the woman in the Cherry Pie video, Bobby Brown. They asked her about certain bands, and she hates Judas Priest for what they did to Janny. And so the first thing I said was, well, okay, the only one I know that would do anything to Janny would have been Rob Halford, because Rob Halford's open. He's out. He's gay. But years ago, Priest had a drummer named Dave Holland who got in trouble for doing essays in England. So it automatically, a lot of people think it was Dave Holland. He hasn't been with the band in 30 years, but they think it was Dave Holland. But Janny went through it, a bunch of others. It's kind of like everybody's got a casting couch, put it that way. And now you're finding out the stuff with Nickelodeon. I mean,
yeah,
that right there.
My wife and I just got done watching that. And for Drake to come out and say the stuff and talk about it.
Yeah.
That's not easy, man.
Yeah. Yeah, Sarah, Jenny Lane died in 2011. Yeah. Yeah, Jenny Lane died. Yeah, everybody is a big Rush person. Most people love Rush. Gene Simmons had many good things to say about him. They toured with Rush. You don't like Rush? Well, you're just not American, Catch.
They're not American. They're Canadian.
They're Canadian, I know. I know, but they still rock. They're still good. Well, they're progressive.
Well, Neil Peart wrote all their stuff, so.
Mm-hmm. And he was just.
I don't hate them, but I'm like, oh my God, it's Rush. No, I'm not like that.
Well, I'm not like that either, but I'll listen to them.
Yeah, I mean, if they come on the radio, I'm not gonna turn on YYT or the Trees.
Yeah, Nickelodeon. Now with the whole Dan Snyder, and we've heard the rumors of Dan Schneider. Jeanette McCurdy came out with a book, and she talked about how shady Dan Schneider was. It's been a lot of talk.
Come on, Trisha, you know you do Billy Idol dancing by myself.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Sarah, on Max, if you have Max, the app, the documentary's on there.
Yeah, it's the
only place where the wife and I could. It's the only place where my wife and I could find it for free.
If you had kids that watched any of those Nickelodeon shows back then, it'll give you a whole different look.
Billy Gibb was awesome.
You know, ZZ Top, yeah.
You know, the funny thing about ZZ Top is the drummer's last name was Beard. He was the only one who didn't have a beard.
He's the only one who didn't have a beard. He was the only one who didn't have a beard, and his name was Beard.
You don't have to have cable to have HBO Max. To have
No.
Max.
If you've got to just get the app.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's, I don't know. That's Disney, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hannah Montana. Okay.
But
and they had some stuff going on too that they haven't got into.
Yeah.
They got with Daniel Snyder first because he's kind of like let me put it this way. He was kind of the Harvey Weinstein of pre-team shows, as far as the casting couch. And
And they kept him around because almost every one of his shows was a hit.
Every one of his shows was a hit, and they kept him around. And but he had been doing dirty stuff. Now, see, that's the whole thing with Daniel Snyder. The NFL covered for him. There was a big with Snyder, and the NFL covered it up.
Yeah. So Skullfest is all of us content creators, Rap, SK, Tony, me, GG, Sports, Dave. We all meet up in Minnesota before the first game. And I wasn't able to go last year, but everybody else was there. But I'm making plans to go this year. So that's Skullfest. If you look at I think Rap has a video. If you look at Rap's video history, he'll have the Skullfest on there. So yeah, it's just us. We all go to a place, we talk, and that's us, Skullfest.
I think we do a live podcast there too.
Yeah.
No, this is another matter of fact. The one that's connected with Nickelodeon, his name is Dan Schneider. If you remember back in the 80s, there was a TV show called Head of the Class, and he was the big guy, the really smart big guy. That was Dan Schneider. He actually was an actor. He was in
but his the big thing about him was he was mostly inappropriate. There's no evidence that he ever actually did any of the molestation, but he was very toxic with the work environment, and
there were people around him that did get busted.
Yes.
Yep.
So Drake even came out and said that when he was going through his situation, that he was the only one who was there for him.
Yeah.
So for him, it wasn't. So he was basically, he just made a lot of inappropriate jokes around minors and stuff like that. But
well, then he had Janet McCurdy even brought it up. He would do inappropriate thing, but then he would film certain things that were not meant to be seen by the public. They're out now.
Yeah.
But there was that. There was the one that they think knows all about him is Amanda Bynes. Because they think that he definitely was inappropriate with her to another level than he was with everybody else. I remember Amanda she had that moment there where she kind of, lost it and stuff like that. But it had a lot to do with Dan Schneider. So
yeah. So he was never the one who was the sexual assault. He was, like I said, inappropriate. But there was a guy who did work with them.
Yeah, and he got busted.
He was the one who was a voice coach and all that. He was the one. I think Peck is his last name. He was the one who got busted for with the minors and all that type of stuff.
Yeah. That's the one, and he did. He's the one that Drake Bell said something about.
Yeah, Drake. He's the one that Drake. Yeah, that's like Drake's Bell dad was hands on, and did everything, and he kind of pushed his dad away. And then once he pushed his dad away, when he was able to really do what he was going to do,
Right. Yeah. I mean, and a lot of this is coming out. It's kind of weird how it comes out at the same time. You got the Paul Schneider thing, which has come to light. You got the P. Diddy thing, which has come to light. All kicked off by what happened with Vince McMahon and WWE. It's kind of like they're kind of looking at this stuff now. There's going to be more.
But I mean, though it was what's his name, R. Kelly.
Well,
he was. I mean, it's different, but it just goes back to these people are different.
Well, and they covered for R. Kelly.
Yeah,
they covered for R. Kelly.
Like the R. Kelly interview. Y'all ruined my life. No, you ruined your life.
R. Kelly cut a record in prison.
Yeah.
Come on now. Hell, Suge Knight is doing a weekly podcast from prison.
Yeah.
I mean, what the hell? Shit, these brothers ain't hurting. They're probably running the damn cell block. Shit. They ain't getting treated like no regular prisoners.
No.
It's like cry me a river.
So, I don't know if you guys saw, but one of my favorite actors just died.
Louis Gossett Jr.?
Yeah.
I know. I saw that. I'm like, damn.
Yeah. I mean, not Officer and Gentleman, but Digstown.
Digstown was good.
Digstown was good. Iron Eagle, I think it is. He was in
Iron Eagle.
Yeah. And my wife read a story about him today. He thought Officer and a Gentleman would change his career, but it didn't.
It didn't.
He thought he'd get more important roles, but he never
did. He got an Academy Award for it too, and he never got a role. Never did.
Yeah. Are you talking about Coyote Ugly, George?
Yeah, Coyote Ugly.
I think is that what you're talking about, George?
Crazy women dancing on bar tops. Yeah, that's got to be Coyote Ugly. But yeah, I didn't know he was 87.
Yeah, he was 87. He didn't look it, but
yeah.
See what else? Yeah, he was awesome in Digstown.
Yeah, he had a lot of good roles. He was Fiddler in Roots.
Yeah. One of his best movies ever, though, in my opinion. Coyote Ugly was a song, I think. I'm not sure. Enemy Mine is an underrated movie. If you guys have never seen that,
I saw it years ago.
He plays an alien in that movie. He is fantastic in that movie.
Yeah, I saw it years ago. That was with Dennis Quaid, wasn't it?
Yep. Yeah, with Dennis Quaid. Yeah, he was awesome in that movie. Because remember, in that in that movie, the alien race, the males are the ones who get pregnant.
Yep.
And he died giving birth, and then Dennis Quaid ended up raising his kid. It's awesome.
Yeah.
If you guys ever get a chance to watch it. Yeah, I'm not. The only video, I don't know if it's an old song or a new song, but the only video I remember where people dancing on top of a bar is that LMFAO song. I Work Out, whatever song that is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know what, Sarah? That's a good too much. It's excess, and then there's a lot of stuff compounded with it. Just because you got more money doesn't make life better. I wouldn't know. I've been broke, so it might help me, but it's
the money doesn't bring you happiness, but it helps in certain situations.
Right.
Like if you had money, you wouldn't be stressed out about bills and stuff like that.
No, it's like if I had like extra money to play around with,
yeah,
I would probably spend it in taking trips or just staying home and knowing me, DoorDash. But it's just when you get a lot of success, you're not used to it and you're young, it can add up to it. And then you've got somebody who's pressuring you to stay on top. That's the problem. How many rock stars have just flamed out? You know, it's a wonder Ozzy is still alive. Let's just be honest.
Him and Keith Richards.
How those two are still with us is beyond me.
I saw a meme today. They showed a picture. Lewis Gothard dies, and there's a picture of Keith Richards. He's like, another one, yes.
Oh God, him and Ozzy. They've outlived their whole generation.
It's like every time someone old dies, there's a meme of Keith Richards going, yes, another one.
There's literally, when it comes to baby boomers, most of the baby boomers are passing on. But they still got Ozzy, and they still got Keith Richards and Mick Jagger.
Yeah.
You know, you're like,
Gene Hackman's still alive. We saw
Gene Hackman is still alive. He's 94.
94. Yeah.
My God. But yet, you know, Hendrix died at 27. Janis died at 27.
Randy Rhoads died at
Randy Rhoads was what, 20?
Yeah, around 20, there.
26, 27.
What's his name? Wasn't
Kurt Cobain was 27.
Yep. Janis Joplin
Tupac was 25.
Janis Joplin was, I think you said Janis Joplin. She was 27.
27.
Yeah.
Biggie was 25.
Right.
Eazy-E was actually old. He was up there. 31, I believe.
What's his name? The plane crash guy.
Bill
Holly.
Buddy Holly. Not Bill Haley. Buddy Holly.
I think he was 25, 26, somewhere in there.
And Big Bopper was a little older. Ricky Valens was only 17.
Yeah.
Janis Joplin. Janis died of a drug overdose.
Yeah. She vomit, I think. I think she died the same way Mama Cass died. They choked on their own vomit, right?
No, Jimi Hendrix choked on his own vomit.
Okay.
And it was barbiturates, but he choked on his own vomit. Janis was a drug overdose. And I think she died after Jimmy.
Yeah.
Like not even a month after Jimmy. Jim Morrison was 26, 20. He was 27.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Brian Jones, the first guitarist for the Stones, was 20-something when he died.
Bonham was pretty young when he died.
Bonham was 30, 31.
Yeah. Cliff Burton.
27.
Yeah.
Cliff was 27.
If you for those that don't know, Cliff Burton was the original Metallica bassist.
Yeah, the original Metallica bassist. He was on 3 albums: Kill 'Em All, Ride the Lightning, and Master.
Yep.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, Waylon Jennings gave up his seat to the Big Bopper.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
They're the ones. The drug overdoses would be Hendrix, Janis Joplin, Brian Jones, Jim Morrison.
Well, Bonham drowned, but he was high at the time, wasn't he?
Bonham is a drug overdose. No, Cliff Burton was killed when the tour bus literally fell on him.
Yeah, they hit a patch of black ice and he fell out of his bunk in the bus. He fell out the bunk into the window in the bus.
He was in the top bunk by the window, and he got the bus tipped over. He was thrown out of the window. The bus fell on him.
Yeah.
Keith Moon was a drug overdose.
Yeah.
Keith Moon was a drug overdose. Everything else, I mean, Ian Curtis from Joy Division was a suicide. Kurt Cobain was a plane crash. Leonard Skinner was a plane crash.
Yeah.
Randy Rhoads was a plane crash.
Yep. Patsy Cline was a plane crash.
Patsy Cline was a plane crash. Otis Redding plane crash.
Stevie Ray Vaughan was a helicopter crash.
Stevie Ray Vaughan helicopter crash.
Prince was an overdose.
Prince was an overdose.
Yeah.
Prince was an overdose. Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, Big Bopper, plane crash. Bassist John Entwistle, he was a drug over. They said it was heart failure, but he died in a Las Vegas hotel. They found lines of cocaine next to him on the bed, and he basically died with hookers and blow. He went out like a rock star.
Yeah, hey. Leonard Skinner, they were all pretty young.
Yeah, they were. Yes, they were.
Yeah, there was a brother and two sisters that were in the band. All three of them died in the plane crash.
It was Van Zandt, the lead singer, Stephen Gaines, a guitarist, and Cassie Gaines, his sister.
Yeah.
They were the ones that died. Everybody else suffered injuries.
Well, there was the pianist, I think, was paralyzed after that. But
Billy Powell still played.
Yeah, but he just died
He just died. So did Gary Rossington.
Yeah. The lead singer of Leonard Skinner now is actually Van Zant's younger brother.
Yep.
Ronnie Van Zant. Yeah.
His younger brother.
Yeah.
I don't know why the plane crashed, Sarah. It just happens, you know. I don't like to fly anyway, so. But yeah, Otis Redding died in a plane crash.
Marvin Gaye was shot.
Marvin Gaye was killed by his father.
Yeah.
In a family.
Karen Carpenter from
she died from anorexia.
Yeah.
Nervosa. Yeah, Reba McEntire lost all her band in a plane crash.
Yeah. She said she's lucky. She said that she flies private differently from the band. So yeah, she was. That's why.
Yeah, and that plane crashed.
Yeah. God,
let's see.
There's so many of them.
There has. I mean, most of the people I grew up listening to, they were gone before. A lot of them were gone before I was a teenager, and then a lot of them that I listened to were gone when I started listening to them. Bon Scott.
Yeah. What was he from?
Alcohol poisoning.
Elvis Presley. They never really said, did they?
They never really said with Elvis. They think it was drugs.
Yeah.
But they're not really sure.
The reason the Randy Rhoads plane crash is so tragic is because it could have been prevented. They were just fucking
It didn't have to happen. They were just goofing around.
Yeah.
And they clipped a tour bus, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
But yeah, that didn't have to happen.
Garth Samuelson was drugs. He was the original drummer of Megadeth.
Yes, he was a drug overdose.
Yeah.
Garth Samuelson. Bond was alcohol. Somebody wanted to open up Bonds now, but they're like, it's been so long, they're not going to do it. Yeah, Elvis's twin died at birth.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a twin that died at birth. Who else died young? There's a bunch.
Len Bias. If you go to sports, Len Bias.
Len Bias. He was cocaine. Hank Gathers died on the court.
Yeah.
He had a heart attack on the court. Chuck Hughes.
Yeah. With
the Detroit Lions. He died on the field. And a lot of people thought Dick Butkus hit him and caused his death. But no, what happened was he was going back to the huddle and he collapsed. But when he collapsed, he was right by Butkus. And all the pictures have Butkus. But yeah, he had, they said when they did the autopsy, he had the heart of an 80-year-old man. He was only like 20 something. So Brian Jones was a drug overdose.
What about the guy from he just went crazy? Pink Floyd.
Oh, Stu Barrett?
Yeah, he just went crazy, right?
Yeah, he went crazy. He took one hit of acid too much, and then he passed away years later.
He was still
Sarah Bonstadt was the original singer for AC/DC. He sang the song "Highway to Hell"
and TNT. Yeah,
yeah. And
if you listen to the casual fan, Brian Johnson and Bon Scott kind of sound the same, but if you listen to AC/DC and loyal AC/DC fans can tell right away who's who.
Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah,
I was a diehard AC/DC fan.
Yeah. So. The guitarist from Def Leppard, Steve, he died pretty young too.
Now here's a story I heard. Def Leppard had a show up here, right? Steve went AWOL while he was here looking for drugs, and he ended up not far from where I'm living right now. They found him in an alley, and I got to ask my friend about that. And but yeah, he died. He went back to England, and he passed away a few days later. Jailbreak. Thin Lizzy, Phil
Yeah.
Lynott.
Yeah.
Leader Thin Lizzy died of a drug overdose.
A lot of the good ones were in the 70s.
A lot of good ones were in the 70s.
But some of them were in the 60s and some of them were in the 80s. But yeah, the 70s, we lost a lot of good musicians in the 70s.
We lost Hendrix, Janis Joplin, Jim Morrison, Keith Moon. Tommy Bolin was an excellent guitarist for Deep Purple.
Yeah.
And he passed away in 76. Elvis,
August 16th, 1977.
August 16th, 1977.
I turned 2 that day.
Yeah.
So 2 famous people died on my birthday. One before I was even born, and one, obviously, Elvis is the other. The other is Babe Ruth.
Oh, Babe Ruth, yeah.
Babe Ruth died August 16th, 1948.
Mama Cass died in 74. By the way, she didn't choke on a ham sandwich.
No. They just said that because she was fat, man.
Yeah, she didn't choke on a ham sandwich. She was a cardiac arrest.
Yeah.
She was supposed to be trying to lose weight. She never lost the weight.
Karen Carpenter died in the 70s.
She died in 83. Yeah, she died.
I could have sworn I saw 79 the other day, but
yeah, she died 83. Bon Scott was 80.
So maybe she started. Maybe
Sid Vicious from the Sex Pistols was 78 or 79.
Maybe she started getting sick in 79 when they first started. Maybe.
Right. Sarah, depends on the drugs you're doing and how much of them you're doing.
Yeah.
It depends. Some people look healthy as hell and they're friggin' the biggest cokeheads and
Yeah, just because you're skinny don't mean you're healthy.
Right.
People think, yeah.
And then of course we lost
Baby Huey.
Oh God, yeah, Michael Hutchins, 97.
Yep. I think that was an accident. I think that was an accidental death. I think he was one of those guys who gets to say
they were playing a role play. They were role playing.
Yeah, I think he's one of those guys who gets the sexual gratification from almost dying.
Yeah, they were role playing, and he died. Matter of fact, his girlfriend died like 2 years later. She OD'd. Keith Whitley. I think he drank himself to death. I know he was married to Lori Morgan.
Alan Wilson from Canned Heat.
Yeah, Alan Wilson from Canned Heat. Of course, we lost, Roy Orbison. He just died of heart failure.
Yeah,
he was not that old. And of course, HIV took Freddie Mercury.
What's his name? One of the Allman Brothers.
Dwayne Allman, plane crash.
Yeah,
or not plane crash, motorcycle crash.
Yeah.
Yep, motorcycle crash. And Eddie Rabbitt, he had cancer. He was 90. He died in 97. God, I used to listen to him.
I love a rainy night.
Yeah. He passed away.
I used to listen to him all the time.
There was another country artist.
What's his name? Just died of cancer. Toby Keith.
Toby Keith, yeah. Yep. Toby Keith. So yeah, there's been. I mean,
wasn't there somebody else? There was 2 guys who died from the Allman Brothers, wasn't there?
Yeah, Dickie Betts, not Dickie Betts. Oakley. Oakley got killed in a. I forget how Oakley died. It was Oakley and Dwayne Allman.
We're forgetting about what's his name from Grateful Dead.
Oh, Jerry Garcia.
No, I'm talking about. Let me see. I'm looking at it now. I'm looking at a list from the 70s. I know there was a guy who died from Grateful Dead in the 70s. Let me look at it.
Yeah, the keyboard player.
Pigpen.
Pigpen Kewen.
Yeah.
Yeah, he died in the 70s.
Oh wow, Zeke Zettner from the Stooges.
Yeah, the Stooges. MC5.
He was 25. Heroin.
A couple of guys died from the MC5.
Yeah.
One of these Temptations died in 73. I think he killed himself.
Yeah. Yeah, heart failure for Cass Elliot.
Yeah, Grace Slick is still with us. Most of the guys in Jefferson Airplane are still with us, except for Paul Kantner and Marty Ballin.
Robbie McIntosh from the Average White Band.
Okay. Yeah.
Drug overdose.
Drug overdose, yeah.
Yep.
Minnie Riperton had cancer. Her daughter is an actress now. What was that show where her daughter is Maya Rudolph? That's her daughter. I forget what movie that was.
You're talking about the Bridesmaids?
Bridesmaids, yeah.
Yeah, one she was the one getting married, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
everybody in ABBA is still alive.
Let's see.
Frankie Valli's gone from the Four Seasons. All the original members of the Four Seasons are gone.
Guy from Badfinger, Pete Ham.
Two of those guys are gone. Ham.
He hung himself.
Yep, he hung himself.
Yeah.
One of the dudes from Sweet died. Well, two of the guys from Sweet are gone. Three of the guys from Sweet are gone. Yeah, it's pretty.
It's what about T-Rex? Is he still with us?
No, he died in a car crash in 77. Mark Bolan.
So he was 77 when he died.
Yeah, he died in a car crash in 77.
Tom Bolan, Deep Purple, heroin and alcohol overdose.
Yep, Tommy Bolan.
The Alex Kershaw from the Scorpions, unknown. His death.
Unknown death.
Yeah. Well, they're Austrian, so they probably don't release that information.
No.
Wow. Helmut Kulin from Schimmelried. Carbon monoxide poisoning. Wow.
He's in a car. Steven, we already talked football. We were actually gonna end the podcast.
But Mark Bolan from T-Rex was the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, that's Mark Bolan.
Yeah. It's 1977.
Yep, he was 77.
Yeah.
Tommy Bolan was 76.
Yeah. Ronnie Van Zant, Steve Gaines, Cassie Gaines. That was October's 20th, 77.
October, yeah. And then Keith Moon was 78. Somebody else was 78 too.
78 was Johnny Wallace from the Four Knights. He was 65 though. Sandy Dini was 78. Glenn Goins was 24. He was from the Parliament, Funkadelic.
Oh, yeah. That's him.
Hodgkin's lymphoma.
Yep. Cancer.
Yep.
How many celebrities were killed by a fanatic fan? Dimebag Darrell.
Cancer don't give a fuck who you are, by the way.
No, that question, easy to answer for music. Dimebag Darrell. A fan jumped up on stage and shot him point blank.
He was mad because Pantera broke up.
And then there was the girl, Rebecca Schaefer. She was in a TV show, My Sister Sam, and a deranged fan stabbed her to death, I believe.
Yeah. And then you have what's his name from the Beatles?
John Lennon.
Yeah.
Yep,
so Keith Moon was 32 when he died.
Yeah. Yep, Keith was 32.
Chris Bell from Big Star. traffic accident.
Big Star was the band that Alex Chilton started in the 70s. They never made it big, but they were influenced by a local band up here.
Sid Vicious was only 21.
Yeah, he killed his girlfriend and then he killed himself.
Then Freddie Owens, the saxophonist for Bill Dell on the Rhodes. He was 29. He was shot to death.
Yep. Yeah, it's nice. And I knew guys that made it in music and stuff. I'm friends with them. I'm just like, you got to be real leery. And I'm already suspicious of people now, but you got to be real careful.
The last probably famous one was John Glasscock from Jethro Tull.
Yep.
Congenital heart failure.
Oh yeah.
Wow, Parliament Funkadelic also lost somebody from cancer as well. T.K. Fullwood.
Mm-hmm. I don't think there's too many people left from that band. Most of these bands don't have many original players left.
No.
I think Foreigner right now is touring with nobody from the original band because I think Mick Jones retired. So the
original lead singer of Chicago, Terry Kath.
He killed himself.
Yeah, he dies dies in mishap.
He shot himself. That's what it was.
He was cleaning his gun. I don't know.
It's It's they don't want to admit that he killed himself. They kind of are like, okay, it was accidental. Just like they say.
Yeah. And
there's a couple of famous people, like there was a singer in the 60s, Dinah Washington. She died of an accidental overdose of sleeping pills. Yeah, it's a possibility. But you never know.
Yeah, because David Bowie, Glenn Frey, they all just died.
OMD is still with us, Sarah. God, they were so techno in the 80s. It was one of those bands I didn't listen to, but I knew who they were. But they're still with us. Bowie's gone.
God's gone.
Who?
Lemmy
is gone. Eddie Van Halen.
There's actually only one member left of Motorhead.
All the original ones are gone.
No, there's one still alive.
Who?
I think it's the drummer.
No, Phil's dead.
So is the guitarist then.
Eddie and Phil are dead.
See, let me see. Did one just die recently then? Because I know
Eddie died a year. Eddie died a year before, like a little bit of time before. Because Phil and Lemmy died around the same time. So
I could have swore there was still one that was alive.
Because out of the original three-piece, Eddie's gone, Phil's gone, and so is Lemmy.
I think it says Phil's still alive. Lemmy was. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Sarah, I do like The Cure, Sarah. I love The Cure.
So their best known lineup, all three of them are dead. Lemmy, Taylor, and Clark.
All the Ramones are gone. Yeah, all the Ramones are gone.
God, Motorhead, such a fucking awesome band.
So it's
God, We Are the Road Crew. God, killed by death.
George Lush actually lost their drummer years ago. I believe he took his
own. God, I hate that band so goddamn much.
Depeche Mode?
Oh God, I cannot stand them. Oh my God. I used to hate The Cure, but their one song has kind of grown on me.
Which Ramone is left, George? Is it Tommy? Because I thought Tommy passed away. In Excess, yeah, the only one that's gone is Michael Hutchence. I did like In Excess. They did have some. They were one of the few bands that weren't metal that I liked.
Joey died of cancer in 2001. Dee Dee died of drug overdose in 2002, and Johnny died of cancer in 2004. The ones who are still alive are Tommy, Marky, Richie, and CJ.
Marky's left?
That's what it says.
Huh. I thought Marky was gone.
None of the original moaners. None of the original Ramones are alive.
Okay, that's what I meant. None of the originals are alive.
Yeah.
Oh, Duran Duran. I'm surprised they're still around.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, it's even from bands from the 80s, there's a lot of members that are gone. You know?
Yeah.
It's just time.
I don't know how Guns N' Roses, I don't know how they're still alive.
Yeah, good question. Well, what's his name has a damn pacemaker.
Yeah.
Slash. So REO is still around, but they lost their league. They lost Gary Rickrath years ago.
Yeah. It's funny you said that. REO Speedwagon actually played. Was it 2019? Was it or 2000? It was either 19 or 21. I am not sure. I think it had to be 19. They actually, for us here in San Antonio, they played the New Year's Eve party.
Oh my God!
For the city of San Antonio.
Yeah, Sarah Aerosmith is still with us. All of them. They met.
All of them are still alive. Yes.
They were doing a residency in Vegas.
Yeah.
They're still with us. I think they're one of the few bands that still have the original lineup.
Yeah. Yeah, they're clean now.
Yeah.
They got clean.
Yeah.
Well, Eddie Van Halen he just died.
He just died.
Yeah.
Well, even Kiss, they've lost a couple of members.
Peter Criss.
They don't know. Peter Criss is still with Eric Carr. Eric Carr died.
He had cancer though, didn't he?
He had cancer. He died the same day as Freddie Mercury.
Yeah.
And Mark St. John, who took over for Ace Frehley, who took over for Vinnie Vincent.
Right. Ace Frehley's not here anymore, is he?
Nope, Ace is still with us.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah, he just released an album. It was #1, believe it or not.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
No, he just.
I'm not a huge Kiss fan, so you know.
I mean, there's them. All the Sabbath guys are still with us.
How the hell they are?
Don't ask.
If you guys have not read Ozzy Osbourne's book, you need to. It is amazing. Mm-hmm. This man is alive. Not alone can stand. He's like, I remember the story. He's like, man. He's like, we were renting this house, man, and we heard the cops were coming. We had so much cocaine, we didn't know what to do with it. We snorted half of it. We threw the other part down the toilet. I'm talking like 15 kilos, man. He's like, we snorted half of it and flushed the other half down the toilet. He's like, I'm surprised I'm still alive doing that much coke.
He can't find anything around his around his house, but he still remembers a song from '70.
Yeah,
you know. Tesla's still around. They're still with us.
Tesla is awesome.
Yeah, I just saw Tesla here a few years ago. They got a different lineup, but they're still
the lead singer is still the same.
Yeah, the lead singer is still the same.
Yeah. And as long as he's there, they'll be good.
Yeah.
Because his voice is hard to replace.
Yeah. I mean, there is still you can have with me, I was gonna go see a band years ago from the 80s, Wasp, but Blackie's the only one left. So don't know if I want to see it. And they just lost their drummer, Steve Riley.
And then Rat, I think, you know.
Yeah, Robin Crosby's gone.
Yeah.
Queensryche. That's who you're thinking of, Sarah. Silent Lucidity. That's Queensryche.
I hate that song is so overplayed. It's not even their best song.
No, I know.
Jet City Woman is so much better.
Yeah.
They got a couple other songs. It's not even
my favorite from them is Walk in the Shadows.
Yeah, that's another good one.
Yeah.
I mean, they play Silent Lucidity because it's slow and it's good on the radio. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to fall asleep.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, if you want to fall asleep, it's perfect. Shit. God. Then they had the only song I liked from them later was they had a song called Sign of the Times. I did like that one.
Yeah.
I hate that song. Oh, I like Tesla, but I hate that damn song.
What song you talking about?
Love Song.
Oh, yeah,
From Tesla.
That's probably one of their worst.
Oh my God. Yeah, Poison's still with us. Matter of fact, they're touring. They toured last year.
Yeah, they Cece and Brett didn't get along for the longest time, but I think they made up.
Well, yeah, the money was right.
Yeah. Ricky Rocket, Bobby Dahl, Cece DeVille,
and Brett
Michaels.
I got a question. Do you listen? Okay, do you listen to Ghost?
Yes.
Okay, listen to Ghost. Do you consider them like
they're not heavy metal?
Okay, I'm not the only one to think that. They sound kind of poppy to me.
I like them. They're not metal. A lot of their songs are hard, but they're Tobias Forge is the guy who plays Papa Emirates.
Yeah.
He writes all their music. He records all the music in the studio. Everybody else in the band is just hired. They're contractors to work the concerts. He does all the music. He plays all the instruments. He does all the recording for the songs. He is Ghost. There's a lot of, they're a satanic theater group. So they have, they have a lot of songs like when they say he is, they're not talking about God. So
no, they're not.
Yeah. So so they have a lot of good. I like a lot of Faith is probably one of my favorite songs by them. But
I think the first song I ever heard from was Square Hammer, and I'm listening to it and I'm
Square Hammer is a pretty good song.
It's a good song, but I'm like, this is kind of poppy.
It's not metal.
Yeah, it's kind of poppy.
If you ever listen to the words of a Ghost song, you'll be like, what the hell? I like it, but but yeah.
No, I know, and some of their stuff actually sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Good.
Faith is a good song. Mary on a Cross is a good song.
Yeah.
Kiss the Goat is a good song. I do not like Dance Macabre. A lot of people like Dance Macabre.
What that song? When I heard that song, I'm like, that's pop. That is.
Oh yeah, and he's like dancing, doing twirls and shit.
Oh my God!
Like, what are you?
That was not.
Crazy is probably. I think that's how you say it. It's probably one of their best songs. Cerise, I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably one of their best songs. Pretty much, they have it upside. Like their name is Ghost, and the T is upside down.
Oh, you mean like Ronnie James Dio did his for Dio, and it's really devil?
Yeah. So pretty much, it's pretty much what they do. But yeah, that's like the song "Faith Is Mine," but he's talking about you stop believing in the one up top. So the one down, the devil, pretty much. I don't know what I can say on YouTube, but I can. So I'm kind of beating around it. Mm-hmm. He kind of takes your faith away from the other. That's what he goes. Faith is mine. He's talking. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's pretty cool. I mean, there's a lot of this. I don't like every song by Ghost. They have a lot of soft songs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Not that the soft songs are bad, but they're kind of poppy, but they're not heavy metal. No.
Okay, they're lumped in the metal category.
Right. They are, but I like them, but they're not metal.
They're just, to me, they're kind of like pop metal, like almost hair metal.
Yeah. Now, my first concert that I ever went to, other than I would say by myself, not with my mom, because the first concert I went to was Sawyer Brown, Charlie Daniels Band, and Alabama. So if you like country music, that's a hell of a concert. I was forced to go, but I ended up liking Sawyer Brown. Sawyer Brown was okay. I don't like country music, but Sawyer Brown's okay. But my first concert on my own was Kingdom Come, Metallica, and Guns N' Roses. Kingdom Come got booed off the stage.
My first concert on my own, my parents trusted a friend of mine's brother to take us. It was Kiss. Yeah. So, and then The first concert I saw where they actually trusted me on my own was.
Yeah, we still got 41 people in here.
Oh my God. The first one was, believe it or not, it was Kiss and the Plasmatics.
Oh, yeah?
It was the Plasmatics, yeah.
Ah, man, that's...
All the money I spent on
the Plasmatics get booed off stage. I think Kingdom Come was bad, but I think they mostly got booed off the stage because Guns N' Roses was playing next.
And see, I got cheated out of Guns N' Roses. I was supposed to see Guns N' Roses because they were touring with Iron Maiden. And I had tickets. And I was like, okay, I'm going to see Guns N' Roses. Well, guess what?
Axl was in one of his moods.
Axl was in one of his moods. So they got replaced by Megadeth. So I was like, okay, fine. As long as it's somebody that I like. Oh my God. She told me that. Yeah. Yeah. So as long as it was Megadeth, I was fine. I didn't care. Oh my God. Roxy Music. Haven't heard that name in years.
My wife likes Roxette.
She's gone.
Yeah.
She died from cancer.
But, yeah.
Yeah, she passed away from cancer.
Juice Student. I don't know who that is. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of... It's amazing that it's just a lot of the people who are gone and the how they lump music together. I don't think some music should be ranked together like it is, but we don't make that decision.
No, it's I mean, a friend of mine went to a concert. He saw 38 Special one year. Opening act was Bon Jovi.
By the way, 38 Special, they're the cousins of Leonard Skinner.
Oh, is that what the deal is?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're all still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Bon Jovi, that's my cousin's favorite group. Yeah, they got some songs. Bad Medicine is okay. Raise Your Hand.
I'm not a big Bon Jovi.
Raise Your Hands is okay. But see, to me, I talk going back to the slow songs. I think Bon Jovi's three best songs are Young Guns, Blaze of Glory, that song. The I'm a Cowboy. Yeah.
Wanted Dead or Alive.
Yeah, Wanted Dead or Alive. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I saw Bon Jovi open for Rat. So
why is Bon Jovi opening for?
First time I ever saw Metallica, they opened up for Wasp and Armored Saint at First Avenue in Minneapolis, and Metallica was late.
Armored Saint, I have not heard that in a while.
Armored Saint,
but I listen to like Mushroom Head, Meshuggah, stuff like Gordon,
yeah, you listen to the older stuff.
The Gojira was a new band I listened to.
Mm-hmm.
I like to do some of the new bands like Ginger. I like Ginger. I think Tatiana is fucking phenomenal. Arch Enemy. That's kind of stuff I've
listened to them. We had a band up here I listened to, American Head Charge.
Yeah,
that was a local band. Yeah, Nelson was a one-hit wonder. They were Rick Nelson's.
Yeah,
I think Rick Nelson, their dad died in a plane. It was a plane. Yeah, it was a plane crash. He died in a plane crash.
Yep. Meshuggah. Yeah.
I do like Meshuggah. I do.
Yeah.
I like Lamb of God.
Lamb of God, Redneck is such a goddamn. I love that song, Redneck. The video is even better. Lamb of God is good. I listen. Like I said, I listen to all that. I mean, Mushroom Head is kind of them and Slipknot. Kind of, they're not the same in music wise, but the theatrics are kind of the same.
Right.
They're Heart. My wife loves Heart. I mean, Heart. Don't get me wrong, Heart. They were badasses, man.
Heart rocked.
Barracuda,
Yeah,
Magic
Heart
Man.
rocked.
I mean, then of course the '80s. They did what all bands did in the '80s. They went poppy.
Yeah, but they rocked in the '70s.
But when Nancy became Nancy's songs are a lot more poppy than Ann's songs because Ann's voice is stronger than Nancy, so she can actually do the rock music. And Nancy did.
Ann did the heavier stuff.
Yeah, like the song. The one song where I walk through glass or whatever song that is. Nancy sings that. She's a singer for that song. But the thing about
she does These Dreams.
These Dreams. Yeah. The thing about Anne that pissed me off was that they told her like to lose weight. Like I'm not fucking. I don't.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
they got on her. Yep.
Yeah.
Because she had gained some weight. So
yeah, female voices. The thing about female voices, and there's some. The thing about females being the lead singer of a rock band, it is much harder for a female to be a singer of a rock band than it is for a guy, just because guys usually have deeper voices than women.
Yeah.
And a lot of times a woman will try to be a lead singer, but her voice gets drowned out. So when you have someone like an Ann Wilson or a Nikki Hale, a Tatiana Solanovic,
Dora Peach from Warlord.
The girl from Code Orange. I don't remember her name right now. The girl from Spirit Box. The girls from Kitty.
Lizzie Hale actually is singing for Skid Row.
Yeah, Lizzie Hale is replacing the Skid Row lead singer because the Skid Row lead singer got sick.
Yep, she's replacing.
Not Sebastian Bach. The guy who replaced Sebastian Bach.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's singing for them.
Yeah.
And actually, you know what? The best guitarist out there now is a woman. That's Nita Strauss.
Yeah.
She plays with Alice Cooper, but
she's the lead singer. She was playing with Alice Cooper. Yeah.
She was with Cooper, and then she was with Demi Lovato.
Right. Demi Lovato. Who knew she could do metal?
I know. Yeah.
Who knew?
Yep. Yeah, she was with Demi Lovato, and then she's had a couple of solo albums. The girl,
I think she's did a couple of songs with. I think she's done a couple of songs with Arch Enemy too.
Yeah, with Arch Enemy.
Yeah, because the original lead singer of Arch Enemy was a guy, and they were not very successful with the guy as the lead singer. And then Angie came in, and Angie set them off. She's the one who did Nemesis and all that. She only did it part-time. She's actually the band's manager now.
Okay.
And so Nikki is the new lead singer. She's just as good too. But yeah, I mean, if you can get a band and you can have a female with a lead singer, it just sounds so different than when a guy's a lead singer.
Actually, George Chains is my favorite song from Fleetwood Mac. That's actually my favorite song.
Yeah. I saw there was there's a guy on YouTube, Professor of Rock. If you guys don't watch his shows, he's actually pretty damn good. He talks about how songs became big, how they originally didn't want to play the song. He talked about Tequila. Tequila was a throw-in song. It took them about an hour to record, and they needed something to fill in the empty spots of the music. So the guy just said Tequila, and it was the band's biggest hit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's stuff like that. It's just awesome.
Yeah, it's the little things in the history of certain songs. Like, for instance, Kiss, when they released Detroit Rock City as a 45, the flip side was Beth, because it was a throwaway song.
Yeah.
But the radio stations turned it over and played the ballad, which became their biggest hit.
Well, the best cover band is actually Metallica.
They've done a lot of covers.
Because when they do a cover, 9 times out of 10, it's better than the original.
Yeah. Or even, like Minnesota's big because Bob Dylan's from here, right?
Yeah.
He's had a couple of songs that he wrote. Well, guess what? Most bands in the 60s had their biggest hits doing his covering his songs. and they sounded better than what Bob did.
Yeah.
The Birds are the first one. Oh my God. Once upon a time, just so fun.
Coming in blue. His son was a far better singer than he was.
And then, okay, if you hear him sing No Sons, then you hear him do something like Lay Lady Lay. You're kind of like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
You know, it's just, but yeah, I mean, his songs sounded much better done by other people.
Yeah.
You know,
I wouldn't know, Sarah.
Oh yeah, his son, Jacob.
Sarah's like, I can drive you home by one headlight, baby.
Sarah, I wonder about you sometimes.
Helmet's a pretty good group.
I liked Helmet. I liked Rammstein.
Yeah. That dude, the lead singer of Rammstein, you talk about a weirdo. Whew.
Oh yeah.
That dude is weird as hell. But I got Deicide's new album. Deicide is pretty good. Behemoth. I like Behemoth. They're good. Doom Over Gore. That's another band that I like. Yeah. So there's a lot of good bands out there.
There are. I'm kind of still stuck listening to the older stuff. That's just me. But there's a lot of newer stuff that I listen to.
Yeah. What?
Oh, good one, Sarah. We really wanted to know that. God.
Oh, yeah.
And on that note, people.
Yeah. On that note.
Thank you, everybody, for watching us.
We still got 41 people. Appreciate it. I am definitely going to say it again. We'll have the wrestling show coming up. We will do our Vikings Vintage every Wednesday, and we'll do this show 2 weeks from now after the draft. It'll probably be weekly.
Yep. And hopefully Sarah will have her phone fixed by then.
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully she'll listen. Maybe, just watch yourself around Jacob there.
Right. Once again, thank you, everybody, for watching us. Taking time out of your busy Friday night to tune in and listen to us. Yeah.
Talk about nothing.
Talk about nothing. So have a great night, everybody.
People seem to like. So
exactly.
Never stop, I'll get it if I want it. Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top.
Yo, no, I ain't the type to give up. If I do something, man, I do it till I get what I want. I turn a business out of nothing into something I love. I got a poker face, but honestly, I'm not one to bluff.